The award-winning Crunch Time.
There it is. 99,597 people have watched the Cats storm into yet another grand final.
This is why you play the game. So for us, it's been about embracing the week, enjoy every second of it, try not to play the game in your head before the siren sounds on Saturday, but really enjoy the week, and I feel like our guys have done that.
We've never fallen in love with ourselves, and we've never thought that we were better than any other club. We just have come up with a system that we think works for us, and maybe it'd be difficult to replicate because we have a slightly different set of circumstances, and we've got great admiration and respect for what Brisbane have done, but we're both here via different paths, and we respect their path and what they've done. But we do acknowledge that the way we've done it, we think is unique to us.
Geelong strives for its 5th premiership this century, squaring off against the reigning champions. Chris Scott and Patrick Dangerfield driving the Cats' relentless quest for success. The heart of the champion is the most beautiful thing in sport, and it beats strongly for these Lions. They will take their title defence to the last day with a heroic stand to see off Collingwood. The 2025 Grand Final will pit the Brisbane Lions against Geelong, and that is a true championship bout.
Just the ability of some of our younger guys to come in and play really important and key roles for us. It's kept us older guys really motivated and excited along the way, seeing their development. But I'd probably say that the most enjoyment part's been the adversity that we've faced and being able to work our way through that.
I think from our perspective, you learn more from your losses than you do from your wins, and we learned a fair bit and got a few reminders a few weeks ago. So we think we'll be a little bit different tomorrow with a few things that we do. But more importantly, we just need to play with more intensity than we did last time. So there's been a focus on that.
The Brisbane Lions steel themselves for their tilted history. A place among the greats beckons should they complete the quest for back-to-back crowns.
And I can guarantee you day one of pre-season with Zach that things will be resolved, and he will be the very best footballer, the very best champion player that he's been for the club and will continue to be.
St Kilda, Melbourne, C. Petrarca, 1 vote. St Kilda, N. Wanganeen Miller, 2 votes. Melbourne, Jay Viney, 3 votes.
Yeah, really happy that the MCC and the Vic government are putting that money in to, do the feasibility for the revamp of the Shane Warne stand. It was built in 1992. It's absolutely served its purpose, but the MCG, it's such an iconic stadium, and I think we have to continue to invest in it.
This sport, man, I just fell in love with this sport. Now that I understand it, I really want to know more about it and see the grand finale.
And a grand final week that broke in all directions, leading to the MCG today before hurtling toward the trade period once the premiership is won. This is the grand final edition of Crunch Time. The big finish, the climax of the 2025 season draws us to the MCG. We are outside in the Footy Fest, Gate 3. It's a beautiful day in Melbourne. It's just got the right feel to it. A little bit of sun, a little bit of chill in the breeze, and a great sense of expectation around it. Gerard Whateley with you for Crunch Time for Freeway Motor Group. KCKGM open now, part of Freeway Motor Group, and Azito Brushless Power Tools, built to work. Azito do you. We've got a star-studded cast to drift through over the next couple of hours. The Brisbane Lions GM of footy, Danny Daly, is going to join us, and Stuart Fox on the MCG's biggest day of the year. Gerard Healy, Gary Lyon, Adam Simpson. We start with a Hall of Famer. Mark Bickley has lived this day a couple of times and lifted the cup on both occasions. Bix, it's great to have you on Crunch Time.
Gerard, thank you very much, and what a day. The sun is shining. Yesterday was a bit cloudy, a bit of rain around the place, but you get here and hard not to have the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. It's just a huge day. It's a day for the dreamers. Anything can happen on Grand Final Day, including being presented with a set of footy cards from your playing days and being asked to sign them. Brenton Sanderson, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Yeah, I love this day. This is, if you're a sports nut and you love footy, this is the day that we just can't wait for. This is Christmas for us. I know we're all super excited here, and I just love the week too, and we get the pinnacle now, the climax, obviously with the grand final in a couple of hours' time, and it should be a ripper. I mean, these are the two best sides, aren't they? I mean, arguably Hawthorn a bit stiff. They played their best footy late, but Brisbane Lions at their best versus Geelong at their best. This is going to be an absolute cracking grand final. Can't wait.
There's some pointy questions for Sam Edmund. Hello to you, Sam.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Bix. Hello, Sander.
Just take him straight off. Will Lachie Neale be the sub?
He's going to be the starting sub today for Brisbane, which is a huge call, isn't it? The Lions settled on this decision yesterday. So, look, it's 11:09. Unless they change their mind over the next 2 hours, which you wouldn't have thought they would do, the dual Brownlow medalist is about to become a dual starting sub in a grand final. Lachie Neale.
Where is Snoop Dogg?
He's holed up in a camper van on Brunton Avenue. So there's a motorhome on Brunton Avenue. I had to see it for myself, Gerard, but there he is. I'm not sure if it's a smoker's van or whatnot. But Snoop, one of the greatest rappers of our time, he's out there at the moment, and that's his green room. And when he gets the green light, he's just going to walk on into the MCG and do his thing. I can't wait for it.
And is there late mail for the grand final sprint?
Yeah, Gout actually, he's going to be firing the gun, not running,
really
mind you.
It's
Not running.
pretty short, wouldn't it?
Become an absolute bizarre situation in the grand finals because Toby Green's running it, of course, and there's been a plunge.
A plunge?
On Jed Walter.
No.
A plunge on the Gold Coast young forward Jed Walter to perhaps get the win, so make of that what you will, Jeremy. But Bruce McAvaney's gone from the World Athletics Championships to calling the grand final sprint. That'll look good on his resume.
If that happens, the fix is in, I reckon. Bix, does it stir a few memories every year coming to grand final day?
Yes, it does, and it's one of just great privilege to be able to think that, how many people get the opportunity to grace the MCG during grand final day, then that's cut in half for the amount of people that actually are on the right side of it in terms of the win. And then to be able to finish your career as a premiership player is something really special, and particularly, I've heard so many stories, and this is the thing I love now. As you get a bit older, you just love the stories that surround grand final day, and I was like every other kid who grew up in a small country town and just wanted to play footy, and then to go on a journey and end up at the MCG and winning a grand final. That just blows my mind, and it's beyond anything I could have dreamt of. But every player is very similar. They've all got those great stories of how they arrived at this day.
Is there an image from, so you're 97, 98, you're the captain on both occasions. Is there one thing that lives with you from either of those 2 days that in your quiet moments you can visualise?
Well, Malcolm Blight, who's done everything in footy, when we won the premiership in 1997, as he jumped up to receive the cup, he reached across and he grabbed it with his left hand and he raised the cup up and his arm went right across his face. So in every photo, you can't see Malcolm's face. And so after the game, I said to him, why did you grab it with that hand? This is a week or so later when all the photos come out. Why did you grab it with that hand? You've ruined the photo. And he said, it's because I've never done it before. So Malcolm Blight, who's done everything in sport, at that stage he'd been there 3 times as the coach of Geelong, 3 big losses, or 2 big losses and 1 smaller one. But just for him to say it's just something I've never done before, and when he's done everything, that just sort of sticks with me and says, well, how privileged are we?
Sander, you were here 5 times as an assistant coach and you've lived both sides of it, and including peculiarly a premiership in the stands once you've got your job.
Yeah.
Is there a moment from one grand final day that lives with you?
Yeah, for me, I was in the coach's box in 2007. So Geelong had not won a premiership since 1963, and we're playing Port Adelaide after an epic prelim final against Collingwood. But there was a moment in the first quarter when Brad Ottens chases down Pettigrew from Port Adelaide, and it was early in the first quarter.
And he was quick.
And Pettigrew is super quick, and Brad Ottens is not, and he chased him down. And I looked at the other coaches and I just felt like the game was ours. And that was early in the game. So, and then obviously Geelong went on and won by 116 points.
119.
119 points, yeah, crazy. And then, of course, the year later when we're the red-hot favourites against Hawthorn and kick 11 goals 23 or 11 goals 28 or whatever it was with all the rush behinds.
8 rush behinds.
Yeah, it's crazy. So there was the ecstasy of 07 and the fantastic memories that provided, and then straight away the heartache, 12 months later. So yeah, very fortunate, like Bix, who obviously played, which is incredible, but to be involved with a team that wins, is something incredibly special. And I still get... I'll walk into the Coliseum today, the MCG, and like I know Bix would be the same, the hairs on the back of your neck stand up straight away, because Grand Final day, MCG, when you've experienced those incredible memories, they flood back. They flood back as soon as you enter into the stadium. So yeah, fantastic day.
Sammy, the build-up, so you were here yesterday when the parade comes to the footy fest and the stage that's been built at the MCG. It feels, I reckon the past few years it's sort of amplified. It has elevated year on year.
They've done a great job here at the AFL, because it's not that long ago, Bix and Sando, where you'd come here and this would all be cast. And there'd be no activations at all, and the kids wouldn't get here. So the build-up throughout the week has been something special, and I think it's heightened when you get a travelling team. And the Brisbane Lions supporters, there's a lot of them here in front of us. Welcome to you guys and girls. They travel en masse as well. So when you get into state team, they're in it for the week. They come early, they get to all the sites. There's been great crowds here, Gerard, right throughout the week that we've seen on SEN. And it was packed yesterday. And to a man, woman and child, the question was, who let go of the cup first?
Exactly.
Bix. That wasn't a thing in your
No, it
day.
wasn't a thing in my day. Can I just sort of reveal how far this has come? When we played, which is last century, the bus pulled up at the front gate and we hopped out of the bus. They lifted the thing out. We had to go get your bag. Then you had to get your ticket clicked as you walked in. So you walked through the crowd, and that was amazing as well, because obviously all the travelling fans were here like they were, and they're patting you on the back, and it was all happening.
There's still little moments like that too. So the Brisbane Lions stay at the Pullman as they do, and Lachie Neale always goes down and gets his coffee just down at a cafe here. Full throng of Brisbane Lions supporters. He comes in a hat and sunnies. He's fooling no one, but everyone gives him the space so that they get around and amongst it too. Shows you how relaxed the Brisbane Lions guys are.
So we've got a couple of hours on crunch time to build up to it. Just give us maybe a picture of each team. So back-to-back is historically, that's what make teams great. I feel like in this era it's even more so. It's even more difficult. So you're the right one to tell us about this, Bix. How monumental is the task to go back-to-back?
I think the important part about it is, and I've heard lots of people talk about it, is having the hunger again. And we were fortunate because we won in 97, but there's always stories of people that missed out. And that's why I think Oscar McInerney and others that are coming in, they provide the inspiration. We had a number of players, Peter Vardy, Mark Rasciuto, that missed out in 97. And that was the driving force to get back there again, particularly later on in the year, and to see them have success. So both teams have got that. So I think that's going to be really interesting. And also the other thing about it is these are the two, powerhouse teams, aren't they, right at the moment? They've both been up there. They've both won premierships more recently. They both know what this week is all about. So in that respect, there's no advantage for either one. So that makes it an even more even contest. And I just feel that the week's break, and I think that Brisbane have been so amazing in their resilience and what they've been able to do, but I just feel like there's some running power advantage for Geelong. I think blokes like Holmes and Smith and Dangerfield's got that explosiveness amongst others. I just feel like that might be, Dempsey's another one, that might be the important factor for the Cats, having that extra week break, being a bit fresher, and we'll see that get them over the line.
It's the idea of hunger, and then I think the most recent examples have been sheer exhaustion, how much it takes out of you to win a premiership. And this is why I admire the Lions so much this year. They have got to flex points along the way where it could have been too hard. The adversity, the injury, the draw that they had, they get pummeled in a qualifying final, but they are the heart of the champion, and they come back and back and back. And so this plays out at every level. You've just taken a team to back-to-back flags, Sando. Can you steel yourselves to do it again?
Yeah, you can, and I think that's the beauty of Brisbane Lions this year. They've had some really poor performances, but they've rebounded straight away. The response has been quick. They've got so much experience. They're electric in the forward line, in the front half. They've lost key players. They've got some kids, some key forwards in the forward line. They just keep replenishing, and it feels like you just know the hunger is still there. They have that real desire to win. And it's been a couple of years for the Cats too. There's, I think, 11 players today playing in the grand final, which is their first time. But they do a lot of things really well, these teams. So the clearance battle will be pivotal to the result today. These are two teams, and it was a weak point of Geelong there for a few years. They didn't quite have the ability to be able to get the ball out of clearances and score. They can do that now. But that's going to be fantastic in there today. Mouth-watering when you look at those two midfielders.
Can I ask you, did that surprise you then they brought Stanley back in? To me, I wouldn't have. I would have gone with blitzards in the middle. I would have brought another defender in to play in defence and would have backed yourself in, the two big guys you got to keep the two young sort of tyros for Brisbane under control and maybe just keep rolling with what they've been doing. 20-5 out of the centre square last week against the Hawks, which is dynamic.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm a little bit with you, but we know Chris Scott, he is systematic and he's structure-based, and he'll have a template of how he wants his team to look, behind the ball, in front of the ball. And you're right about Blitzavs. He's so versatile. He can play anywhere. And we'll probably see that today. He'll spend time in the centre bounces, in the ruck. He'll probably spend time as a seventh defender or actually locking down on someone as a defender.
Could he go to Harris Andrews?
And he could end up forward and he could be locking away Harris Andrews, which I wouldn't do. I think he's got too much talent for that. You don't put a negator, someone who's going to negate the opposition's best defender. You don't put one of your most versatile players onto him. I think you can find a different...
You can see him working over the two, Ford and McInerney, can't you?
Yeah, but the thing I love about these two teams, though, Bix, is that a lot of sides have this great defensive profile where they don't let the opposition score. But what Brisbane and Geelong have got is they don't let you score, but they also punish you on turnover as well. They actually score from their defence. So that's the beauty of these two teams. I think that's what elevates them as being, top 4, top 2 teams, and we'll get a premier today, is they not only prevent you from scoring, but they counterpunch and go back at you just as hard from their defensive profile as well. So that's what I think makes these two teams so good.
What do you think happens, Bix?
I actually think Geelong, as I mentioned, I know the Lachie Neale one has been an interesting sort of voyeuristic sort of thing where you're watching it. Will he come up? Won't he? And there's got to be some energy expended from his behalf to go through all of that emotionally. And will I get there? And now I'm finally there. And now he's starting as the sub. So that's interesting. But I also think you've got Levi Ashcroft playing, his 25th game for the year. He's a first-year player. I just wonder whether, he looks a bit puffed out. You've got Dunkley and Lohman last week who went down into the rooms. They've, both got ankle injuries. I just wonder whether they're not quite as fresh as the Cats. And as I said, that running power that Geelong have, I think they can get the right matchups. We've seen them use those lockdown players. I'm not sure they'll go exactly the same on the same players, but they'll use them in some way. And I just really respect Chris Scott as a coach and a tactician. So I think Geelong will get there by about 4 goals.
Bix, it's great to have you as part of Crunch Time right throughout the year, and particularly on Grand Final day, given how well you know the stage.
Thanks guys. It's been a pleasure.
Mark Bickley, 2-time premiership captain with the Adelaide Crows, a member of the Australian Football Hall of Fame. Stuart Fox is going to join us next. It's the biggest day of the year for the MCG. What might the future of this ground look like? It became a little clearer during the week. This is Crunch Time.
Save big at Petto's 50% off stock take mega sale with over $3 million of stock for pets at half price. See your local store at petto.com.au. Petto, no low prices. T's and C's apply.
In the market for a new ute? Werribee Isuzu Ute has you covered because their spring sale is on now and there's something for everyone. Check out brand new 4x4 dual cabs in stock now from $52,990 drive away. Or the brand new 4x4 MUX in stock from $54,490 drive away. Plus 80 pre-owned vehicles from late model low kilometre Isuzus to other makes and models, all priced to sell. Werribee Isuzu Ute, Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. LMCT 114.
If your team's premiership drought is making you thirsty, the BWS end of footy year sale is now on. This week, 2 cases of Carlton Dry bottles are just $99. The BWS end of footy year sale. Offer in Sunday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside and looking for quality workwear that gets the job done right the first time? Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have all the best brands you're looking for, including FXD, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and heaps more. They also provide in-house embroidery and digital printing for full control of your uniform orders. Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Unlocked, stocked and full of value workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
Hydrate smarter, better, faster every day with Level Up. It's the hydration supplement that'll quench your thirst and hydrate you for today's adventure faster than water alone. Each sachet is packed with key electrolytes and minerals and low sugar content. And it's scientifically proven to make you more hydrated. With 5 delicious, non-carbonated flavors to choose from, just add water and level up. Hydrate life's adventures with Level Up. Learn more at lvlupsups.com.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Who is the GOAT? They say you can recognise a horse by the sound of their hooves, and that he's always dressed to the tens for race day. They say he has goat-eyed vision, which is like eagle-eyed vision, but more. They also say the GOAT stays ahead of the game with better.
When the Queens bet, they bet with better.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Freeway Motor Group is excited to announce the opening of KCKGM in Cranbourne, 226 South Gippsland Highway. Go test drive the award-winning KGM Musso Ute or the Rexton 7-seat and Taurus SUVs. They're available now at run-out pricing with up to $4,000 off. Or try out the head-turning all-new Action SUV Coupe. That's KCKGM. Open now at 226 South Gippsland Highway, Cranbourne. Visit freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
Save up to $4,000 on the award-winning Musso. Visit all new KCKGM and test drive one today. And Azito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to Crunch Time.
The grand final edition of Crunch Time, where all our experts and guests are thanks to Aviso Group. Underinsurance leaves your business vulnerable. Get a no-obligation insurance health check with an Aviso Group broker. We're outside the MCG. We're just ducking inside to our broadcast box, where the CEO of the MCC is in place, Stuart Fox. Stuart, welcome.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
What time do you get here today?
Actually, quite late, about 9:30. Yeah.
Oh, gentleman's hours.
I think, I used to start at 5, and I've learnt that when you're out the door at midnight, it doesn't actually work.
What makes you nervous on a day like today?
Oh, everything. I've got butterflies more than ever today. I don't know why. I just think it's just such a big day. It's the wedding day for us, and you want everything to go really well. So it's more about making sure the place is full. We want a full house, and that's really important. And then, you just hope you don't have any issues on the day, like an infrastructure failure or anything like that, because you do get them, but the team generally deal with that pretty well.
So 100,023, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. When do you get an idea how many there are going to be?
I'm watching now, and I can generally tell, because it does rely on the members' walk-up and managing that, and that's quite tricky in itself. But certainly by half-time, you know where you're at. And if the rest of the ground, if we've got no shows in the rest of the ground, then we can try and let a few more walk-ups into the reserve, but we obviously have to run to a capacity. So we'll get a good feel for it. We'll know whether we're going to be close at game time, but then it really sort of comes to light about half-time.
Just remind us, what is capacity?
Capacity is 100,024. 24 and 24 people, which is most annoying. I would like a few more hundred, it's always tricky.
What about a few more thousand? So this was the exciting part of the week. Where did we get to this week between the MCC and the state government on what the future of the ground might be?
Well, a bit of a groundbreaking announcement, really. We'd been working on it for a few years, as you know, Gerard, and we're just so pleased the government have come in to support the MCC. We're going to joint fund the next phase of planning work, and this should take us to a really strong reference design, and we'll know how much a new stadium or stand will cost. We'll know how long it will take to build it, and we'll know what additions would be built within it. So that's just such an exciting bit of work. It will take us 2 to 3 years to get that done. And then we'll look at the long-term future, obviously, of the Warn stand, which is the critical bit of work, but you've also got to retrofit the rest of the stadium too, to make sure that's up to standard as well.
So how appealing is the idea of an additional, say, 5,000 seats when all the work is done?
Very, very. And we've done an initial bit of work, and we think we could marry the Warn stand up with the Northern stand, and that would get us the extra 5,000. But it's yet to be determined what the exact number is. But I think, Gerard, when you look at the history of the G and all of the content, I strongly believe there's probably 12 to 15 days a year where the demand is such from tenant clubs, fans, supporters, and we've seen it this week with the 2 prelims. You could just keep selling. So, it'd be nice 10 times a year to be able to push over 100,000, and 105 would be great. I think it'd be great to manage, and a great statement for the game, particularly AFL, where you've just got fans continue to increase memberships into the clubs, and there's the clubs are dying for more tickets, particularly on prelims, big iconic days in the grand final.
Stuart, Sam Edmund here. Great to have you on, mate. And the extra seats are nice, but when's the roof going on? I see it's only going to cost $6 billion.
Yeah, well, I threw a number of 6 out this week, and that's that headline that you just learn, don't you? Every time you do a press statement, anything could be taken. Look, there won't be a roof. I just can't see how that can happen, because at the end of the day, someone's got to fund this infrastructure, and we already know from our preliminary work that a new stand would probably cost $2 billion. The Melbourne Cricket Club are committed to contributing to that, and so are we hope other parties will be too. Particularly, we've got to mount a case to the government and other parties. So there's only so much you can fund. So if you're unrealistic with your expectation, it just won't happen. And our priority is really the stadium and the amenity for the public. So that will remain the priority. I just can't see how. Certainly, I don't think you can retrofit a roof over this stadium. You probably have to build the whole stadium again, or do something like SoFi Stadium's done over in LA, where the seating bowl is independent to the roof system. I just can't see that happening. So, we've got to keep it realistic, and that's what the planning work is about.
So the contract is referenced all the time. It's got another 30 years to run to have the grand final here. Can you hang on to the grand final while the construction's taking place?
I would hope so, and I saw Dills's comments this week. He, said they may have to, obviously put the grand final into other states. I think our priority, and under contract, is if the stadium reduces below 70,000 during any infrastructure build, then we'd have to forfeit the grand final. But there may be ways around that, and I think Dill's comments are warranted, because you may be able to build the stand quicker by moving content, or you may build it slower by not building content, and there may be cost penalties associated with all of that. So I can see why he would have said that, but that's part of the work, is to think through how long it would take to build, and the implications of the building whilst there's important content to be delivered for the state.
So you do it in phases ideally, rather than a complete and utter wiping out of the Shane Warne stand?
I think both options would be open, but as you know, the last time I think we went through this, which was years and years ago, I think it was built in three segments, so they didn't lose capacity. So I think that's important, because it's not only football, it's cricket, it's major concerts, and we don't want to shut the G down for a year where there's nothing on in here. It'd be a disaster for us.
I know you're a Swiftie, Foxy. Are you a member of the dog fraternity? Have you sought an audience with Snoop yet, and have you got one?
I was a Swiftie. I turned into a Swiftie. I wasn't a Swiftie before she came, but she was outstanding. The dog, I couldn't even remember a song the other day, so I got caught in the press. But I actually think the hype this week's been sensational, hasn't it? Before all the controversy, and then you get into the hype. I just think it's great for the game. The last the last 4 years, I just think the AFL have done such a good job, and they'll get criticised, and there'll be the doomsdayers that have their opinions, but how can you knock them for what's been achieved the last 4 grand finals? And it's starting to feel like, to me, Gerard, and you would know this, it's feeling Super Bowl-ish. This week, the fever around Snoop Dogg, the game, and I think that's where the grand final needs to be positioned. That we want this interest, we want the entertainment, and that's part of it being a very special day for everyone.
And I think what's happening outside, so this has been the best thing to happen around grand finals over a few years now, and the full capacity of it, so we saw the might of it yesterday at the end of the parade, and some of what's happening today, is if there's a world where we ever push the grand final time back, I can imagine this being sort of full from midday, and maybe a major performance at lunchtime here, and then you either head into the ground or head home. Do you think there's still scope around the MCG for even more as it seems to grow year on year?
Yeah, there is, and you've probably seen the footprint grow. You've got corporate hospitality in 2 or 3 footprints in Yarra Park, and then you've got the live site. We're getting tight for room, but you could also, there's Melbourne Park sitting across the road from us. There's huge opportunity there, but it's great to have all this excitement and activity right around the G on grand final day, because it builds to the spectacle of the game, I think, and the lead up to it.
Have the NFL booked themselves a date yet?
No, they haven't. They haven't confirmed a date, and there's a lot of interest around it. You'll probably know more than I do, Gerard, but I think there's a 6-week window there that they will be announcing at some stage soon. But wherever it is positioned in the calendar, we have made an absolute commitment to fill this place and make it one of the biggest events in the world.
On a Thursday morning or a Friday morning. It's going to be a very Melbourne thing. It won't be a public holiday, but there'll be 100,000 of us at the MCG on the morning of a weekday.
I reckon there'll be a lot of people taking the day off work.
Stuart, you're due downstairs. Thanks very much for stopping by. Good luck for the afternoon ahead.
Thanks, Stuart. Thanks, guys.
Stuart Fox, the Chief Executive of the MCC. The big day for our temple down the road. 100,000 and what number at the end of the day. The GM of footy of the Brisbane Lions, they stay at the Pullman. He just saunters across to our van here at Footy Fest. It's one of the great traditions of the past 3 years. Danny Daly is going to join us next on Crunch Time.
Want to know why Werribee Kia sells more Tasman utes than anyone else in Victoria? Because they make buying a ute easy. Drop in today, tell them Dwayne sent you, and score a hot deal and a free accessory pack. Got a trade-in? They're paying top dollar for any make, any model. So bring your old car, bring a deposit, and drive away in a brand new Tasman today. Werribee Kia, Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au.
LMCT 114.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
These school holidays spark your kids' creativity at everyday low prices from Officeworks. With over 9,000 art supplies like washable poster paint from only $1.50 or coloured markers from as low as $1.98. Or keep them entertained with a variety of fun sticker packs for every style for just $2 and kids' activity kits from $4.98. However they love to create, Officeworks has you covered. Shop in store, online or via the app today.
Love your fishing and boating? Well, you will love the redeveloped Yoringa Harbour. Nestled away in the rich fishing grounds of Western Port Bay, the new Yoringa Harbour has so much to offer the keenest boating enthusiasts. On-site boat storage means the Yoringa crew will valet your boat in, fueled and ready for your beautiful day on Western Port Bay. Yoringa suits anyone living in the southeast and beyond that wants easy launching, incredible fishing and loads of on-site storage. Escape the boat ramp chaos and discover hassle-free boating today at yoringa.com.au.
Picnics, Prosecco, perfect moments. Spring is in full bloom for Tab Turnbull Stakes Day at Flemington, Saturday, October 4th. Action on the track includes the $750,000 Group 1 Tab Turnbull Stakes and the Group 3 Lexus Bart Cummings, with the winner given a golden ticket to the 2025 Lexus Melbourne Cup. Then off the track, fashions on the field competition and family-friendly activities including face painters and pony rides, all on the front lawn. Tab Turnbull Stakes Day, Saturday, October 4th. Tickets start from $30 at vrc.com.au.
Australia. Do you not like money? Because if you're not with a low-fee super fund, you could be giving away money on high fees. instead of spending it on things you might actually want when you're retired. Like more holidays, golf days, gals days, whatever days. Learn more about Vanguard Super today. Issued by Vanguard Super Proprietary Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD at vanguard.com.au/super and decide if it's right for you.
Take night driving to the next level with Nava's most powerful lights ever, the Ultima MK3 driving lights. Imagine casting a beam over a kilometre with a wide spread to spot hazards. See further, see clearer, and drive with total confidence. Backed by a 10-year no-fault warranty. Running 4 in your rig? The Transport Kit ensures a perfect setup. For the best in forward and rear lighting for your truck, look no further than Nava. Available at Truckline. Find your nearest store at truckline.com.au.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Where style meets safety, you'll find the Isuzu MUX SUV. With Isuzu's intelligent driver assistance system and up to 3.5-ton towing, all backed by Isuzu Ute Service Plus program, the Isuzu MUX is an SUV you can truly count on. The confidence is yours for the taking. Own it in the 7-seat Isuzu MUX SUV. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Test drive the KGM Actian at the all-new Casey KGM in Cranbourne. Part of Freeway Motor Group and Azito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to Crunch Time.
The grand final edition of Crunch Time here at the Footy Fest outside the MCG. Our experts, as they glide their way through on the way into the ground for a Viso Group underinsurance, is like leaving your defence on the bench. Contact a Viso broker. I feel like we've made this part of his ritual on the way into the ground. The GM of footy at the Lions, Danny Daly. Danny, it's great to see you again on grand final day.
Thank you for having me. It's a great day, isn't it?
Is Lockie near the sub?
Well, it's one of those ones where game day Fags decides what he wants to do, like when we get to the ground, so we'll know a bit more then.
How have you found being back here again, 3rd year in a row? Do you refine it each year? Does it feel familiar? What's your sense of it?
Well, it's quite familiar, which is a great thing, 3 years in a row, but as we spoke about last year, obviously we learned a few lessons from 2023 when we got beat by Collingwood and came down a day earlier last year, and we sort of mirrored that this year, albeit we couldn't get to try and punt road, so we went to Icon, but that's been about the only difference, really.
Have you... it's such a rapid turnaround from the Saturday night you win and you're in, and then you're back here on Wednesday. Does it feel at all rushed?
It's probably rushed for the logistical side of things and the administration side of things, but for the players, I don't think as much. We gave them obviously Sunday off, and then we made Monday and Tuesday pretty normal with a lot of time off. So speaking to a few of the boys when we got down, I don't think they felt like it was rushed at all. They were just looking forward to the occasion, to be fair.
Did you have any thought to just staying here?
No, we never really spoke about it. And the other thing is we needed to get back and, we do an open training session for our fans in Brisbane, which is really important as well. So we did that on Tuesday, so we never actually even really spoke about that.
Danny, really appreciate you being here. Jared Berry. Now, this is a guy who's lived the grand final roller coaster. He took 23 hard. He had the awesome experience last year, and then this year he's put his hand up, hasn't he, to say, I just don't feel comfortable going in.
Yeah, it was one of those tough calls at the end of the day, but we both sides knew it had to happen at some stage. After the game, we sort of decided that we'd give him as much hope as we could, and that's what he wanted. But, when we got to Thursday morning, we had a discussion, between himself, myself, Fags, and the medical staff, and we came to the conclusion that it just wasn't worth the risk. He's done it twice in 4 weeks, and the chances of him doing it again are pretty high, and the chance of it popping out and not being able to go back in were extremely high. So based on that information and how Gerard was feeling, he basically made the call along with ourselves that we couldn't take the risk, and we ruled him out on Thursday. He's fantastic the way he's gone about it since. He's had a lot of heartache in his life, the young man, so he's pretty resilient. We put our arms around him, and he'll be fine. He'll be there supporting our boys today.
I know you're not in a position to confirm Lockie as the sub, but can you just speak to the gravity of the decision and how much more difficult it must be when you're dealing with a co-captain and a player with a resume such as Lockie's? Has there been an added layer of difficulty, or has the decision come to mind quite easily?
it hasn't been an added layer of difficulty for us. Lockie's gone about his business in the background. When he first did it, it was about a 4 to 5 week injury, which we knew that, so we could call it end of year because it was 3 weeks. But Lockie basically said to himself and said to myself and Faze, I'm going to go away and do everything I can to possibly get myself right for the grand final. And he's done that. It hasn't been one of those things where every day we've checked in with him or every couple of days we've checked in and how you going and made it a big focus so that the team are aware of it. It's been all going on in the background. It only hasn't been for the last probably week and a half where it's sort of ramped up a bit. Obviously got a bit more noise around the media and a bit more noise around the club. And, you know, to his credit, he's a professional on the field, as we know, but what he does off the field in terms of his recovery and what he's had to do to get this calf right has been extraordinary. And after training Thursday, the medical staff said he's right to go. Like he said, he was right to go, and we put trust and absolute faith in his decision because we know he wouldn't do it if he didn't feel like he was right. So he's done everything he possibly can, and it's one of those guys that you go with. Like, he played through some extraordinary injuries in the final series last year as well, and you know, probably could have almost won the Norm Smith medal, to be fair. So we got great belief in him.
Danny, good luck today. You'll obviously try and play your style predominantly, but who are the matchups you need to get right today for the Cats?
Obviously, Jeremy Cameron got hold of us early in the game. Last time we played him. You know, Froggy Lester's done an outstanding job playing on him in the past. Dizzy Gardner went to him after that and basically nullified him somewhat. So we'll probably find that we'll start with that match up from the start. Obviously, Tom Stewart's not playing, so we'd actually probably put a little bit of time into him after they'd beaten us last time if we were to make it. So what they do back there is obviously something that we've spoken about, whether it's Guthrie, do they free up? So a little bit more around the team side of things and the structure side of things, more so than the individual matchups. Obviously, Danger through the middle.
I was going to ask you about Danger, yeah. Will you think he'll start in the middle or how much time forward?
I think he'll start in the middle. He's been unbelievable. His final series, like, we all know he's a superstar, but he's gone to another level in this final series. So, you know, obviously, Dunks is the one that comes to mind straight away. He's got the big jobs all the time, and he's probably one of the only ones through the midfield that could probably handle him. So while he's in the midfield, we'll probably find that he'll go to him in stoppage and try and nullify him there.
And do you think Chris Scott will replicate what happened 2 weeks ago with those other matchups? You know, you think that McCluggage will get run with, and obviously they've got the right matchup with Rayner, it sort of feels like. And potentially Brad Close off the back with Zorko. Is that the sort of matchups that you're thinking you'll sort of get on from your end?
We think so again, but you know Scotty better than I do, and he just comes up with different things each game. So we'll prepare for that, but we'll also prepare for, you know, potentially Martin's going to Ashcroft, for example, or whether Atkins does that. So, it would be crazy to think that they won't go with the same matchups.
And two, obviously, outstanding teams deserve to be here, but what do you need to stop today from the Cats? Like, what do they do better than anyone that you're going to have to be prepared for today?
Their pressure during the final series especially has been elite. It's gone to the next level, and you know, they've beaten us, and also when they ramped up their pressure against the Hawks last week, they got Hawthorn into a false sense of security with their ball movement. So, you know, we've got to match that for a start. We've got to have the ability to, you know, win the clearance battle and turn first possessions into clearances, which we weren't able to do against them last time. And we feel like if we can get that part of our game right, it'll go a long way to, you know, making it a better contest.
Obviously, the history is written at the end of the day, but you've played the full 27 games last year and the full 27 games this year. I feel like you've been the AFL's Burnborough. You've carried the top weights, and weight hasn't stopped the train. What would you say about the resilience and the heart of this team to be back all the way to a grand final?
Look, they're an unbelievable group, and we've got an unbelievable leader in Fags who just picks the right moments and the right spots to be able to say the right words to get our players built for these occasions and the big occasions. And we've dealt with some adversity this year, but we don't use that as an excuse. You know, the old saying, you replace soldiers with soldiers, which it is, but we've also got a great belief in our leadership group on field that they bring along these younger boys on game day. And we all love Fags and we all know what he's like, but his ability to be able to do that and just talk about resilience, talk about us versus them has been extraordinary, and here we are again, so fingers crossed.
And how closely you work with Fags. So there was a story, I think it was last week, written about there's this one meeting that you and he have each week. You thrash it all out, then as much as you're comfortable in saying so. What's that meeting like?
It's my favourite part of the week, and I mean, he's probably got a lot of favourites, so it mightn't be his favourite, but anyway, we sit down on a Wednesday morning for a few hours, and, you know, we started this from when we started together, and It went from playing records really initially and talking about what tunes it is, but the records are gone these days, and I don't even get any sandwiches anymore that he used to bring up for me. But, you know, we talk a lot about the game that's coming up, you know, the strategy side of things, how we can nullify him, what his meeting might look like the day before the game. But more importantly, it's just a good hour or so to check in with each other, see how our week's been going, what battles I've had, what battles he's had. We just look after each other. That's what we do.
Has it stirred the coach in you, Danny? I feel like there's probably a dozen other clubs who want to know, and maybe one day your own club will want to know. Is the coach inside you, is the fire alight there?
Oh, yeah, I love the coaching part of it. I really do. I love game day. Game day is extraordinary for me. I just love the theatre of the game and the strategy and all that, but I'm also mindful that there's a lot of good assistant coaches around who have probably got better resumes than myself in the coaching part of the world, but I'm very lucky to be at a club where I'm the footy manager and I've got a great group of staff underneath me and players, and Faith gives me the opportunity to still be involved in coaching, so I'm living the dream.
Yeah, there's so much to admire about this setup, and you're a big part of that. Danny, thank you for stopping by. The very best of luck for all that's to come this afternoon.
No worries.
Good luck, Danny. Danny Daly there, the GM of footy with the Brisbane Lions. Brenton Sanderson, Sam Edmund, Gerard Whateley with you on Crunch Time. Righto, what do you want to dig into?
Sando, I need your strategic mind.
Yep.
We need to really tip into this for a moment. Lockie Neal, the starting sub, as we say, unless they change their mind over the next hour. But they decided yesterday that their co-captain would start with the vest. They haven't given him a vest anymore. I don't think they do. But he's going to be the starting sub. What do you suspect the rationale is behind that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't probably agree with it either. I think, I mean, he has got so much class, so much experience. And yes, the injury, but I think you want him on the ground to start the game. And then if he does get injured, if it's early or if he can get to three-quarter time, or, you know, potentially just plays an absolute belter of a game anyway. But when you've got such a great talent just sitting there on the bench while the game's underway, you know, and then if you use your sub, you know, let's say it's a fresh person you bring off, and then Lockie Neal goes on and then gets injured, then you're actually down one. So I personally wouldn't have him as the sub because you just need your best players out there. And if he's fit to go, he's fit to go, surely. So
is it any sort of concession that they know, Gerard, that he can't get through the full four quarters of the grand final?
Yeah,
that's the only way to
concession.
Yeah,
but I am surprised they're not reverse engineering it. Start him, and if he gets injured, Bruce Reville's in great form.
Yeah.
But if you sub him on and he gets injured, you're a man down.
Yeah.
It's counterintuitive to me. And I know they're using the Josh Kelly example from the elimination final for the Giants, where he came on and just startlingly changed the game. So that's where it absolutely works.
He's not a line-breaking player, though, is he?
No, and the other thing, and I've spoken to Gerard about this, I'm not a huge advocate of playing two rucks in grand finals. I know you need them throughout the season, but I just think your best big man can play 85%, 90% today. And that's, I guess, the danger with the Big O, is that he's just not match conditioned, that he can get through a full game of that intensity. So I guess they go the two ruckmen, and then one of them comes off for like a fresh Lockie Neal late in the game when you need run. And potentially if you're behind and you need to be able to put speed on the game, Lockie Neal's perfect for that. But yeah, if you've got a 4 or 5 goal lead, you know, and then he comes on as well, that's the great leadership and the ability to be able to control the game. But yeah, that's I guess the rationale around the two subs. Against the two big men is that maybe you can't survive with two big men all game either.
What was the earliest you got to a game when you were playing?
I was always nervous. I used to get there super early.
4 hours early? Like Bailey Smith just rocked up 4 hours before the grand final.
Well, that's me. I used to do that sort of thing as well. But that's like sometimes you just, like, rather than be in a hotel room when you just feel like a cage lion, you'd rather get here and just cruise around out on the ground and, you know, soak in some of the atmosphere. But yeah, I think a hotel room, which you've probably been at for the last 3 or 4 days, is the last place you want to be when you're just itching to get out on the MCG. So yeah, I don't mind that. I've seen some players arrive, you know, right before the team meeting and be really comfortable with that. But yeah, you don't want to take any risk getting to the ground late today, do you? I know they're only just staying across the road, by the way.
And they're left to their own devices, aren't they? It's come a long way from the day when they used to chuck you all in the bus stand there at Kardinia Park and Gary Ablett didn't show up and you'd see him rock up 10 minutes before the game.
Well, it's funny, we talk about obviously the 2007 grand final, which Geelong won, and I was so nervous as a coach before that game because the players were so relaxed. They were smiling, they were playing these little, you know, kick games, trying to kick the ball in the rubbish bin or having a laugh. And I said to Bomber Thompson, like, I'm so nervous. These boys don't look like they're ready to play in the grand final. And they just went out in the first quarter and just went nuts, you know. So I think the calm, relaxed, smiling, laughing is probably a good sign a few hours before a grand final. Back in my generation, if you were smiling, the coach would look at you and say, you know, what are you so happy about? You know, you've actually got a job to do. So the game's evolved, the game's changed, you know, and even with, I think, both coaches too, you know, even Scotty, who's so serious, has to walk in today with that air of calmness, confidence, but don't let it spill over to arrogance. That's probably the part where the players then, and you don't want players carrying on like idiots before the game either. But I don't mind letting just players do what they feel most comfortable doing in the lead up to such a big game.
And
what was Bailey Smith wearing when he arrived?
Singlet. Had the farmer's arms out. Looked magnificent too, Bailey. Rocked up in the singlet. And the psychology behind, we asked Danny, Geelong doing the exact same thing they did only a couple of weeks ago. Brisbane obviously being prepared for that. Can you outthink yourself? Like, I'm fascinated to see how Chris goes about, whether he just doubles down and goes again.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I did this last week. So in my grand final, we beat the team that we beat in the grand final by 10 goals 2 weeks earlier. So I rolled out the exact same game plan with the same matchups and the same theory, thinking that this is the plan that works. And to the coach's credit, you know, he had some counter punches. So he had some levers that he pulled, and I know Fagan will do the same today. So then what's Scott do if he knows that? It's like a game of chess, you know, they're going to be having moves that they'll definitely do today. But if I was Chris Scott and you've got a plan that works, like I'd be sending, Mullen to McCluggage and O'Connor to Rayner. You've got to get the right matchup, obviously, for Cameron and Dangerfield, which we heard Danny mention before. But I think Chris Scott's got such a good system. They're so systematic with the way that they play. I wouldn't be changing too much on grand final day. I think you run with a system that you know works.
And the sub for Geelong, we'll wait and see. Reece Stanley comes back in, but Jai Clark's done it before, but made such an impression, of course, when he did come on. So it'd be interesting to see how that one goes.
Well, the strategy with the sub, and this obviously happens at match committee during the week with the coaches, you've actually got to do a what if. Like, what if you lose your ruckman in the first 5 minutes? What if... And it happened to Geelong, obviously, in the prelim. They lost Stewart and Henry in the first quarter, you know, two of their prominent defenders. So you've got to have all these strategies. You've got to pick a sub that can come on and play a variety of roles, or you've got to be able to know, you know, how to manoeuvre your side to get what you want.
Last time we'll have the sub conversation in all likelihood as well.
This is it.
Just be 5 on the bench next year.
Oh, thank God.
This is the grand final edition of Crunch Time.
Harvey Norman loves the footy finals. It's game on with hot deals in store now. Score a bargain with up to 40% off floor stock and clearance lounges, including dining and bedroom furniture. There's hot deals on the exclusive Tempur Breeze mattress range, plus bonus Manchester pack valued at $699. Save over $1,200 on 100-inch Hisense smart TV, plus bonus local delivery and installation, and save $600 on the new HP Omnibook Copilot plus PC. Go Harvey Norman. Hot deals on now. Conditions and exclusions apply.
Freeway Motor Group is excited to announce the opening of KCKGM in Cranbourne, 226 South Gippsland Highway. Go test drive the award-winning KGM Musso Ute or the Rexton 7-seat and Taurus SUVs. They're available now at run-out pricing with up to $4,000 off. Or try out the head-turning all-new Action SUV Coupe. That's KCKGM. Open now at 226 South Gippsland Highway, Cranbourne. Visit freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
Want to know if your energy provider's call centre is actually local? Try this test. Ask them what a snag is. If they say a minor inconvenience, nah. At Sumo, we're 100% Aussie owned, and our team of locals actually get it. No jargon, no robots, just locals providing real service, fair pricing and support when you need it. Sumo. Energy as local as the Esketer family barbecue. Cold drinks and all.
Hello, Bank.
Hi, I was hoping you could work my numbers so I can afford the property I want to buy.
Oh, don't want much, do you?
Not really. I just really want to get the most out of my borrowing power.
We're the bank. We've got the power, FYI.
Well, Athena shifts the power to me, FYI.
Well...
Athena's fairer, friendlier policies put the power in your hands. Visit athena.com.au or talk to your broker. Athena, love us and leave us. Application subject to eligibility and assessment.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
They say when the goat follows his intuition, he likes where it takes him. And if you see him doing his laundry, it's going to be a beautiful day. But if you see him in the surf, grab your board because the swell is about to pick up. They also say the goat stays ahead of the game with better.
When the greats bet, they bet with better.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Everyone agrees. Adventure starts with an Isuzu D-Max. No matter where you go, the Isuzu D-Max has your back. With 5-star ANCAP safety rating, towing capacity up to 3.5 tonnes, and total peace of mind with Isuzu Ute Service Plus program, including 5-year flat price servicing, 6-year warranty, and 7-year roadside assistance. So let's go. Explore the range at your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
The Run Home with Andy and Gazy, the best analysis of the day's sporting news, your calls, and plenty of fun too. Weekdays from 3 right here on SEN.
The grand final edition of Crunch Time for Freeway Motor Group. Visit Freeway Motor Group for end of financial year deals and Ozito brushless power tools built to work. Ozito, do you. Things I never imagined I would see on grand final day. We were just offered a giant inflatable joint. Yes. It's got a different flavour to it. 2025.
Good medicine, I think it said on it.
Good medicine.
Gerard?
Bigjoint.org, I think it was.
I wonder what G-Money thinks of all this.
The hot seat for Razorback 4x4, Australia's best four-wheel drive seat covers with protection like no other. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Gary Lyon.
Large crowd has just emerged from out of nowhere. And a good-looking crowd it is. Welcome. Great to be here. How are you holding up? Has he declared his injury yet?
That hasn't been discussed.
Hasn't it? Oh, I'll discuss
You're breaking news here.
Our great man, our fearless leader, is here under great duress. Spent many hours last night in the emergency ward, I'm told. Am I allowed to talk about this?
Sure.
Too late.
Too late now.
What happened?
Do you want the unglamorous version?
Gerard has had a bad ankle injury, everyone, and he has ended up in emergency, which in and of itself is a massive story. Now you've got to fashion a story befitting the 2 hours in emergency.
So I have to do better than I just got the washing out of the dryer and missed the bottom step.
Went
over on straight over.
Don't go with that.
Don't roll with that.
Gerard, cut, start again. What happened? You're going for a run, you're on your 12K.
Been driving around with the 60-year MCC members. They've been ferrying me around the ground.
I wonder what that beeping noise was. Was that your car just backing in before?
Bruce is my driver for the day.
So it's more interest now in that than Lockie Neal's calf. What was the verdict?
No break, which I am grateful for.
Ligament damage.
Hobbling around for a few days.
Courageous, you're here. Courageous. Anyway.
What's your sense of the day, Gaz? You've just been on stage with Fox, and it's a great build-up in Footy Fest.
I was here alongside... I always love being with some of our past champions who have got skin in the game. So I was on stage with Alistair Lynch. Brownie, of course, will be presenting. We've got Tommy Hawkins in the Fox crew as well, and Cam Mooney. So I love seeing the day through their eyes. And as it wore on, Lynchy got more and more game mode about him. And so I think it's fantastic. These two teams are just to be admired. We face up every day on our radio shows and we get feedback, and I think opposition supporters are begrudgingly coming around to the fact that these two sides aren't going anywhere. Their time at the top has been long. I suggest that Brisbane's is going to continue, Sando, for some time, and the Cats just keep coming up and keep getting it right. So I don't get sick of the fact that they're up here. I'd love my team to be there as well, but I admire what they do. I admire their coaches enormously, and there's a reason why they're so successful.
What about all that's floating around? What do you think of the idea of Lachie Neale as Brisbane sub?
Yeah, I can't make sense of it. Gerard, Healy and I just debated that. My issue would be if they get an injury in the first 5 minutes. Let's just pick a name out, doesn't matter, Loman or someone who's not going to come back on. So Lachie goes on, and with all great intent and purpose, does the calf inside 3 minutes. So they're 2 down. Now, if they did it the other way and Lachie plays and it's no good, he comes off and they get the sub in, and at least they've still got a full 22. So that would be my thought. But if they get through until halfway through the third quarter and they're thereabouts, there'd be a nice weapon to activate, I guess. So the story will be told in hindsight. We're talking about the Nigel Lappin story. Lynchy just explained that to us, and that was amazing what happened post leading up to it. They go, no, he's fine, he'll be ready to go. I mean, the magnitude of it's enormous. So Lachie might be in all sorts of trouble and courageously just get into the line. I'm not sure, but it'll be told at 6.
It will, and it's always told through the prism of who won or lost. I was the Channel 10 boundary rider in 2003 when Brisbane were seriously banged up, and I was stationed in the rooms, and they all arrived and they set up the medical unit, and it was a medical unit, and then they said, you have to leave. We actually can't let you see any of what's about to unfold, because they had so many and they went out and they spanked Collingwood. So they still had it in them to do it.
And then that begs plenty of questions for Sammy Edmund and his lot about the news and what's performance enhancing and you're talking about the jabs that Sando would have had throughout his career, and I did. It's the local anaesthetic into an ankle or into a shoulder, into an AC joint, into a broken finger that allows you to play. And my argument always to that is, it's not performance enhancing, it's performance enabling. It's not meaning that your shoulder's going to be better than it would normally. It just allows you to play. So I suspect there'll be, I don't know, what do you reckon, Sando? There'd be half a dozen to 10 that would probably get some assistance today.
Yeah, I think back to the 2011 Grand Final with Steve Johnson, when he had a fitness test down at Kardinia Park with a helicopter above, and he was doing, up and down the ground strides. Nobody thought that he would play. I mean, he was never going to get up for that game. He not only played, but he played really well. So that was an incredible story. But I'm like you guys. If you put your hand up and you say, I am fit to play, you're fit to play 120 minutes, aren't you? Or pick a kid or someone else, your 24th ranked player, who's going to give everything they've possibly got and is super fit and ready to play, because you can't take players who can give you just 30 minutes.
No.
If you're going to have him as the sub and you think he's going to come on, the 5-minute mark of the last quarter and have an impact, well, just start him. I just don't know.
So I think, speaking to various people, they're a little concerned about maybe Ashcroft in the middle with Neale and with Dunkley. They're all of a similar, they're hard and one-paced, if you like, which is why the Bailey move into the middle has been so significant over the last 6 weeks. It gives them a bit of a different look. So they're a bit mindful that Neale falls into that category, and Dunkley's not breakaway quick as well. So they want to try and have a bit of a different mix, I think, and maybe having Lachie on the bench enables them to do that. But, as we said, it just adds to the intrigue of the afternoon, and we'll find out. What is it, 12 o'clock? It's 2.5 hours. We'll find out how it works.
Have you got a favourite matchup you're stumping for?
Yes, I'm trying to make the case. I think Harris Andrews is as important as any player on the ground today, and he... Sorry, that's Shane Crawford. Did anyone see that? That was Bailey Smith style.
Did you just do what I think you did there?
No, Bailey Smith.
You
Shane
gave him a
Crawford.
bird. Love it.
I think Harris has been as important as anyone to the success of this Brisbane side. And I watched them play down at GMHBA. Gerard, we were down there, and he absolutely dominated against Shannon Neale, who I've got a lot of time for, but he obliterated him, took 10 marks, 5 intercept marks, was in the best 2 players on the ground. Played Shannon again here in that first final and was in the best 3 or 4 players, and Shannon struggled to get into it. So you can go with him again. I think Shannon's he'd be putting his hand up, but I just wonder whether blitz halves in the back half of the year, I had a look at his numbers. You know, he spent 1% of his time forward in the front half of the year. In the last 7 weeks, it was about 40%, which was different. And I always suspect that, you know, they're so well coached that they've got an eye to a grand final, Geelong. And I just wonder whether Blitzards goes down and says, all right, Harris, as Billy Frampton did a couple of years ago, just did an outstanding job on him and was pivotal in the success of that Geelong side. And I know Blitzards is so important everywhere else, and you know, Gerard argued against me, and that might be right. But I think if he went to him and was able to side by side, back shoulder every minute of every day of this match, I think Geelong would be better for it. So I will wait and see if that happens.
There's great possibilities.
Yeah.
So the magnitude of I love the framing of this now. So in the 2000s, so in this century, this is the 25th year of the century, is the winner of this has the 5 flags.
Yeah.
So at the moment, Brisbane, Geelong and Hawthorn have 4 each.
Yeah,
it is the run for greatness, this.
It is. There'll be bragging rights everywhere at the end of it. And then I love the two coaches' stories, of which we've spoken about a lot. We also don't forget they had a little coming together, these two. So don't tell me that the competitive juices aren't flowing between the two of them. So to end up where you suggested the winner will be, that might be in the back of their mind as well. So I think we all know that I played against Chris Scott. We all know that he's got this competitiveness in him, but don't worry about the old grandfatherly...
Don't be fooled?
Don't be fooled. No, he's got a fire burning inside of him as well. So it shapes us a belt up. The conditions will be perfect, and someone's trying to tell me that the Cats are going to win by plenty on my walk down here. I just think there's too many good Brisbane Lion players for that to happen. So I don't see it being a blowout. I see it being, under 2 or 3 goals, and I've got the Cats just marginally in front.
Yeah, that second half of the preliminary final a week ago guards against the idea that Brisbane will roll over.
Yeah.
They're champion qualities in that second half.
So many good players. So Andrews and Wilmot I love in the back half. Zorko's just an established star of our game. Their midfield is deep and full of winners, and then I guess it's the front half that is still a bit of the tall variety. I mean, could Ty Gallup walk off this Dermot Brereton style and have 5 goals to his name inside his first 6 games? It could be a possibility. Who knows? Hard to see against that defence, but this is what makes grand finals great.
Do you love grand final day?
No, I love every part of it. We all get jealous. All those that never won it, so we get jealous and we look upon the players that did a little bit with envy. But I love the stories that'll be written. I love the fact that we'll sit down and you'll be able to turn on Fox at 6 o'clock and watch it again. And then we'll unpack it for the next week, and there will be a name that will jump off the page here today who will just write themselves into folklore. And when all the vision comes up of next year, we'll be playing a highlights package that might have, Cam Rayner, who's just gone from potential superstar to genuine bona fide match-winning grand final Norm Smith hero.
Yep.
That's what I love.
Yep. All right, so the perfect day is to use SEN Sync and SEN Stadium. If you're here at the ground, SEN Stadium on the app without delay. If you're at home, sync our call up with the pictures, and then at 6 o'clock, put on Fox.
Oh, my word, you will.
And soak it all in all over again.
And if your team wins, then you can watch it throughout the summer over and over and over. And hopefully we do it justice. So I'm heading off to do it now.
Go get them, Gaz. Thanks a lot.
And good luck to you and everyone else. And hope you have a great day, everyone.
Gary Lyon with us. The hot seats, there's nothing like a Razorback 4x4. Sando, some of the strategic pieces of the day are so good. So we held 2 over from Thursday.
Yep.
Is how will Geelong stop Brisbane and how will Brisbane stop Geelong? Shall we start with how Geelong stop Brisbane?
Yeah, perfect. Well, I think obviously the key element for the Cats today is they've got to slow this game down defensively. I just... Watching the Lions a couple of weeks ago when they beat the Gold Coast Suns, when they just faced the game and took the game forward so quickly, I just think the Cats today have to find a way to slow down the Lions' speed that they move the ball, particularly through the corridor. They've got to force congested stoppages as well, so the Cats have got to ensure there's no clean exits today for the Brisbane Lions. They're such a good stoppage team, and they set up so well the Cats behind the they set up so well structurally behind the ball from stoppage, but they've also got to open up some lanes for Holmes and Smith, who I think today will just be lurking around those stoppages and around those clearance areas. They'll be looking to drive their legs corridor. I think they're going to have ripping games today, Holmes and Smith. The way that they set up just outside the contest is fantastic, and they've been doing it all season for the Cats. If Geelong are going to stop Brisbane, I reckon there is 4 matchups they've got to get right. We just heard Gaz talk about Harris Andrews, that is pivotal. And he's just going to get line of ball all day. So Cats have got to keep changing angles. They've got to do short change angles. And if you imagine the MCG is like an Olympic swimming pool with 8 lanes, they've got to keep changing lanes all the time. Little short change angles just to make sure you keep moving Harris Andrews as much as you can. Gaz also talked about Cam Rayner, and he is a superstar. It feels like the MCG stage is built for him. I know he'll play well today. Zorko's the other one they've got to get right, the Cats. He can't have 30 touches off half-back today. They've got to try and get the right matchup for him. I think Brad Close is the right one. He's disciplined. He knows what to do. It can't be anyone like Myers who hunts up the ground so far. And the other one has to be McCluggage, which we saw Mullins do 2 weeks ago really successfully. So they've got to get those 4 matchups right. And the Lions love to kick and mark, speed a ball, shape, and their half forwards are pivotal. So take away that mark game, shut down those high work rate forwards that the Brisbane Lions have. And if you can pull them apart that way, I reckon the Cats are going to be right in this game. They're probably the 3 or 4 key elements today that Geelong have to get right if they're going to stop Brisbane.
Give us the flip side of it. How does Brisbane stop Geelong?
Yeah, well, the Cats rely so much on controlling the tempo of the game with high kick and mark. So they're going to try and aim for 110, 120 marks today, the Geelong Cats. What Brisbane do really well, though, is they take away those mark chains. They're very good defensively. They've got to put the game in a contest as much as they can, the Brisbane Lions. They can't let Geelong just hold the ball for big periods. They've got to squeeze them. They've got to suffocate them. They've got to control the tempo as best as they can. They've got to make sure the Lions dictate the speed of this game today. I reckon the Lions have got an advantage in the front half at ground level. So I think they've got the speed, they've got the class, they've got the ability to be able to hunt the ball with all that loose ball ground level stuff. I reckon that's the ability for them to be able to create some chaos ahead of the ball. And then the final thing, which they do so well all season, they've only been beaten a handful of times, they've got to find a way today to dominate stoppages. So it's got to be like 10 plus, 12 plus, 15 plus today around stoppage and clearance. And I think that's the way the Brisbane Lions can limit the impact that the Cats are going to have today.
The strategic mind of Brenton Sanderson has served us so well throughout the year. Our parade of Australian Football Hall of Famers, Mark Bickley, Gary Lyon, and now Gerard Healy. Welcome to Crunch Time, Gerard.
Thank you, Gerard. Great to be here.
Happy Grand Final day.
Great. Oh, fantastic. What a great day for it, and a great crowd, obviously, outside.
We're going to spend the day together inside. What's stirring the passions at the moment?
Look, it's never ever been so in all the hundreds of years we've been playing footy. We've never even worried about the sub coming into the game, and all of a sudden it is the focal point. And I think there's just as much intrigue around who the sub is for Geelong as there is, because we know what Lachie Neale is. He's the sub, but Reece Stanley, and I heard you talking to Gary, and he may well go into the ruck and release blitzers to go. But if I was running the Geelong campaign, I would say let's not change anything that's worked so far. And what worked brilliantly for them this year, the last 8 weeks or so, has been blitzers in the ruck. I mean, last 2 weeks ago, last week, his clearance work in the ruck was unbelievable. His running, his goal. So I would use Reece Stanley as the break glass option. If things get out of hand, bring Reece Stanley on and then put Mr. Fix at blitzers where the problem is, rather than sort of anticipating a problem, which then has the follow-on effect. Okay, what do you do with Harris Andrews? Well, I would also swing the onus onto Shannon Neale. Mate, he kept you to 1 goal last. I'm happy if you kick one. Just be the defender. Play behind Harris Andrews, and you are the centre-half back. We're naming you centre-half forward, but I want you to play centre-half back on a bloke who's centre-half back, but he's playing like a centre-half forward. So I'd like to see that trial, but, I mean, who knows? I mean, the dark arts of the tag is there. Are they going to continue to tag McCluggage? And if they do, they've got 3 options. Leave it the same and just back him in. Put him in another position, which they did 2 weeks ago. It didn't work. Or put him after maybe quarter time if it's not working onto either Max Holmes or Bailey Smith and try and get a 2-on-1 and break it. But the one thing that the coach can't do is allow McCluggage to be defeated in the mind. He's got to give him an out sooner rather than later. Didn't give him an out last week. Tried to push him around the ground 2 weeks ago. But maybe Chris Scott says the easiest bloke to tag is the bloke who doesn't think one's coming. we're going to put him on Zach Bailey. And there he opens himself up to an historical savaging, because if McCluggey gets the Norm Smith medal and he hasn't tagged him, then all of a sudden there's no escape clause. So it must be interesting what goes through your mind as a coach, Sando, with all these options.
Well, you speak a lot of sense. I said to Gerard during the week, I don't think the Cats have got a match up for Bailey today, for Zach Bailey. I think he's the one that might get off the leash if they go with the status quo, if they go with the same template that they used 2 weeks ago. Bailey's the one that spits out. So you're right. You just can't let McCluggage run free, though. He did have that knee heavily bandaged 2 weeks ago, and obviously he played much better last week in the prelim. But I don't know. I'd be tempted just to go with the same game plan. It works. You can sometimes outthink yourself. Yeah. If you've got the right template, just go with it. But you know, Chris Scott, he is such a tactical genius. He'll have plan B, plan C, plan D. He'll have stuff ready. And he might have something that we haven't even spoken about.
But Tom Stewart's absence has got to be massive, doesn't it, Gerard? So they absorb that in another way, as aside from Reece Stanley rucking and Bledsoe's going back? You think they've got enough there?
Well, I think they're probably going to have to push Guthrie into the Tom Stewart role and just work back from there.
And Henry and O'Sullivan and all those guys.
They are going to need Henry to play a hell of a lot better than he played last week. I mean, Jack Gunston would have kicked 15 goals had they got the ball inside. I don't know how his fitness is. He's playing, so they're confident. Chris Scott missed out on a grand final himself way back when Nigel Lappin. So he understands, and he was strong enough to knock the head on Max Holmes when he probably could have played. I mean, Max Holmes is very much Lachie Neale of 2 years ago, but Chris Scott went bang, and this time round the coaches said, no, you can play. But the reality is, they're really dredging the lower ends of the barrel up in Brisbane. So I think that's one of the reasons why he said Tunstall's not quite ready for this. And there hasn't been too many others that have been able to play that role.
So you're a great admirer of both of these coaches, Gerard. So maybe Chris Fagan first as the coach of the year, voted by his peers for the third time in the second year in a row. He's an absolute marvel, Fags, what he's doing here.
Yeah, he's I had a chat to him a while ago. I went up to training with him about 4 years ago, and it was just everything was positive. And I said, mate, these guys, the ball's hitting the ground. How come you're so positive? He said, well, that's the way I coach. I'm positive. I'm going to back it in. And a couple of months ago, I also spoke to him about this same issue. Somebody who got into trouble, and he said, I want my club to be a stress-free zone for the players, to maybe put words in his mouth, but somewhere where they know it's a safe place to be. There's so much drama out there in social media, etc. This is the only place where these guys can come 100% of the time, and it's safe. And they know that there's encouragement. And when you read, and there's been some fantastic coverage in the printed media this week of both coaches, when you read Chris's modus operandi about getting players that have had troubled careers elsewhere, bring them in, he's doing exactly the same thing. He's just backing them in. At no stage is he ever going to criticise them. I'm sure he guides them, but he doesn't publicly or privately criticise them, and he just works through them. So they've both got the same modus operandi in many respects. It's all positive. But they're, as you said earlier, 10 minutes with Gary, like they're chasing history here. I mean,
it's a big legacy piece, isn't it?
Massive legacy piece. And 3 premierships for Chris is extraordinary. There's been 3 triple premiership coaches before, but each and every year in this system, the system is organised to make it even. And yet Chris has been able to keep his club at the top. So if he could get 3, and the 2 were a decade apart, and if Chris Fagan, if he could get 2 out of 3 goes, that's an incredible performance.
Yeah, but the way the system has evolved is going back to back it's a grand defeat each time it happens.
I remember we talked about this about 12 months ago. You probably don't. And I asked you, why aren't you tipping Geelong after they'd won the flag to win the flag the next year? And you said, well, simply it's impossible to win them back to back. And so to actually nail that, if Fags does nail that, he's got an extraordinary win, an extraordinary record. But I think we're not talking much about the players he hasn't got at his behest at the present time.
You're one of the great flags, wasn't
Oh, incredible. I mean, they have about 6 blokes out of their best 22. There's kids come into this side that have turned into superstars in the last month. I hope they account of themselves well today.
Yeah, it's just so exhausting in the modern era to win it. And
They played 27 last year and 27 this year, so they have had no favours.
No, they've had the hardest draw almost in history. They've had injuries. It would be quite incredible. They've played more against the top 8 sides than any other team, and yet they've just kept on backing up.
Yeah, and Joe Dano obviously pulled the rug out from underneath them not that long ago either. And then you got guys like Ty Gallop and Logan Morris. The development should take a massive bow, like Geelong, up at the Gabba for the work they've done with their kids.
Well, when you write down all the extraordinary selections from Geelong, you just shake your head. So there's a couple of Irishmen.
That's crazy.
There's a couple of guys from the from Werribee.
The rookie list has just been ransacked.
Picks in the 40s and 50s that they just get right all the time.
Absolute madness.
One bloke was in the NGA, Lawson Humphreys. He was in the West Coast Eagles NGA. They just walked straight past him, and somehow they plucked him, and no one knows whether he's a left or right foot, which is quite extraordinary. But no, they're both enormous stories. Unfortunately, there's only one winner. But both clubs should be proud of their efforts.
What chance Dangerfield provides another one for the ages today?
Well, I hope he does. I really do. I mean, we talk about people earning statues. Well, if Dangerfield gets him across the line today, he deserves it. He probably already deserves one, but I noticed copper went up during the week. Bronze will go up.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't repeat that.
Why couldn't he?
Because that was just that was a career bar, I felt, for Danger.
It's crazy,
so you wouldn't expect him to meet that marker, but hopefully he can provide his wrecking ball best today.
Well, he gave Dunkley a bit of a touch-up this time round. I'm not sure, given his attack on the ball, that there's anybody that can actually tag him. So here's one from me, left field. I would put McCluggey. I would put Dunkley onto Atkins, because Atkins has been pivotal. If Dangerfield wasn't here, Atkins would be much more talked about for his performances in this campaign. He sort of slides under the radar because he notionally goes and looks after one of the best, and he'll probably notionally go. I'm not sure who he'll go to, which bloke in the middle he'll go to. It'll probably be Ashcroft, and then he's off and running, and he just plays as a freewheeler. And yet his freewheeling has been as damaging as anybody else. So to me, Dunkley, you go and sort Atkins out, and if it's a 0-0 draw, I'm happy with that. We'll deal with Dangerfield the best we can.
Yep.
The other one with Dangerfield too, and I know it's almost 30 years ago, he's still a goal kicker. He's got the ability. I know what we saw last week through the midfield, but what Darren Jarman did in that grand final when he kicked 5 in the last quarter, Dangerfield might have a different way to take this game by the scruff of its neck as well.
Yeah, well, he's just a phenomenon. We know that. And at 35 years of age, it's just one of the great footy stories.
You ready for Snoop?
You know what? I wouldn't have known Snoop if I'd have fallen over 3 weeks ago. But if you're talking about an inflatable joint, Gerard, well, I haven't seen that either. But the fact that you're talking about it means Snoop has arrived.
All right, see you inside.
Righto.
Good on you. Gerard Healy, Brownlow medalist, Australian Football Hall of Famer, part of our coverage on SEN this afternoon. Adam Simpson is going to join us. He's lived this as a player and as a coach. And Sam Edmund's going to set us up for the trade period, which really, as of Tuesday, goes full throttle. Grand Final edition of Crunch Time.
Looking for a serious speed upgrade? Optus NBN just got way faster internet speeds for the whole family to be online. Search Optus NBN. T's and C's apply.
Harvey Norman loves the footy finals. It's game on with hot deals in store now. Score a bargain with up to 40% off floor stock and clearance lounges, including dining and bedroom furniture. There's hot deals on the exclusive Tempur Breeze mattress range, plus bonus Manchester pack valued at $699. Save over $1,200 on 100-inch Hisense smart TV, plus bonus local delivery and installation, and save $600 on the new HP Omnibook Copilot Plus PC. Go Harvey Norman. Hot deals on now. Conditions and exclusions apply.
Mate, I've got news. I've seen the light. You had a near-death experience. No, I found a new supplier for roof access hatches, custom skylight and roof penetrations.
Need a roof access hatch, skylight or roof flashing? If you're going through the roof, Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre make the products you need, and they deliver around Melbourne. And for DIY projects, they can advise on installation. Visit rscentre.com.au today. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. Everything sheet metal from the roof down.
Your Toyota deserves the best, and so do you. Book and complete a Toyota genuine service by September 30 for your chance to win a RAV4 and a $5,000 Toyota gift card. Plus, there are 10 $500 Toyota gift cards up for grabs. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Open to Victoria, Tasmania and select New South Wales postcodes. Terms and conditions apply. See toyota.com.au/service to win.
They're off and racing in the Thoroughbred Sales exciting new $4 million race series. The race series will deliver $4 million in bonuses over the next 3 years, kicking off with 2-year-old maidens and handicaps this racing season. Eligible horses can compete in 75 races across 5 states this season, with over 400 horses already eligible and looking to cash in for owners. Check out the full racing calendar online at thoroughbredsales.com.au and get involved today.
This summer, keep cool and comfortable with a Rinnai split system air conditioner. With up to 9-star energy efficiency, you can keep your bills down while enjoying powerful, reliable cooling. Backed by the brand Aussies trust, the Rinnai split system delivers an impressive 15-metre airflow reach, keeping even the largest spaces cool. And with built-in Wi-Fi and voice command, you're always in control, whether you're home or on the go. Relax, it's reliable. Relax, it's Rinnai.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. 1 long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my license, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
It's finals time at Toolkit Depot with Spend and Get on now. Spend $250 on your favourite team, including Milwaukee, Makita, DeWalt, Bosch, Kinchrome, Unimig and more. Get $50 back in TKD bucks. End Saturday at Toolkit Depot. T's and C's apply.
Fishermen, your offshore fishing game is about to get so much better. Yellowfin plate boats are Australia's first truly serious offshore fishing boat. Hand-built in Australia since 1984 with a versatile range to suit every fishing style. Visit yellowfinplateboats.com.au.
Freeway Motor Group is excited to announce the opening of KCKGM in Cranbourne, 226 South Gippsland Highway. Go test drive the award-winning KGM Musso Ute or the Rexton 7-seat and Taurus SUVs. They're available now at run-out pricing with up to $4,000 off, or try out the head-turning all-new Action SUV Coupe. That's KCKGM. Open now at 226 South Gippsland Highway, Cranbourne. Visit freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
Save up to $4,000 on the award-winning Musso. Visit all new KCKGM and test drive one today. And Azito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to Crunch Time. Today, the most super Saturday for early pay. Avoid extra debt by accessing funds with flexible repayments. Visit earlypay.com.au. We're at the Footy Fest. We're outside the MCG. There's just a stack of people here. Sam Edmund, Gerard Whateley, Brenton Sanderson and Adam Simpson, who has prevailed on this day as both a player and a coach. Simo, welcome in.
Welcome him in. Actually, you know, it's a good day when everyone starts drinking at 11 o'clock at all the functions you go to. So, now looking forward to it. I haven't been here since 18, really, especially in this environment as well. So, yeah, can't wait. Looking forward to it. A little bit nervous, so this bloody Norm Smith has got me rattled.
So you've been put to work. Not only are you presenting the Jock McHale to the winning coach, but you've got to vote the Norm Smith.
Got to justify the free tickets and flights. So they tacked that on at the end. I didn't even know until like
Double
a day later.
duty.
I said, by the way, you're voting on the Norm Smith. And I feel a little bit intimidated by it all. Anyway,
you'll be fine.
Well, you shouldn't be, because I picked up the Herald Sun today and I'm just flicking through and then I get to page 11, Simo's hot streak. Oh, what's this about? Oh, Adam Simpson has correctly tipped all 8 winners in this year's final series. Can he maintain his perfect score today?
It's not that hard, is it?
You've just gone perfect all the way through.
It's actually not quite true, but I'll run with it.
8 from 8?
Yeah. No, it's not true.
Little
I've
analytics
realised the
formula.
paper knows how to lie. Yeah, they're pretty good at that. I've noticed.
The players do remember.
Is that the West Australian?
Simo, the players do remember though who the Norm Smith people vote for too. I was in a lunch yesterday with either Isaac Smith,
yes,
who got best on ground obviously in the 2022 Grand Final, and Jonathan Brown was in the room. And he said the only person that didn't give me the 3 votes was Jonathan Brown. So even though we got the Norm Smith, so yeah, you got to make sure you get those voting right.
You've done it before.
I have.
Did you get it right?
Well, I got it right. Everyone else got it right.
That's how you got to think about it, though.
Mate, I was going to lean on you today.
No, so
just in case.
I did 2008.
And it was one of those odd. I got to the end of the game, and Harry Taylor was by far 2009. Harry Taylor was by far the best player on the ground.
Right.
And the only votes he got were my 3. No other votes at all. I've subsequently watched the game, and Harry Taylor's the best player on the ground by miles.
Okay, so you're not.
You should take.
Did you get
pride.
any feedback on a Monday?
It wasn't as severe then as it is in this environment now. But I would be. Use it. Where is a badge of honour if you're different to the rest? Because there should be no uniform pick unless, I could disagree with most of the Norm Smiths. So Paddy Dangerfield was clearly best on ground in 22. Isaac Smith was lovely. But if you go back and watch that game, there's a year where Kerr should have won it and Embley did. Like Kerr was
2016.
Watch that game.
I need
Boyd. Boyd was obviously best on ground in that. And they gave it to Johannesson. So this is how you prepare yourself. No, you blokes are all wrong.
I need 36 possessions and 4 goals from someone. That's all I need, and then the day's good.
You want pride of Jenny. You want to win by 6.
And I want that by three-quarter time. None of this rubbish last 5 minutes, kick a couple to win the game stuff. I need it early.
Well, if you're given the one back in 89, Gary Ablett kicks 9 in a losing team, is he still the non-strip?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. But I think Bucks and Voss that year, that was when the voting used to be done several minutes before the end.
Yes.
It was unclear who was going to win it that year when the votes were taken. That was a flaw in the system.
Yeah.
You can just be like Ross Glendenning and just come out and just say, stuff it. I'm going to give it to whoever I decide.
What about if I think the Jock McCarr medal should go to the losing?
That's right.
The losing coach, because it was a close game. Can you do that?
Day. I think your hands are tied on that one.
Well, we'll see.
We've been asking each who have come through, is there, from either player or coach, is there one memory that stirs for you when you come back to the MCG on grand final day? Something that in your quiet moments you most treasure?
It's for me, it's walking in the rooms, even when it's not a grand final, because West Coast played twice a year at the MCG. So every time you walk in the rooms, you remember what it was like after the game. So I feel like anyone who's been here or played here, it's actually just the environment of the MCG. It's not actually a particular moment. It's just dare I say, it's the vibe. Yep. And the rooms in particular, like they've been around for a long time now, haven't they? Those change rooms. So just having, and for some reason you have crannies after the game. I don't know why, but I haven't had a cranny since 18. But there must be some sort of sponsorship going on. But there was crannies in the room, and just having a quiet beer with your mates and your other coaches after a win. That is something that you yearn for.
Yeah. Is it the fact that you've been here and tasted? So you've tasted both sides of it as both player and coach, which puts you in a rare and distinguished bracket, but to have won 3 of them, 2 as a player and 1 as a coach, is this the day where you consider yourself blessed to have done it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's it's not only the day, but luckily it sets you up for life as well. There's other parts of my life that have leveraged off the success as a player and as a coach. So it's pretty humbling to experience it. And going through the losses, I think, obviously winning a flag, we've also won a wooden spoon and lost a grand final in 98 and lost one in 15. So I did say after the 15 loss that the only way you can get rid of this feeling is to win one. And that doesn't happen too often, and we're really fortunate to knock it over in 18.
You were with one of the West Coast cohort last night, Sammy?
Jeremy McGovern, yeah.
Oh, he's loose.
He's going to become one of my favourites, I think, the Gov.
Loosey-goosey. He's doing a lap of honour today for the retirement, I think. Yep. So there's the free ticket he would have got.
We did we did speak about that 2018 parade, though. The $50,000 fine that your club was willing to pay for him not to go into the parade. And he said, geez, heck, pay me 50 to go and I'll go. Yeah. The internal injuries, of course.
We did a fitness test at the captain's run, which there's crowds now, is there? Yeah. At the captain, there was silence when we were doing it. So just needed to see him hit one bag and then he was good to go. But he had the internal bleeding and we just didn't think the sitting in the caval car for an hour was the right thing to do. And now we got the phone call for the $50,000 fine and apparently we were going to pay it. I didn't know anything about that, but they refused to let the parade start without him. So he's rocked up half an hour late wearing the Bon Jovi sunglasses and we got through that and then he played and the rest is history. But you can go the other way as well. I mean, only talking to John Longmire during the week about some of the coulda, woulda, shouldas that you can make.
So the biggest coulda, woulda, shoulda this week is Lachie Neale. It seems like he's going to start as the sub.
Yeah, how does that get out? I'd be flat if I was Fags. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he released it. Are they staying across the road?
Yep.
Yes, that's fraught with danger, isn't it? I mean, there's
too close.
Well, obviously they've done it last year, so you got to do exactly what you did last year. But when I heard fireballs in the foyer, and I don't know, you just need some time on your own. And if you hear the thumping of a music 12 o'clock at night before a grand final, if that was happening, I don't know, try and get away a little bit. So
they're very relaxed though, aren't they? Like, I don't know if is it even changed in your time, do you think, from coaching to now?
We did in 15, embrace it, enjoy it, just soak it all in, and I keep hearing that. But in 18 we said, accept the week, embrace the game. So accept the parade, it's all there. Accept the fact there's going to be more people around. You might not get as much sleep, but just embrace the game. So we lost our way in the game. Yeah. We enjoyed the week and then forgot that the game was on before you knew it. And we played Hawthorn 4 grand finals in as well. And we'd beaten them in the first final and they came with some different tricks and we were on tilt all day. So we never recovered. So, yeah, the 18... And it was more accept the week, embrace the game. And I do believe these two teams, they're so mature, aren't they? So maybe handling David King and Kane Corns in particular at 6 o'clock in the morning on a Friday is fine. It's not for me, though.
What do you think of our two clubs, our two teams that are here? Maybe Brisbane first as they go about the quest for back-to-back.
It's one of resilience, isn't it? Yeah, I think I heard you guys talk earlier, that there's going to be a swing. Someone's going to kick 4 in a row. And if the 4 turns into 8, it's a long day. And that's what happened to Horse last year. I just feel with Brisbane, they've worked so hard to get to this position. I can't see a momentum that goes from 4 to 8. I hope it doesn't happen. If it's going to happen, though, it's probably against Brisbane, isn't it? They look a bit more battle-weary, but maybe they're more battle-hardened. So time will tell. The Lockie Neal stuff, the sub... I don't know, Sando, you come on as a sub and do your car 5 minutes in, what's the next move? I would have started him, and this is why we're sitting here. I would have started him, and if you pull a calf at 5 minutes in, then we've got the sub to come in, we've still got 4 on the bench. So interesting to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah, we've talked about that at length. It's really, like if you put your hand up to play and he's your best player, you start him in a grand final. And if he's only got, if someone's told him, like if the medical team have said he's probably got 30 minutes of great footy in his calf, or before it just blows up. Well, maybe that's their theory. We'll bring him on at 3/4 time and he runs the game, the last quarter crazy. But I don't know. I'd rather that in the first 30 minutes and set the game up, and then you put on a fresh player later. But it's a strange one.
Actually, you might know this, Sam. Someone told me he's got an extra muscle in his calf. Have you heard that?
Fags has been running with that.
He's got a third calf.
He's got big calves. I know that.
I reckon I know what that is, so similar, because I think I'm one of the few people who got that as well.
Well, where have you been hiding all day? Well, you tell us all there's an extra muscle to be had.
You're an expert.
It's called a plantaris tendon, I think, which is you can actually. Because I actually ruptured one when I played. Super painful, but still fully functional.
What? Well, maybe
an extra muscle.
Mate, you're the newsbreaker. What's going on?
Is this like a jumbo jet? If you've got a couple of engines, you can afford to lose one.
He's got an extra engine.
Oh, okay.
I thought you should have known that.
It's actually a tendon that has no function. So, but it's just super painful if it ruptures.
So the question is, say that's operation. That's going well. He's done one of the other 5 he's got. Can that carry? Say he hasn't done that one. Can that hold the load of the torn one?
Yes.
Right, so that's probably... You need to find this out. I'm really disappointed.
Then why is he sub there? He should be playing.
That's what I don't get. I think you start him. He's a Brownlow medal winner. He's the captain. You start him on the field.
Yeah. Doc Larkins just won a bye. We should have asked
find that out.
And what's your view of Geelong?
It's just everything's gone so right, isn't it? So the biggest issue he's going to have, obviously, the one change. That's Stanley just... So does he take the ruck and just go behind the play like they do a lot of? Yeah. And then Blitzavs comes in and does what he's been doing all final series? That's the question. That's what we'll be looking out for. But so well prepared, albeit it took a danger masterclass for them to really get going. So, yeah, look, it's going to be a great battle. They're both ready. And Geelong seems to be in a healthier position. But I don't know how much that really means, especially the fact they play each other 2 weeks ago. That's the one I'm wrestling with in my mind.
Fresh evidence.
Yeah, well, do you just rinse and repeat? I mean, we're all intrigued by it. There's probably something that we're not even talking about that they'll do, and we'll go, they're tagging Andrews, or they're doing something with Stanley, or, there'll be something there that we haven't even spoken about that Chris Scott more than Chris Fagan will do.
So would you go the same way? If you're Chris Scott, would you just say that worked so spectacularly well, let's not overthink it, we're going the same?
No. So we learned our lesson with the first game against Hawthorn. You know, thought I was Vince Lombardi after that game, and then play them in the grand final, and they did 3 or 4 different things, and we couldn't get it right. So the Collingwood game, we decided to tag side bottom. We didn't do that in the first final. We tagged Grundy. So just some positional, matchups we changed. We kept the system the same. So I think that's what Chris would do, but who bloody knows? And that's why we're all here.
Is one of the challenges, you think, Simo, overdosing on tactics and strategy on grand final day, where the players will run out and their heads are just completely full?
Maybe not these two teams, but I know Clarko did something in 12. I hope he's not listening. But we decided to start with a +1 in 2012 when I was at Hawthorn. We were favourites against Sydney, and it was like, we haven't done that all year. And he wanted to mix things up a little bit. Yeah. And that's not the reason why Hawthorn lost, but it was a different move, and we had to educate, and we did it. And it was, I think, free up Luke Hodge as an extra, back when you can play and start guys behind the play. So, I think you'd reflect... if you lose, did I overcoach? I think it's the first question you'd ask yourself. That happens in every game, but in particular these games.
All right. You excited for the day?
I can't wait. Up until the Norm Smith voting rubbish that we have to do. So my son asked me who he thinks is going to win the Norm Smith. I said, are you starting to bet on football? He's got all his mates over, so...
Well, he'll be messaging.
See you in the box.
All right. See you guys.
Adam
See you
Simpson,
guys.
Premiership player and coach, is going to be part of our SEN broadcast this afternoon. As we head to this break, let's get the odds update with Better.
Better, ahead of the game. What are you really gambling with?
Matty Campbell's with us from Better, of course. Matty, into the fire we go. It's finally upon us. Grand final day. What is the market doing?
Yeah, it's been fluctuating a little bit, Sam, but it's settled now. It's Geelong $1.60, the Lions $2.40. The line for the game is 10.5, and I should say most of that money on the line is with the Lions at plus 10.5, so their fans think it'll be close. The margins are important. 1-39, Geelong 2.20, 1-39, Brisbane $3. And a lot of people tell me the Cats are going to win easy. Well, 40 plus is 4.50, the Lions 10.50.
And some of our favourite markets. What about the Norm Smith?
Yeah, Norm Smith, Bailey Smith is the favourite at 7.50. Best backed has been Max Holmes at $8, Dangerfield at $9. Then you've got Ashcroft at 13, McGluggage 15, Jeremy Cameron at 15. And the first goal scorer, I mean, many people have a same-game multi on grand final day. It's the most popular bet of the game, and first goal scorer is very popular. Jeremy Cameron out on his own at $7.50, Logan Morris 11. Then you've got Dangerfield, Rayner and Stengel at 13, Lohman, Bailey, Shannon Neal all at 14. Or you can take a couple of specials, Dangerfield or Ashcroft at 6, or you've got Ollie Dempsey, Josh Dunkley or Zach Bailey, any of those three for $9.
And where are we positioned with the Gary Ayres medal? We don't often talk about that. Where's that sit?
Yeah, well, we know how good Danger was last week. So the Gary Ayres medal for the best player in the final series. If he has another good one today, he's $3 to take out the Gary Ayres. Ashcroft at 4, McGluggage 7, Harris Andrews at 8. Then he got double figures the rest. There are literally hundreds of markets on the grand final. At Better, we're ahead of the game. Enjoy what should be a terrific afternoon.
When the greats bet, they bet with Better. Better, ahead of the game. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
In the market for a new ute, Werribee Isuzu Ute has you covered because their spring sale is on now and there's something for everyone. There's the MUX X-Terrain from $73,990, the D-Max X-Rider for $57,990 and the D-Max X-Terrain at $68,990, all in stock and ready to drive away. Plus 80 pre-owned vehicles from late model low kilometre Isuzus to other makes and models, all priced to sell. Test drive and buy today at Werribee Isuzu Ute, Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. LMCT 114.
Mate, I've got news. I've seen the light. You had a near-death experience. No, I found a new supply for roof access hatches, custom skylight and roof penetrations.
Need a roof access hatch, skylight or roof flashing? If you're going through the roof, Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre make the products you need and they deliver around Melbourne. And for DIY projects, they can advise on installation. Visit rscentre.com.au today. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. Everything sheet metal from the roof down.
These school holidays spark your kids' creativity at everyday low prices from Officeworks. With over 9,000 art supplies like washable poster paint from only $1.50 or coloured markers from as low as $1.98. Or keep them entertained with a variety of fun sticker packs for every style for just $2 and kids' activity kits from $4.98. However they love to create, Officeworks has you covered. Shop in store, online or via the app today.
Looking for a trusted mechanic who can expertly service your vehicle? At Repco Authorised Service, we've got you covered. Our nationwide network of independently owned workshops proudly use and recommend Penrite Oil, Australian family owned and operated for 100 years. From daily drives to cherished classics, Repco Authorised Service and Penrite can help keep your car running at its best. So no matter what you drive, book your next service online today at repcoservice.com. Repco Authorised Service, your local mechanic. Backed by Repco.
If your team's premiership drought is making you thirsty, the BWS end of footy year sale is now on. This week, 2 cases of Carlton Dry bottles are just $99. The BWS end of footy year sale. Offer in Sunday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Play smart, shop smart. Save up to 50% at Sportsmart's spring sale. Save up to 20% on top footwear brands like Asics, Hoka and N1. Score up to 20% off activewear, running and training gear. Huge savings on cricket, footy, basketball and more. Check out Sportsmart's fitness range. From home gym essentials to recovery tools, all up to 40% off. And tennis fans, score up to 50% off rackets, shoes and accessories. Shop Sportsmart's spring sale in-store or online at sportsmart.com.au.
Finals fever is here, and just like a solid backline, Smarter Lights clients have backed us all year, and we want to say thank you for your ongoing support. At Smarter Light, we're kicking goals with Australian-made environmental exit signs that save energy, cut costs, and stay in the game for the next 16 seasons. Battery-free, no fumbles, no failures. Aim for a big win in savings and sustainability. Kick off at smarterlight.com. Smarter Light, kicking goals for you and the planet.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Your Toyota deserves the best, and so do you. Book and complete a Toyota genuine service by September 30 for your chance to win a RAV4 and a $5,000 Toyota gift card. Plus, there are 10 $500 Toyota gift cards up for grabs. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota. Open to Victoria, Tasmania and select New South Wales postcodes. Terms and conditions apply. See toyota.com.au/service to win.
Test drive the KGM Actian at the all-new Casey KGM in Cranbourne, part of Freeway Motor Group, and Azito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to Crunch Time.
The final few minutes of crunch time for season 2025 before we hand over to the AFL Nation team inside the ground. Sam, Edmund, Trade Radio's already started.
It has.
You had centre stage too here
we
at
were
Footy
here.
Fest.
Indeed, I know. What does the world come to?
So normally I'd say just give 16 other groups of supporters something to chew on, but it turns out that the two are about to play are as central as anyone.
They are as busy as anyone, and hence the reason why they just won't bugger off, Gerard. They just keep contending because at this time of year they nail it. So Brisbane, there's a good chance this will be Kalachi and Brandon Starcevic's last game for the Lions. We know they're bringing Oscar Allen in Brisbane, Sam Draper, both as free agents. Daniel Annable, the exciting academy prospects coming in too. So there will be some shuffling here for Chris Fagan's Lions. Kalachi has big interest from Adelaide and also West Coast. They can and have offered more. Starcevic the same at West Coast as well. So they've got Lincoln McCarthy, Kitty Coleman coming back in from knee injuries, but a couple will go, a couple will come in. They're going to be pretty busy at the Lions in this trade period. And Geelong...
What chance this is Oscar McInerney's last game?
Oh, yeah, reasonable. Yeah, I'd say high, actually. In fact, I'm staggered that he's actually running out there because halfway through the year, he had an epidural on his back earlier in the year. His back was fried, hence the reason they went after and got Sam Draper as well. So his story is quite amazing that he's got himself to a stage now where his body can get through a full game. So I think that's a watch as well going forward. Geelong, Rowan Marshall, speaking of rucks, they've met with him and I think they will prioritise him in the trade period. The Cats, they want to bring him in, all while St Kilda say he's going to be made to stay where he's contracted. We heard from Ross Lyon on this. This will be a fascinating watch because for Tom de Koning, aside from the money, clearly the big part of the sell here was how he, Marshall and Max King were all going to work together. So it would come as an immense shock for Tom de Koning if Rowan Marshall was to up and leave. But Marshall hasn't been thrilled. I think that's common knowledge now with how the club sought to go after Tom de Koning. Was he brought into the tent on this often enough and sold the role and how it was all going to work? No. So he's had his head turned. The Cats want a ruckman. And they've met with Rowan Marshall. I think there's the priority. And this is where Charlie Curnow is so interesting because Charlie Curnow approached the Cats in May, Gerard, and said, would you have me? And he's very eager to get out of Carlton, we know that. We know Sydney are perhaps more likely to satisfy the Blues in a trade. Gold Coast would have him too, of course. But Jed Walter doesn't want to leave as it stands, so it's difficult for Gold Coast. Sydney in the box seat there. But for the Cats, I just struggle to see how they can possibly trade for Rowan Marshall and Charlie Curnow. And just for the bottom line here, they have to trade for both of them. They're both in contract. There's no other way to go about it. And both of those clubs, St Kilda and Carlton, will be after a king's ransom, particularly for the Blues. Paying them can be done, I think. Charlie's even willing to take a pay cut to get to Geelong. This will horrify listeners, but it's true. Trading for them, though, I just can't see how they get them both in. And then Charlie might have to look elsewhere because I think the Cats are prioritising Rowan Marshall.
All right, what's going to be the biggest stories of the next 3 weeks?
Well, the biggest story remains St Kilda. I mean, they lit the touch paper on this trade period and they continue to set fire to it. So the Sam Flanders sweepstakes exploded in recent days. The Saints in the box seat here with a contract offer worth $900,000 a year for 5 years. And the Saints have also put pick 7 on the table in a bid to tempt the Suns here. Flanders has met with multiple clubs. He's contracted at Gold Coast until the end of 2027. But in and within St Kilda, so $14 million across 8 years for Tom de Koning, $4 million across 5 years for Jack Silvani. Leckerli is coming in getting paid nearly as much as the captain in waiting, Cal Wilkie, so that's around $700,000 a season. Liam Ryan's coming in on a 3-year contract with a trigger for a 4th. But the Saints have just banked as much as the rules will allow over the last couple of years. They lost Brad Crouch, who was on a good wage there too. So they have stacked their piggy bank as much as they possibly can with an eye 2 years ago to hit this trade period and to hit it as hard as they possibly can. So that's why the checkbook just keeps coming out. And now Flanders has got multiple rival clubs. They will tell you that the Saints are offering $900,000 a year for him for 5 years. So they're priced out, I think, every club in the mix room except for Essendon. Carlton are out. Melbourne, there's a link with the new coach, of course, Stephen King. Now, Essendon, I think, are willing to pay him more in a salary sense, and they've indicated they will offer their 2 picks in the 20s for Sam Flanders to get him out of Gold Coast. They need to get them out of the Bombers for academy reasons.
First day of pre-season, which club is Zach Merritt at?
He's going to Hawthorn, yeah. I, as it stands at the moment, I think he still gets there. The new president, Andrew Welsh, we've heard him. He's been strong. He's guaranteed he's going to be at Essendon next year. As strong as any club official has been. But as things stand, nothing has changed, Gerard and Sando. I still fully expect Zach to push for a trade to Hawthorn. He just can't see it at Essendon now. He can't see it turning while he's still pulling the boots on. He wants success. He wants to win. And he wants it now. And he sees that at Hawthorn. He's met with Sam Mitchell. I still think he gets there. We'll see how it goes.
What's your trade radio slot?
We're on 7 till 9 with the Volcano, Kane Corns. So it should be spicy, Gerard, first thing of a morning.
Sando, who wins this afternoon?
I got the Cats by 17 points and Max Holmes for the Norm Smith medal.
All right.
I think he gets off the leash today.
Thanks. I like Max as well.
Very good. You can pull your money. Thanks for being part of it today, Sando.
Thanks, Gerard. It's a great morning. Can't wait to get inside now.
Sammy, I think we would thank Ben Lyon and Joel Brooks, who have put together Crunch Time throughout season 2025. So to all of our experts who have been part of it, but to Ben and Jolie, you have made it what it has been. We're due inside the MCG.
Let's go.
Enjoy Grand Final Day 2025.
On a golden morning, 2 people jump into an all-new Suzuki Fronx Hybrid. Light hits the bodywork, accentuating a sleek coupe-style profile. The hybrid motor starts into life. In their heated seats, they sink back with a smile. The perfect day, the perfect car. Then the passenger turns to you and uses your name. No, your actual name, because this isn't an advert. This is your life. In the all-new Suzuki Fronx Hybrid. Suzuki!
who's got the goods this footy season?
Robot's got it.
With Robot Building Supplies, you'll be able to go all the way this year. Robot's been in business for over 70 years, servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries. Even if you need someone with a composure to get that crucial turnover, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Introducing 12 to 20 Avila Road, Curlewis. On sale with Anthony Stevens Real Estates. It's not just a property, it's a legacy. Over 5 acres of manicured absolute beachfront land in one of Victoria's most tightly held coastal corridors, and the vendors are serious sellers. 18-metre resort-style infinity pool, self-contained guest house, full outdoor entertaining pavilion, just 75 minutes from Melbourne CBD and moments to Geelong surf beaches, wineries and golf. Search Anthony Stevens Real Estate, Curlewis, and inquire today.
Chasing some extra legroom and premium seats this footy season? Fans who know best choose Sixt for all their vehicle rental needs. Whether you're looking to make game day travel smoother than a handball or want to give your holiday rental car a luxury touch, we have the right vehicle for you. At Sixt, we'll have you out on the road, not stuck on the sidelines. And das ist good. So travel like a premiership player this season. Book today at sixt.com.au.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Need a fence that looks sharp and goes up fast? OnlineFenceSupplies.au pack it smart and deliver straight to site. Built to last, easy to install, backed by a 10-year warranty. Fencing made easy. OnlineFenceSupplies.au.
Like in footy, a strong defence wins games. So when legal challenges charge in, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your backline, offering expert advice and a winning strategy. Signing a building contract or dealing with defects? Oldham Construction Lawyers, your construction law experts.
Footy finals are here, but what if you can't make it to the game? Head to your local Pub Plus venue to watch all the action live and loud on the big screens. That's every possession, tackle and score of the final series, all while enjoying a cold beer and parma with your mates. What's better than that? Footy's just better at the pub. Head to pubplus.com.au to find your local venue. Drink responsibly.
Get ready for the biggest game of the year with Liquorland as the Cats take on the Lions at the MCG. Score yourself a win when you grab a Great Northern Super Crisp lager bottle 330ml 24-pack for just $43.90. Limited time only. Plus, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. Head in store and ask a team member today about our price match promise. Offer ends Tuesday, 30th September. 18 plus. Choose to drink wise. Terms and conditions apply. Price match promise redeemable on in-store purchases only. In the market for a new ute? Werribee Isuzu Ute has you covered because their spring sale is on now and there's something for everyone. Check out brand new 4x4 dual cabs in stock now from $52,990 drive away. Or the brand new 4x4 MUX in stock from $54,490 drive away. Plus 80 pre-owned vehicles from late model low kilometre Isuzus to other makes and models, all priced to sell. Werribee Isuzu Ute, Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. LMCT 114.
Point of View with Yox and Hardy. Sunday mornings from 8 on SEN 11:16 a.m. It is the most beautiful thing in sport, and it beats strongly for these Lions. They will take their title defence to the last day with a heroic stand to see off Collingwood. The 2025 Grand Final will pit the Brisbane Lions against Geelong, and that is a true championship bout.
There is 99,597 people have watched the Cats storm into yet another Grand Final.
Geelong versus Brisbane. Cameron, goal coming up for Charlie. Morris and Gallagher up. Rayner is down. He slams it home. Patrick Dangerfield. It's one of the all-time great games. The Monks magician. Holmes has had a bounce and now a second. He'll close on the 50 with his third. Holmes to go all the way home.
Zorko just went whack, whack, whack.
Two of the most successful teams since the turn of the millennium.
Here it is. The Brisbane Lions have done it. The Hawks, the Bombers, the Crows. They couldn't do it in the 80s and the 90s. But the Lions have gone back to back to back to become the greatest side of the modern era. They are football's invincibles.
There it is. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, the Cats proved themselves as one of the greatest teams of the modern era. Premierships 07, 09 and now 2011. 3 and 5 years. A triple treat for a sensational football side.
They've been here ever so recently. For Chris Scott and the Cats, it was a special premiership in 2022.
It is a premiership gloriously won. A Geelong side forever in contention, entirely reimagined to be hailed now as champions. And for Chris Scott, his second flag is testament to his genius. Geelong in a grand final romp by 81 points.
And for the Lions, they have an opportunity to go back-to-back again.
The Lions produce a domination to make the golden era proud. The premiership is going back to Brisbane, and for Chris Fagan, it's the greatest coaching story in football history. Brisbane win it by 60.
While a grand final is always contested by two great teams, today feels very different. It's a modern-day heavyweight championship bout.
Rayner with the crumbs, puts his boot on it. It's going to bounce the right way, I reckon. It's a goal.
Myers pulls the kick to the teeth of goal. Look out! That's remarkable!
Jeremy Cameron on the run. Bang, bang, bang. That's big.
Cats are swarming. Stengel has it. Nana bounces it. Home!
Welcome to AFL Nation.
Absolute joy to have you with us. Grand Final Day 2025 has arrived, and it's absolutely magnificent to be here at the MCG on a day that is tailor-made for the heavyweight clash of the season, where everything is on the line between two teams who absolutely know what it takes to get the job done on Grand Final Day. Welcome to 11:16 AFL Nation, right around Australia. You won't be missing out on the best call in the business, no matter where you are. Geelong taking on Brisbane. For 4 Pies, Australia's favourite fan food, and Elders, have you heard, Elders offers financial solutions nationwide. It is the pre-game show. Both teams are out doing their preliminary warm-ups for before you dig, before every job search, before you dig, online every time. There are superstars all over the place, myself not included in any of that, bringing you the action today. Stephen Quartermain is a veteran of this cape, been doing grand finals since 1982. Quarters, lovely to see you.
How good is the day, Andy Maher? Look at the weather. There's just a zephyr of breeze. Ground, as we'd expect, is in magnificent condition. Perfect temperature. No excuses today if you can't get a kick, even if it is a grand final.
True. They might be occasionally a bit harder to get on these days. Bradley Johnson, good afternoon to you.
Would have been nice to try.
Yeah, you would have got one. You would have got one too.
No, I would have kicked 10 on grand final day. But it is awesome to be here, spend a couple of hours outside, which has been great to just sort of get amongst the atmosphere of it all. The build-up has been sensational, and it's made by the day. The conditions are absolutely elite. How lucky are we? The fact that the wind is gone and we're going to get a true game of football here this afternoon. So it's purely talent, and it's purely the execution of the game styles that will see. And these teams have played each other, 5 times since the last final series. So within 12 months, so they know each other in and out. It really does come down to the contest and winning that part of the game.
I heard Brian Maher say during the week that he's sort of sick of scouting Brisbane. They're so used to going through the film and the potential opponents and the what ifs and all of that. He knows exactly what to expect before he goes into the meetings now.
Well, that's it, but that's where it's a little bit tougher too, because Geelong would have expected to beat Brisbane at home and they lose, and then they come out to the MCG and smash them. So it's been different venues where either side has been able to take a little bit of advantage over the other, but the most recent form, of course, was the qualifying final, and Geelong were just absolutely superb that night.
They were. Can Brisbane turn it around? There's so much intrigue in all of that. We wait till 2:30, of course, for the bounce of the footy here at the MCG. 1:43 is the other key signpost moment. Before any of that, Stephen Quartermain, we're one of the most keenly anticipated pre-grand final acts. will be here live, of course, on AFL Nation. It's
been a positive week.
And SEN for Snoop Dogg.
Well, I can. I got to say, the first time I've been lucky enough to see Snoop Dogg perform in a private concert. I was at the Super Bowl a few years ago in New Orleans, and I was a guest of someone who's an agent, and she said, "Would you like to come and watch a private concert with Snoop Dogg?" I said, "No way, I can't stand that bloke. His music's rubbish." Anyway, so I got dragged by the ear to watch Snoop Dogg perform. Can I say it was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. He was magnificent. So I went in there with the blinkers on. I came out thinking this guy is fantastic. Yep. I guarantee everyone today he's different, but he'll be magnificent. You will enjoy what Snoop Dogg brings to the table. And that brings me to a bit of an SEN exclusive, Andy.
Hello. Go on.
So I don't, I'm an old school journo, so I never go with a story unless I know the facts are correct. I've been told that there has been, where he is staying and his entourage is staying in the hotel in Melbourne, there has been so much smoke emanating from his room and the entourage's room that the hotel management have had to bring in diffusers from the 2 or 3 floors up and 2 and 3 floors down to try and neutralise the smell of smoke. So the diffuser, you can try not get a diffuser this weekend in Melbourne, forget it. They're all at a hotel in inner city Melbourne.
Well, he has his own van that's parked out.
Yeah, I wonder why.
On Brunton Avenue, because he's not allowed to use, because this is a smoke-free venue, of course.
That's right.
They can't have a green room inside the auditorium.
Do we know
because
who
of
he's
the
bringing with
obvious
him
reasons.
today? He said a couple of special guests. We look forward to that. There was actually talk at one stage that Eminem might have played it out to Australia, which would have been huge if that had occurred. But we all wait in anticipation, of course, to see how he goes and what artists are going to join him on stage this afternoon.
He'll be great.
It's going to be magnificent. So the stage is set literally out in the middle of the MCG. Down one end, Brisbane going through their paces, Geelong down the other, and there's so much to look forward to here. Just the one change, as you already well and truly know, it's been discussed all week. Reece Stanley coming in for Tom Stewart, Lachie Neale coming in for the desperately unlucky Jared Berry. We're going to break out of the way. James Kelly from the Cats is going to join us on the other side of the break. Our major partner is Mate Internet and Mobile. $30 off for 6 months with Mate Internet.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. Built different.
Jules to Stoop here with an odds update for PointsBet, and we are here. It is grand final day, the big one. The reigning premiers Brisbane taking on the red-hot Geelong. Now, despite a strong showing against the Pies last weekend, the Lions go in as outsiders at $2.50 with PointsBet, and the Cats, who have been so impressive throughout the last few weeks of the home and away season and in the finals, they are $1.53 favourites. Now, we think Geelong are a good thing, and at $1.53, we're still keen to have them head-to-head in the multi. Now, if Geelong win, Jeremy Cameron kicks goals. It's that simple. Now, his last couple of grand finals, just 1 goal and 1 goal, but we think he's going to have a strong showing in the grand final. And with PointsBet, you can get $1.67 for 3+ goals for the Coleman medalists. So given we are on the Cats, we are on Cameron at 3+, and that is going into the multi as well. And finally, Bailey Smith, he is like a man possessed at the moment. The Cats star recruit has had a great 2025 and loves playing at the MCG. He's had 30+ touches in 4 of his last 5 games at the home of footy, and you can get $2.40 for him to have 30+ again with PointsBet in the grand final, and we're taking that as the value leg in the multi. So the final multi for the grand final, it's Cats get the cream, Geelong win, Jeremy Cameron 3+ goals, and Bailey Smith 30+ disposals for a total price of $4.50. You can't write off the Lions. Every time we've done it this year, they have responded, but the Cats are perfectly placed apart from the injury to Tom Stewart, and they will win in a pretty close game. They'll run out 19-point winners. Enjoy your grand final day, and for all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by the PointsBet AFL Tracker. PointsBet, built different. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. You're listening to AFL Nation. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. TNCs apply. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
To celebrate the AFL Grand Final weekend, Bev Marks has 50% off all mattresses. No exceptions. Just 50% off all mattresses. End Sunday night at Bev Marks.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Harvey Norman loves the footy finals. It's game on with hot deals in-store now. Score a bargain with up to 40% off floor stock and clearance lounges, including dining and bedroom furniture. There's hot deals on the exclusive Tempur Breeze mattress range, plus bonus Manchester pack valued at $699. Save over $1,200 on 100-inch Hisense smart TV, plus bonus local delivery and installation, and save $600 on the new HP Omnibook Copilot Plus PC. Go Harvey Norman. Hot deals on now. Conditions and exclusions apply.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
Want a coach in your corner for insurance? At Aviso Group, they'll get to know you and your business and coach you through the complexity of insurance. With access to policies from over 100 insurers, they'll help you understand your cover so you can make decisions with confidence. And when it comes time to claiming, your broker is there to help you navigate the process to achieve the best outcome. Get your insurance game sorted. Speak to Tamar Avsa from Aviso Specialty Melbourne or visit avisogroup.com.au.
Looking for the ultimate weekend escape in Melbourne? At Pullman Melbourne on the Park, enjoy inviting rooms and suites offering breathtaking views, perfectly positioned next to the MCG and Rod Laver Arena. With on-site parking, you're only a short stroll from the city's top shopping, sports and concert venues. Upgrade your experience with executive lounge access on level 18 for evening drinks and canapes. Or kickstart your night at the Cliveden Bar and Dining, your perfect pre-event destination. Book now at pullmanonthepark.com.au.
Attention all people in the manufacturing sector. Hear that, chat? It's time to speak with New Tech and learn how to lower your costs and increase your machine uptime simply by using better automation products that last longer. Call New Tech and challenge them to demonstrate how they can reduce your costs. Spelled PNEUTECH. New Tech proudly create efficiency for every business they work with. newtech.com.au. That's PNEUTech.com.au.
This is the biggest crane in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's just hoisted a 5-ton beam 40 metres above the city centre. Sounds dramatic, but it's not, because at Pertec, we supply the hoses in cranes like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
Book your Toyota service at Kilmore Toyota today and you'll go into the draw to win a Toyota RAV4 plus $5,000 in Toyota genuine products and services or one of 10 $500 Toyota gift cards. Hurry, offer ends September 30. T's and C's apply. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. TNCs apply. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Elders, have you heard? Elders offers finance solutions nationwide. We get closer to the opening bounce. Wonder how the mood is down in the Geelong Room's assistant coach, James Kelly, who knows all about this day as a player and now a coach, has been good enough to join us, mate. Hey, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Cheers, guys.
How is it down there a couple of hours or an hour and a half away from the opening bounce?
It's still pretty low-key. I only just got here myself, so still pretty low-key. The boys are just going through their regular prep and usual guys are on the physio table and the usual guys are sort of stretching and eating and all that sort of stuff and hydrating. So pretty stock standard so far, but we're a couple of hours out, so it'll gradually just build and build as we get closer.
Forget about them, James. What about you? What about you as a player? Can you remember how you felt before the big one, and what's it like being an assistant coach where you don't have as much control?
Yeah, I think in a way you're probably more nervous as a coach. Like, part of your job is to sort of red squad all the ways in which your team can lose, so you can try to get out in front of it. So, we've got an enormous amount of respect for Brisbane and the way that they play the game and how successful they've been. So you spend so much time as a coach thinking about that. And as a player, it's a million years ago now, but you do just feel like you're more in control and you can have an impact on the outcome, more so than, pulling a few levers in the coach's box. So I think the element of control sort of can settle your nerves a bit as a player, but certainly as a coach, you live in a bit more of a negative headspace. So you can wear all that and the players can just have all the positive affirmations and positive thoughts.
How much time do you spend match planning for today? How many meetings do you have? And obviously the main man you've got to stop is I've got some plenty good players, but Harris Andrews is the one I'm sure you put most work into.
Yeah, we... Probably from about halfway through the year, to be honest, you start sort of just looking at the best teams and how they do it, and if we played that team in this final, what would we do? And you sort of just monitor their progress throughout the whole year. And Brisbane they've been that team for a few years, and we've had some really good games against them. So we're kind of constantly doing that throughout the whole year. And as it gets closer and closer to the finals, you sort of narrow your focus, who we're going to play and all that sort of stuff. I think this week the coaches have met every day, so that we played Friday, we met Saturday, Sunday, Monday, all that sort of stuff. So we feel like we're pretty well prepared. And to sort of touch on the Harris Andrews stuff is, that's something we have to have, one or two plans for, whether that's just Shannon Neal straight up or Blitz ends up there a bit, or we try to play anyone else on him, things like that. But we can't focus on that too much also. We need our forward line to be agile and dynamic when they're at their best. So we want them to empower them to do that.
How much time will you spend just trying to read the body language of particularly some of the younger guys in the group, that they're in the right sort of headspace, their moods at the right level before they run out?
Yeah, a little bit. You sort of, the balance of coaching and maybe the art of coaching a little bit is what not to say. So, I coach the back line, and Connor and Lawson are both in the back line. It's their first grand finals and all that sort of stuff. So for those guys, I think sometimes you can say too much and how you feeling, or you're nervous and all that sort of stuff, and it can actually make them feel a bit more nervous. Yeah. I just sort of ask them what they need from me today. I want them just to play the way they've played all year. We work on the assumption that it's not going to go well at different stages, and work on the assumption that you're going to feel a bit nervous at different stages. And I just sort of say, you just tell me what you need, and I'll sort of be that for you. But outside of that, they're really mature kids, and I'm confident they'll handle it well.
Bailey Smith, how's his mood been this week?
He's been good, yeah. He's had a big week with the Brownlow and all that sort of stuff. But, we're really proud of Bailey and his season and what he brings to our group. And this week's been no different. He's an energy bringer. The boys love having him in training. He was up and about, and I saw him down there just before, and he was just going through his normal routine and looks pretty happy.
So much worked well for you, James, as a coaching group in the qualifying final. There's this whole, chat about, have you shown your cards too early and all of that sort of stuff. I don't expect you to flag everything now, but will it be a familiar look from the one that you took in against this mob a couple of weeks ago today?
Yeah, pretty familiar is probably the honest answer. We want to be pretty flexible with what they bring as well. So I think the thing for us is we can't just assume that they're going to roll out the same thing. They've said that publicly, and they're a great team and a great coaching group. So they're not just going to say, let's just try what we did last time. So a lot of our time has been spent trying to work out what we think that they'll do, and what the difference between our game was and their game against Collingwood, Gold Coast as well. We're just trying to sort of figure out what they would think their strengths were in those two games. And for us, watching them in the last two games, they just played more like Brisbane. They probably felt like they didn't play as much like themselves against us. And then so that's going to be the challenge, who's going to sort of wrestle the game in their favour, which is why games Geelong v Brisbane the last few years have been so entertaining.
And before we let you go, James, the big one, will you sneak a look at Snoop Dogg?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind, actually, yeah. you don't usually get to see too much of it, but the last performance I saw was Meatloaf. So I'm keen for the AFL to make amends for me.
We were just regaling that story before, James. It wasn't pretty.
No, not pretty. But anyway, Snoop Dogg will be great. And I think, for the AFL and for the event in general, everyone talking about Snoop Dogg, it's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, true.
It's great.
Very true.
Well, mate, we've got a perfect day for it. It's a classic grand final day. A few clouds around. It's a little chill in the air. It's two seasoned footy teams who know what this day's all about, mate. We can't wait for the opening bounce. Good luck. Get back in there, do your work, and we wish you and your mob all the very best.
Cheers, guys. Have a great call.
You too. James Kelly, assistant coach of Geelong. I can just imagine you think about pushes and pulls and tugs of war amongst the line coaches at footy clubs. They'd all want a piece of Mark Blicavs at Geelong, wouldn't they? The mids, the backs, the forward, they'd all be wanting a piece of him, I reckon.
And that's the beauty, and that's why I've tipped Geelong today.
Yeah.
I can't see a weakness in the Geelong team. I really can't.
Yeah.
That's why I think the Cats will win.
Yeah, they're pretty strong. We wish them well, and Brisbane, obviously. It's a pre-game show. We're getting closer to the opening bounce. So before every job search, before you dig online every time, and our travel partner is Signet AFL Club Powerbanks, powering SEN into finals.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. TNCs apply. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
The PointsBet Preview, brought to you by PointsBet's 5 for 25. Answer 5 questions, get $25 odds.
It's time for PointsBet's 5 for 25. Answer 5 questions correct and get $25 odds. All thanks to the team at PointsBet, built different, and as always, gamble responsibly. Well, it's the last one of the year, and I'm joined by PointsBet superstar Jules Valance. Hello, Jules.
G'day, Milo. How are you, mate?
Mate, I'm well. Now, a quick season overview. I think I landed one, which would put me nearly back to square. I need to finish on a high here for the 5 for 25, and what a game we've got for it. Geelong v Brisbane, and Cats are red-hot favourites.
Yeah, they're favourites. They've been slightly easy, sort of $1.50 out to $1.58, Milo. So the Lions sort of $2.65 went up sort of once they won their way through, and now they're you can get it sort of $2.40. So probably Neil coming back in maybe has just tightened that up a little bit, but they did seem big at $2.65 in a year where everything's just sort of been a little bit topsy-turvy. So a little bit of support Lions.
Brisbane are a high disposal team. Are we expecting that trend to still sort of follow through to a granny?
Yeah, absolutely. So, this has been our best trend for the SGM space. It's the Lions. So, number one in the comp for disposal, especially in the last 5 weeks. 384 is the average. You go to the qualifying final, they've got towed up, right? But the top 5 disposal getters on the ground were Brisbane Lions players. In the 2 other games throughout the year, round 3, 4 of the 5 top disposal getters were Brisbane players. And round 15, 6 of the 7 were top disposal getters for the Lions. So, that's just their MO, but also the MO of the Cats, that they just like to fold back to set up their defensive structure.
What about the health of both teams?
This is interesting. If Stewart doesn't go down, the Cats are just the most healthiest team in the comp and have been for the last sort of 2 months of footy. So Stewart goes down, but the Lions are the most unhealthy. And we've seen that, another one sort of going out in Berry. So they've used the most players in the last 5 weeks. They're probably going to take some players in that are a little bit sore as well. So it's just going to be very important. But we have that as a really big major metric for us at Foxcatcher, the health.
All righty. Just quickly before we start the 5 for 25, have you got a Norm Smith? I've taken 4. Have you got one?
I think for the Cats, I'm with Myers. I think he might get off the chain. I reckon Zorko goes to Maher. And I think for the Lions, if the Lions are to win, Zorko's got to have 25 plus and kick 2, and that's my man there.
Yeah, I took Neil and Wilmot for Brisbane, and I took Dempsey and Stingle for the Cats, all at big prices, so hopefully we're right to go. Righto, let's get into the 5 for 25, mate. Last one for the year.
Bailey Smith, 27.5, more or less.
I'm going to say more here. I think he goes big in the granny, been waiting for the opportunity. Recruit of the year.
Will Ashcroft, 27.5, more or less.
More for him. McCluggage and Neil will get the attention, so we'll go more for him.
We're talking about Hugh McCluggage, 22.5, more or less.
I feel like someone's going to get a run with roll here. What did he have last week? 37 and 33 the week before. They'll feel Neil's underdone, so he's the one that'll get the attention. We'll go less there.
Jeremy Cameron, 14.5, more or less.
We go more here. Big expanse of the G. Loves playing at the G. If he's not getting it deep, he'll go further forward and up the wing. So more for him.
And Lachie Neale, Neil, back in the team, 22.5, more or less.
He's got a bee in his bonnet, Lockie Neal, and he will be getting more than 22.5 as the attention goes to McCluggage. So Bailey Smith, 27.5 more. Will Ashcroft, 27.5 more. McCluggage, 22.5 less. Jeremy Cameron, 14.5 more. And Lockie Neal, 22.5 more. Jules, thoroughly enjoyed these throughout the year. Let's get one and finish on a high.
Beautiful. Thanks, Milo, and go Cats.
Yeah, Jules Valance there from PointsBet. PointsBet are built different, but you can answer 5 questions and get $25 odds, all from the team at PointsBet. Hopefully you've had a great year. Go Geelong.
PointsBet's 5 for 25. Answer 5 questions, get $25 odds. The fast and easy way to build a same-game multi for AFL. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. TNCs apply. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Indeed, save on the way to the footy finals at BWS too, by the way. Game day bevies here for it at BWS. I'm not sure we've had a more keenly anticipated pre-game than the one we're getting ready for here. The ground is all but cleared now, and we're just about 12 minutes away from Snoop Dogg. Adam Simpson, 2018 Premiership winning coach. Are you buying into the whole Snoop Dogg thing?
No.
Of
just
course
get it out the way. Just punch it out and get off the stage.
I don't think there'll be any punching out and getting off. I think that there'll be a show. He'll do something.
Robbie Williams was the best one, I think. He got everyone going. But I don't like live performances other than sport. Is that bad?
It's a bit grinchy. But
I know.
But we've come to love you for that stuff this year,
I hope he blows us away. But really, it's a bit over the top, isn't it?
I think it is, but it's the kids seem to like it. So a couple of adults, I think some of them seem to. I think some of them do.
I don't want to put a damper on it, but what a day! I mean, the weather-wise, it's sensational, and you don't get this feeling unless it's grand final day.
Yep. So what are the coaches going to be? I mean, they're dealing with what they're dealing with now, and it's all fairly formulaic, I imagine. But you can't really prepare for the first 5 or 10 minutes of the game. It'll dish up stuff that maybe you're prepared for, perhaps you're not. What are the coaches focusing on?
Well, because they've played each other a few weeks ago, I went through this in 15 and 18, where you're playing the team you played in the first final. So who's doing the double bluff if you're Geelong? Are they changing anything? And if you're Brisbane, what are you bringing that's different from the week before? So this is a bit more unique than your standard playing a team that you haven't played for a number of weeks. When you've played them 3 weeks ago and you've either won or lost, you're really trying to see, okay, what is different from 3 weeks ago? That's the first thing they'd be looking for. Like, who's the matchups? Okay, they're doing that again, they're not doing that again. Or if there is the same matchup, is McCluggage doing something different? Is Rayner starting in the middle? Or, all there's types of manoeuvres that you're looking for. And then you're seeing who settles first. I mean, both finals that I played in, I came second in that one. Obviously the Collingwood Grand Final, first 5 goals, and that the number, you lean on the numbers a little bit. If you get caught up with the visual part of the game and you think you need to make a move, sometimes they just get a good little start or a good run, or they're efficient. So they'll be looking at all those things and trying to stay calm in the box. That's probably the biggest message, that not the senior coach, but whoever's helping manage the box will be saying, all right, everyone calm down a little bit, just let the game settle.
I heard you with Gerard during the week, and he'll obviously be leading the call after 2 o'clock, but when you get to that quarter-time huddle and you read the eyes of the players, and you said in 18 you knew you're okay because of what you were seeing being reflected back to you?
Yeah, well, I think it'll be different today. I think these teams are mature enough to handle momentum. That's not Snoop start now, is it?
There is a puff of smoke.
It's on the backstop.
I think that's part of the sort of faux pyrotechnics. I don't think that's him yet.
I lost my train of thought, Annie. So we might have missed the show.
No. The difference between these two teams and perhaps others, given the sort of, this is Baker Boy out there now. So
I just think that these two teams are mature enough to settle things down. But in 15, we were their first grand final. I was second year coach, and it just got rattled, whereas these two teams, and we were in 18 better prepared mentally. So staying in the moment and the mindfulness, all that started to kick in around 18, where you started to learn about visualisation. And we had 10 minutes of silence in our room before I addressed the players, and it was voluntary meditation that we did all year. 12 or 13 players who really bought in. Grand final day, there was 23.
Yeah,
so
right.
maybe McGovern was the only one. He didn't believe in that rubbish. There's a bit of brownie about McGovern. So he didn't do it, but everyone else did. And I think, it held him a good stead when it got tough.
Well, there's a lot to unpack before we get to the opening bounce, and there'll be a lot to dissect throughout the game. Looking forward to you doing that with us, Gerard Healy will be joining us as well. It is the pre-game show for Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. And OmniGrip CST is the smarter commercial surface solution. Our presenting partner is Eufy. Reclaim your weekends by letting the Eufy E15 robot lawnmower do the work for you. And don't forget, a shout out to our good friends at Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. A break. When we come back, Snoop Dogg will take over the MCG.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. TNCs apply. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Useful legal advice that supports your business at every stage. Rankin Business Lawyers, a full-service legal partner to small and medium enterprises, delivering flexible, timely legal services and solutions with genuine care. Unlike other commercial lawyers, Rankin Business Lawyers take the time to better understand your business objectives. They help with commercial contracts, disputes, intellectual property, partnerships, commercial leasing and employment law. Rankin Business Lawyers, they help business. Visit rankinbusinesslawyers.com.
Where style meets safety, you'll find the Isuzu MU-X SUV. With Isuzu's intelligent driver assistance system and up to 3.5-ton towing, all backed by Isuzu Ute Service Plus program, the Isuzu MU-X is an SUV you can truly count on. The confidence is yours for the taking. Own it in the 7-seat Isuzu MU-X SUV. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
New to Disney Plus, it's the brand new series, Chad Powers. 8 years after an unforgivable mistake destroys his promising college football career, Glenn Powell stars as a hotshot quarterback, Russ Holiday. He tries to resurrect his dreams by disguising himself as Chad Powers, a talented oddball who walks onto the struggling South Georgia Catfish team in an attempt to turn both of their fortunes around in this heartwarming comedy. Chad Powers, streaming September 30th only on Disney+.
It's OMF's massive stock take sale with $15 million of stock ready to go. For 2 weeks only, get up to 55% off selected mattresses, like our popular BC7 mattress under $1,300, or our super comfy Refresh mattress under $1,500, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. Plus, get 2 bonus pillows when you buy any modern, family, or signature mattress. End soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding, and furniture.
A big game tonight. 80,000 in the house. Crowd excited. Siren goes. The umpire holds the ball aloft. Hold on. What's he holding? Is that a yellow boot? You can't bounce that. He's grabbed a yellow footy boot instead of a ball.
If only that umpire had phoned New Vision Clinics. Having performed over 30,000 procedures, Dr. Noel Alpins helps people see clearly and give the boot to glasses. To find out more or to book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
When you're serious about getting the job done, you need a tractor that delivers day after day. Coyote gives you the features that matter. Reliable diesel power, smooth transmission, serious lift capacity, and comfort that lasts. And a standard 2-year, 1,500-hour warranty across the full range. Built tough, priced right, backed by local support. Coyote, just a bloody good tractor. Head to your nearest dealer today.
One weekend, 2 leagues, everything basketball and culture. Hoops Fest is coming back to Perth. The ultimate celebration of basketball is back in WA for the 2nd straight year. Don't miss blockbuster Hungry Jacks, NBL and WNBL matchups across 4 unforgettable days. Hoops Fest, the ultimate fusion of sport, culture, music and entertainment. January 15 to 18, 2026 in Perth. Tickets available now at hoopsfest.com.au.
Maher is keeping your team safe with Australia's safest knives, blades and accessories for the workplace. Maher's game plan is to reduce cutting accidents, so keep your team safe. Visit maheraustralia.com.au. Maher Australia, the safer way to cut.
Hi, Nicholas Theodosi from Always Buying Prestige Cars. Prestige and European cars are in high demand. Now's the time to sell. Get a premium price with Always Buying Prestige Cars, part of the Nick Theodosi Group. LMCT 8350.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. TNCs apply. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Welcome back to the MCG. Great to have you with us. The motorcade underway. What a lovely moment it is for the retired players who have given so much to the game, and several of the award winners to be part of this, to get their moment in this beautiful early spring sunshine at the MCG. Taylor Gerard and Luke Bruce, great teammates who are going to be part of the Richmond Footy Club next year in their development roles, going underneath us right now with their kids on their knees and enjoying the moment. It's a lovely lap that these players get to do, and have everyone say farewell to them in this form for the final time, Simo.
Yep, kids everywhere.
Yep.
Which is great to see, and there's McGovern down there with his 8 kids.
Right. Young Hudson's a handful. Simo, did you have much to do with him?
I just wonder, little Hudson's not giving us the bird as we see him go past.
No, I did speak to Jeremy yesterday, and he did say he was under strict instruction. He'd give him a whole lot of other hand signals he could do, just not the bird.
Keep your hands in your pockets, young fella.
You know, sometimes you see something in a 7-year-old kid, and you don't want to draw, too long a bow, but if he went on to play 300 games and be a champion of the West Coast Eagles Footy Club, just based on what he did with his grandfather that day at the Perth Stadium, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, well, they sold a bit of merchandise after that as well, Street X.
They did.
Unlike McGovern to cash in on something.
Now, Simo, you said you're a nervous watcher of live acts.
Yeah.
The great Mike Brady has started banging out this very familiar tune, so let's cross down to him right now.
Okay.
Things of football that really meets the eye. There are days when you could give it up. There are days when you could fly. You either love or hate, depending on the score. But when your team run out or they kick a goal, how's the mighty roar? Oh! Come on, everybody, here we go! Out there, 'cause I in there and fight. Out there and show him your might. Yeah! Out there, 'cause I don't let him in. Fly like an angel. You're out there to win. Yeah! Out there, 'cause you're out there to win. In there and Adam, don't let him in. Out there, 'cause show him your hide. Fight like the devil, the crowd's on your side. Out there, 'cause in there and fight. Out there and Adam, show 'em your might. Out there, 'cause show 'em your hide. Fight like the devil, the crowd's on your side. The crowd is on your side.
And listen, if you're a talent manager and that bloke walked into your office and you heard that tune, would you sign him up on a bit of a long-term deal? Or
It's fair to say he's cashed in on that song.
Yes, he has.
Not only has he got to sing it every year, he must get a ticket on that second tier that's held for special people.
He very much
every year, and he deserves it. Yeah,
he looks forward to September. I think
does.
I think it's a time where he can write a jingle or two through the other 11 months.
Will there
of the
be
year,
a time, Andy, when he's not required?
Well, there will be a time when he's not required. There will inevitably be a time when he's not available, and that will be sad when there's no Mike Brady around for a lot of us who have grown up in the Brady era.
Yeah, I like the Paul Kelly Leaps and Bounds. I reckon that's a nice song to maybe. That might the baton may be passed one day.
No, I'm with you on that. He has been one of the standard bearers of the pre-game over a long period of time, and I'm sure his days aren't done in that regard.
No.
The subs are in formally. We've suspected what's been confirmed by Brisbane. What are your final thoughts on that?
No, yeah, I wouldn't have done it, but that's probably why I'm up here, Andy, because it tells me he can't get through a full game. So they're not worried about the 5-minute injury. I think they're worried about the 10K injury. So those calves, and Gerard will talk about it later, I suppose, on how long you can play with that calf before the fatigue kicks in and you can't go on and run the risk of doing something halfway through the third quarter. They've gone the other way and said, let's bring him on halfway. Maybe at half time they've got something in mind, because you wouldn't want to wait till the last quarter, would you, for Lachie Neale?
No, but what if Brucey Reville comes on? Well, I mean, somebody will be having a bad day. Well, that's the one thing you do know. So Reville's going to start the game, and he's been such a... Have we got you part of this now, Gerard Healy? Lovely to see you. Welcome to Grand Final Day.
Thanks, Maher. It's been exciting already.
It has, hasn't it? It's
looking forward to the Snoop coming on, and that's Double G.
Are you a bit more calm and relaxed about Snoop's performance as Adam Simpson, who's terrified that the microphone's not going to work or some such calamity?
I'm just actually looking forward to seeing him. I've never seen him perform. I wouldn't know what he performs, so it's an education piece for me. Get with it, Simo. It's an education piece.
I've heard his songs. Actually, would he be intimidated at all, this crowd? He's done the Super
Nothing
Bowl.
Nothing intimidates the dog.
I think that's why
when you've got 100,000, you just water off a duck's back.
I think he has some herbal kind of... support.
Are we overplaying that? Is it just a weekend sort of activity?
No.
Or is it
I think it's a drip feed, to be honest. You made a good point about the benches just dragging it ever so slowly back to the footy match. O'Shea Mullen sitting on the bench. So is that a tactical ploy, just a psychological one that, let's say, McCluggage thinks, oh, how good's this? I'm up about. And then out he comes, which is what happened last time when they played. He didn't put him on him at the centre bounce. He just delayed it for about a minute and then stuck it on him.
Yeah, that's interesting. Did he start on the bench last time?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Yeah,
might have come off a wing.
I think... So the way Mullen tags, he puts you to sleep. He's just with you.
Yeah.
So
he's a hard-ass, Glock-on vice.
Discipline, yeah. Whereas, O'Connor's, he's going to terrorise you. He's bumper bar, knock you over to the point where Rayner flops and gets his 2 free kicks. So Bailey's the one for me. I think he's the one that can you cover McCluggage and keep an eye on Bailey. I'm not sure. So we'll find out in the 10-minute mark.
We're going to find out a lot in the next 10 or 15 minutes as the stage is well and truly set. The dancers are taking their places around the MCG, and the stage is set for the arrival of one of the most anticipated guests on Grand Final Day for many a long year.
Where's he going to pop up from, Andy? What's going to happen?
I think the other side of the ground from us, Simo, at the forward pocket. I think that's where he's coming up from.
No elephant or any type of apparatus to get there?
No Arden Street elephant, I don't think. I don't know if that's Snoop's go coming in on but I'm not really sure what Snoop's go is, to be honest. He could come in on the back of an elephant, but I can't see an elephant over in the dugout just for the time being. So this is very exciting.
Katy Perry was on a lion.
There's a little pre-recorded piece being played at the moment featuring Snoop, and I do believe just a couple of snippets we've heard from it. I actually do believe that he's taken a look at the game and he's been
he's a sports nut, so I think he knows exactly. He probably sees this as a bonus. He's going to see a fantastic sporting event and get paid a few $1 million for doing it, which is a pretty good win for him. Reece Stanley's on the bench, which is another really interesting one.
Here we go.
Let's cross down and see what's going on here.
Brisbane, now I want to hear you louder. Geelong, I need more. The biggest moments are there to be owned. I know what makes greatness.
Hold up. Now's the time. It's my time. It's showtime, baby. Da-da-da-da-da. It's the one and only Digo Double G. Snoop Dogg. Da-da-da-da-da. You know I'm mobbing with the D-R-E. AFL 25, make some noise! Whoa, 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 whoa. What up, Snoop? Top dog, bottom all, yeah, I'm burning it up. DPGC, you should be turning it up. CPT, LBC, yeah, we hooking back up. And when they bang this in the club, baby, you got to get up. Thug homies, yeah, they giving it up. Low life, your life, boy, we living it up. Taking chances while we dancing in the party for sure. Slip my girl up 44 when she crept in the back door. Chickens looking at me strange, but you know I don't care. Step up in this mother, just to swing in my hair. Trick, quit talking, quick walk if you down with the set. Take a bullet with some and take this dope on this jet. Out of town, put it down for the father of rap. And if you happen to get cracked, shut your trap. Now come back, get back, that's the part of success. If you believe in the ass, you be relieving your stress. Hold up.
Hey, but my movie think we saw, we don't. Hey, we gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Hey, but my movie acting too cold. Take up. See, I hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey. Smoke weed every day.
To the foe. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at your door, ready to make an entrance, so back on up.
Before I have to pull the strap out the cut.
Give me the microphone first so I can bust like a bubble. Compton and Long Beach together, now you know you in trouble, cause ain't nothing but a G thing. Baby. We two loved out G's, so we and Death Row is the label that we unfadable, so please don't try to fade this. But I'm back to the lecture at hand. Perfection is perfected, so I'ma let them understand from a young G's perspective. And before me dig a trick, I have to find a contraceptive. You never know, she could be earning her man and learning her man, and at the same time burning her man. Now you know I ain't with that, Lieutenant, cause ain't no loving good enough to get her while I'm up in it. And that's realer than real deal, holy feel. And now you hookers know how I feel. Well, if it's good enough to get broke off a proper chunk, I take a small piece of some of that funky stuff.
It's like that, like this, and it's like that, like this, and like that, and it's like this. And we ain't got no love.
So just chill till the next episode. I'm a gangster, but y'all do that. The big boss dog, yeah, I had to do that. I keep a blue flag hanging on my backside, but only on the left side. Yeah, that's the Crip side. See, ain't no other way to play the game the way I play. I cut so much you thought I was a DJ. 2, if it 1, yep, 3. It's S-N-O-O-P, Digo Double. I can't fake it, just break it. See, when I take it, see, I specialize in making all the girls get naked. So bring your friends, all of y'all come inside. We got a world premiere right here, now get live. So don't change the diesel, turn it up a little. I got a living room full of fine diamonds, and they waiting on the pizzle, the diesel, and the shizzle. G's to the business. Now ladies, if we get so when the pimp's in the crib, ma.
Drop it like it's hard, drop it like it's hard, drop it like it's hard.
And when the pigs try to get at you,
barking like it's hard, barking like it's hard, barking like it's hard.
What if I something get an attitude?
Pop it like it's hard, pop it like it's hard, pop it like it's hard.
I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Sean Dawn and I roll the best.
Cause I got it going on.
I'm a bad boy with a lot of hoes. Drive my own cars, wear my own clothes. I hang out tough, I'm a real boss. Big Snoop Dogg, yeah, he's so sharp. I'm on the TV screen and in the magazines. And if you play me close, you want a red beam. Oh, you got a gun, so you wanna pop back? AK-47 now, homie, stop that. Cement shoes, now I'm on the move. My family's crying and now you on the news. They can't find you, and now they miss you. Must I remind you, I'm only here to twist you. Pistol whip you, dip you, then flip you. Dance to this mother music we crip to. Subscribe, homie, get your issue. Baby, come close. Let me see how you get loose when the pimp's in the crib, ma.
Drop it like it's hard, drop it like it's hard, drop it like it's hard.
And when the pigs try to get at you,
park it like it's hard, park it like it's hard, park it like it's hard.
What if a sucker get an attitude?
Pop it like it's hard, pop it like it's hard, pop it like it's hard.
I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Sean Don and I roll the best weed.
Cause I got it going on. Touch the mother hitters, cause I'm down for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, cause I'm down for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, I ride for my hitters, I die for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, touch the mother hitters, cause I'm down for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, cause I'm down for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, I ride for my hitters, I die for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, ride for the cause. Big ball, with Snoop Dogg dog. People put his name on the ball. Touch the mother hitters, cause I'm down for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, cause I'm down for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, I ride for my hitters, I die for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, touch the mother hitters, cause I'm down for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, cause I'm down for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters, I ride for my hitters, I die for my hitters. Touch the mother hitters.
Melbourne, make some noise! Can you be my doctor? Can you fix me up? Can you wipe me down so I can pick you up? Give it up till you say my name like a jersey. Shutting down the game, you'll be my head coach, so you can hook it and never take me out till you can taste the wind. Do it again and again till you say my name. And by the way, I'm so glad you came. I just wanna make you sweat. I wanna make you sweat. I just wanna make you sweat. I wanna make you sweat. Sweat, sweat. Cupid, don't mess with me.
Are you telling me this is a sign?
She looked into my eyes and never seen no other guys.
Are you telling me this is a sign?
Don't think about it, boy, leave her alone. Nigga, you ain't no G. She likes my tone, my cologne, and the way I roll. You ain't no G. It's legit, you know it's a hit when the Neptunes and the doggy dog finna spit. You know he's in tune with the season. Come here, baby, tell me why you're leaving. Now, tell me if it's trees that you need, if you wanna breathe. I got the best weed, minus C's. Ain't nobody tripping, VIP, they can't get it. If something go wrong, then you know we hit the tripping.
What I see, Cupid, don't mess with me. Are you telling me this is a sign?
She looked into my eyes and never seen no other guys.
Are you telling me this is a sign?
Don't think about it, boy, leave her alone. Yeah, you ain't no G. She likes my tone, my cologne, and the way I roll. You ain't no G. you gon' lose it. This new Snoop here, come here, baby boo, you got to get into it. Now go on fool with the player, with the cool whip. Yeah, you know I'm always on that cool tip. Now walk to it and do it how you do it. And have a glass, let me put you in a mood. A little cute, looking like a student. Long hair with your big fat. See, back in the days, you was a girl I went to school with. I had to take your mom and sister to cool it. The girl wanna, so I just might hit her off with some pimp. Little mommy, don't worry, I won't abuse it. So hurry up and finish so you can watch Clueless. I laugh at these suckers when they ask who do this. Everybody know who girl that you is. Sing it, girl. I just want you to know you're my favorite girl. And if you don't know, now you know. Beautiful. See, I just want you to know you're my favorite girl. Can I get y'all to put your hands together one time? Everybody just clap your hands. Everybody just clap your hands. And let me hear you say, I just want you to know that you are really special. Oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why. I just want you to know that you are really special. Oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why. Baker I'm representing for them gangsters all across the world. Still hitting them corners and them lolos, girl. Drama in the LBC, it's kinda hard being Snoop Dogg Double G, but somehow, some way, keep coming up with funky ass hits like every single day. May I kick a little something for the G's and make a few ends as I breeze through. It's 2 in the morning and the party still jumping cause my mama ain't home. I got some freaks in the living room getting it on and they ain't leaving till 6 in the morning. So what you wanna do? Look, I got a pocket full of rubbers and my homeboys do too. So turn off the lights and close the doors. But for what? We don't love them, no. Yeah, so we gon' blow an ounce to this. G's up, freeze up, for a second now bounce to this. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. With my mind on my money, yeah, my money. With everybody saying rolling down the street, we smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. With my mind on my money, yeah, my money on my mind. Melbourne, Australia. Hold up, what's my name? Snoop Dogg. From the depths of the sea, back to the block, Snoop Doggy Dogg, funky as the fuck. I went solo on that ass, but it's still the same. Long Beach is the spot where I serve my cane. Follow me, but don't lose your grip. 9 trips, 8 years there for me to cleanse out my grill. So I ain't holding nothing back. And once again, I got 5 on the 20 shack. It's like that, and as a matter of fact. See, cause I never hesitate to put a phone on his bag. So peep out the manuscript, and Snoop Dogg, I'm up in his bitch. Hold up, what's my name? Snoop Dogg. Yeah.
There it was. Snoop Dogg doing his thing with a bit of Jessica Mowboy and Baker Boy thrown in there for good measure. I've got to say it was different. What did you two think?
Well, as somebody who doesn't know Snoop that well, I really enjoyed it. I couldn't understand a word he said, but I tell you what, from an aesthetics perspective, it was first class. Well done, dog.
What did you think?
That was fantastic.
I was entertained. And that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
There was one song I didn't know. I don't know if it was a new one or
Well,
not.
they all sound the same.
Come on, mate.
It's just different words. Anyway, I'll tell you what, it was visually magnificent.
Yeah.
Gerard Whateley, you've got to have a say on all of that.
So it was a spectacular show, and he delivered.
Yeah.
But the problem was always going to be the music.
Of course, no one knows the song.
What, the songs or the words?
No, the songs.
I knew all the songs.
Yeah, well, you're a pimp in the crib, so good on you. So I'm not sure how many pimps in the crib we've got in our 100,024.
Okay.
No, he was. I'd have to give him a tick. I mean, exclude all the kerfuffle beforehand, and it's impossible to exclude it. But he performed, the dog.
How many times did he drop the word weed?
I don't know, but I tell you
it
what,
was like at least 25 times.
He kept on looking at that didgeridoo and thinking, I tell you what, there's something I can do with that.
It's one that will be talked about for many years to come. It's not. So I never quite understood the people who felt like it could be in the meatloaf category. He's an outstanding performer. That's not, and he does meet the global icon that they're looking for at the moment. But it just wasn't the.
Yeah, give it a Sun score, the old-fashioned Sun score that Neil Roberts used to do to pillory blokes after grand finals. What was it out of 10, Gerard?
I couldn't get it to 5.
No, you haven't got him the pass, mate. Gerard, that's so mean-spirited. I'd give it a 6.5.
6.5.
I'll give it. I was a 7. To me, it was a 7.
But the back row here is more positive than front row. I'm a 7.5.
Yeah, I'll look down the line of Radio Row, and those who are under the age of 45 seem to be enjoying it, and the rest of us were a bit perplexed at times. But
I didn't have marching bands on my bingo card. That's a straight throwback to the early 80s.
Had a bit of college football about it.
Definitely college footy.
The amount of people on the ground now getting rid of the stage that's another act in itself. There must be 150 black shirts out there getting that stage off the ground. I hope the centre circle's okay because it's sitting right over the top of it.
And what it does is it ensures the seating bowl is full so far out from the game. Yeah. That's 1:15 and there wasn't a seat to be seen. People are nicking off now to grab whatever they're going to grab before the opening siren, but it does do that.
Yep.
Serious question. If a providing it didn't interrupt with any of the key preparation, if a player wanted to nick up at the top of the race for 2 or 3 minutes just to get a look, would you let him nick up and have a look?
Yeah, I think Brisbane definitely would, the way they've been acting this year. I think last year they embraced the whole thing.
Yep.
And they've got no choice but to do the same. I can't remember the acts back in the day because they weren't as good as this. They weren't really worth coming up and seeing. But the team meeting is quite often while this is going on.
Right.
So, good thought, Annie, but I'm not quite sure if Bailey Smith was watching it, although it would not surprise me if one of those boys were watching it. I don't think it really affects the prep.
Meanwhile, we've been just sort of discussing who's going to play on the other wing for the Brisbane Lions because Revel is on the bench. Ashcroft with an L is on the bench. Darcy Wilmot's on the bench, and the Big O. Well, I guarantee you, Big O won't be playing on the wing. But you threw up Fletcher.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering whether they're going to put McCluggage there just for a starting position. But it's a question. A lot of questions that we're going to be looking at before the balls bounce. Who goes to Jeremy Cameron? Maybe as much as anything. Well, I'll be interested to see who's on that other wing for Brisbane.
I think Dempsey's a problem. It was a problem last time they played. Ashcroft couldn't handle the
speed.
Well, it's just the anticipation Dempsey has because he knows when to spit forward, and young Ashcroft just got caught in between. So maybe McCluggage goes out there and plays on Dempsey for a little bit, and I think Geelong would like that.
Yeah.
So these are all the type of things you try and do when you try and shake a tag. You start things differently, you anticipate things differently, and Geelong knows that. So it'll be interesting to see if the double bluffs from both sides work.
Who do you think will play on Cameron? Will they go back to Leicester and give him another crack? I just don't think he's got the weaponry to be able to go with him.
They'd start Gardner on him. That's been said? Yep.
Yeah,
Danny
okay.
Daly told us on crunch time. It'll be Gardner.
Well, that makes sense because he finished quite well on him, and Leicester, you just couldn't give that job to him again. I wouldn't have thought.
It was a distraction, wasn't it?
Oh,
And Leicester has been such a great servant.
Pretty big start. I don't know if anyone could have stopped him last time.
So does he go to Dangerfield if Dangerfield is in the forward pocket, or is that Starcevic role?
Or Starcevic. Yeah, there's matchups, then there's handovers, and the thing about Cameron is he can go anywhere, and you feel inclined to hand over, but I think this might be one of those days where you try and hold on to your matchups for as long as you can because they're unique players.
Well, we're getting close now. The stage has been dismantled. It's making its way off the MCG. The conditions are getting better by the minute. There is a breeze blowing towards the punt road end, but it doesn't really get down and affect things. It might be a bit swirly in pockets here or there, but the stage could not be better for the 2025 AFL Grand Final. Ford and Geelong Cats, a partnership 100 years strong. It is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job search, before you dig online, every time.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. TNCs apply. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Afterpay is now accepted at Ampol Foodery. Fill your tank and tap to pay it in 4 interest-free payments. T's and C's apply. Australian Credit Licence 527911.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Harvey Norman loves the footy finals. It's game on with hot deals in store now. Score a bargain with up to 40% off floor stock and clearance lounges, including dining and bedroom furniture. There's hot deals on the exclusive Temper Breeze mattress range, plus bonus Manchester pack valued at $699. Save over $1,200 on 100-inch Hisense smart TV, plus bonus local delivery and installation, and save $600 on the new HP Omnibook Copilot Plus PC. Go Harvey Norman. Hot deals on now. Conditions and exclusions apply.
The first step to winning is believing. Repeat after me. When I play Monopoly at Macca's in the app, I have a 1 in 3 chance to win. Very good. Ends October 14. For full terms, visit mcdonalds.com.au.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
G'day, it's David Schwartz. When dealing with addiction, there are 3 vital areas of MyHab we focus on. Understanding any trauma associated, the addiction itself, and the process of staying in sobriety. Call Cheryl at MyHab on 1300 190370 or go to myhab.com.au.
Sick of dealing with overseas call centres? Mate is your 100% Australian-owned internet and mobile provider, where you'll always speak to a real Aussie when you need help. No language barriers, no frustrating transfers, just straight-up local service and great value. No contracts, no nonsense. Just mates looking after mates. Choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to find out more.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Shot, Georgie.
Stay on him, Ashy.
Well done, Georgie.
Come on, Ashy.
Get him,
Go,
Georgie.
Ashy. Go, Ashy. Ashy, go faster. Go, girl.
Jeez. You know what's more competitive than those two? Hyundai's offers across a wide range of new and demonstrator models like the Dynamic Tucson.
From $39,990 drive away, it's game on at your participating Hyundai dealer today. T's and C's and exclusions at hyundai.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. TNCs apply. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Journey of the 2025 season brings us to the climax here at the MCG on a lovely spring afternoon in Melbourne. It will be Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. The banners are out, the players soon to follow, the cup will be presented. The ball is going through some elaborate story up on the big screen at the moment as to how it will make its way to the middle of the MCG. And 100,000 people are assembled in anticipation for what the next 3 hours holds. On AFL Nation, we are with you for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food, and Victoria Police, made for more. Search police careers. Gerard, Whateley, Andy Maher, Gerard, Healy, Adam Simpson and Sam Edmund will be on the boundary. That is our team for the grand final. And our presenting partner is Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meats specialist, and DD. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. T's and C's apply. You can feel it building, can't you, Adam Simpson?
Well, it's the day. You can't replace this day. You can't replicate it. The prelims are great, and I know they're the people's game, but the feel of this is just unique. And, never not back a ticket to a grand final for this reason. Who's that with the ball? The next phase there, I'm not quite sure who that is. You're right, the ball story. The ball has its own story now, so talk about squeeze the rag with the pre-game stuff. just get to the game.
Yes, we're still 20 minutes away from the game. What's your sense of it, Gerard?
My sense is Simo's a no-frills commentator. He just wants the fair income stuff. Look, there's a view from most coming in here, most of the so-called experts, that this is Geelong's to lose, but we've come along here many times and the favourite have gone down sometimes in inglorious fashion. So that's the intrigue of the day. Everybody knows there's upsets, and I think most people want a tight game that's in the balance in the second half of the last quarter. And there's just so much intrigue coming in with the subs. Never seen a grand final like it. We now know that Lachie Neale, for better or worse, and it will probably only be decided in the aftermath, is going to start on the bench. I, for one, think it's very justifiable. But it's also some intrigue around the sub for the Cats, which is Jack Martin.
So this time next year, what would happen? He'd just be on the bench.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and when the discussion's not being had, as we see the team coming out at the moment or not? No.
Well, Chris Scott's wandered out onto the ground.
He's had enough of waiting.
Yep. Well, they've got to sit on that bench normally once they go through the banner. You just have that nervous 10 to 15 seconds. We all get in line and there's a photo taken of you before you start your warm-up, and most of them are smiling, but there's a few worried faces at the same time.
Patrick Dangerfield sauntering alongside Bailey Smith. They have become emblematic of this Cats assaults. Arm in arm ever so briefly for Dangerfield. He has one of the great modern CVs. He's already a premiership player. Today gives him the chance to become a premiership captain. For the fourth time, Chris Scott brings his Cats to the grand final. Twice they have lifted the cup.
I think it's emblematic, Gerard, just where Bailey Smith is in this run out. He's right on the shoulder of the General, and the General, of course, is Dangerfield.
So there's some paperwork blowing around on the benches that the team's going to have their pre-grand final photo taken on. And Chris Scott, who just wandered out before the team, saw the paperwork likely to blow away, so just headed over to the bench and made sure that it didn't blow away.
Tell you what, they're going to have to yell pretty loud, the Brisbane Lions, if they're going to beat the roar that greeted the Cats. That was enormous.
There's a lot of Geelong supporters in the crowd. You have to say it's 70% to 30. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Just even out the front of the SEN box when we did the pre-match, it was it was probably a 70-30 split, Gerard. Was that fair?
I think so. There's a lot of travelling fans from Brisbane and the Fitzroy faithful of the past, but you're probably more likely in your AFL members and your MCC members to have Geelong fans outnumber the Brisbane fans there, and they make a big portion of the day.
Worry them. They went obviously last year, and Collingwood the year before. It's actually a little badge of honour.
Last week they were completely outnumbered. They have a much bigger support group today. And yes, when you come to the MCG for these moments.
Well, Rayner incited the crowd last time as well. So
Rayner's a really interesting focus for me. I wonder at the end of the day we'll be saying Chris Scott played his hand too early and he gave Rayner a look at it, and Rayner's responded, kicked 5 and won them the game.
Well, the one thing he didn't do a lot of last time is play on ball.
Yeah.
You know, he sort of tried to play out of the goal square. If you see the boos have started, Andy, so it sounds like Brisbane are heading up the race.
They are, Simo.
Fakes there.
Yep.
Lachie Neale just hangs back with Chris Fagan. Harris Andrews is leading the team out. The Lions, for the 3rd year running, that already franks them as a great team. In this era, to go back-to-back, you enrol with the all-timers if you're able to do that.
I've seen a lot of smiles on both teams' faces. Look at Collingwood/Richmond enjoy the moment type of vibes, not oozing through the box for me. Everyone's very serious.
Just a little pause at the top of the race. Believe.
Well, Reece Stanley just won the first hit out and got the clearance. Only trouble is it was a one-sided affair, but he did hit the target if anybody's interested in his efficiency.
Here are the Lions out onto the MCG again. Bit of Ted Lasso around the banner. The chance to go back-to-back and immortalise themselves not only in their own footy club's history but in the competition more broadly. And the grandfather of football, Chris Fagan, just tails them out onto the fields.
He's not going to get to the bench, Gerard. Look at the shuffle.
Yeah, he's got the shuffle going.
It's going to take him 30 seconds to get around there.
He's going to beat him comfortably.
Get on the power walks, Fakes.
He's now broken out into a canter.
So Geelong in the white shorts and all maroon for the Brisbane Lions. Fakes arrives to take his place in the middle of the bench.
That's great.
The champs take their defence all the way to the last day. Our major partner is Mate Internet and Mobile. $30 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. What a sight the MCG is on Grand Final day, particularly when the sun manages to find its way through. Our presenting partner is Eufy. Reclaim your weekends by letting the Eufy E15 robot lawnmower do the work for you. So we break it down a little bit. What do you want to add in our minutes leading up to the game?
Well, really, I think the talk's done, Gerard. Let's just get on with it. You know, there's been so much talk around these matchups, and this is probably the reason why you can't have an extra week, Gerard, because we run out of things to talk about. We want ready for the game to start. You know, the fact they played each other 3 weeks ago is significant. I don't think we should underplay that, because the mind games would have started as soon as they knew they were playing each other, and I'm not sure who is that advantage. History suggests it's Brisbane's advantage. 4 out of the 5 times the team that lost the first game has come on to win the second one in the grand final. But Chris, knowing him, Chris Scott that is, he's got so many levers to pull, and he can pull 3 of them in 1 quarter, and it all looks like part of the plan, Gerard.
And I think it is part of the plan, and that's why I think coming into this match, he probably has proved that he's ahead of the rest of the competition. He has got tags. We've been told for 20 years tags stuff his structures up. His structure is so flexible that he can implement tags because he doesn't matter where that tag gets taken to. That tag's capable of playing on the back pocket, the forward pocket. He's capable of going inside the middle. So at the end of this match, we may say that Chris Scott has been ahead of the whole competition with the flexibility of his players. He had a problem. He didn't have enough A-grade mids. What did he do? Okay, he went back 15 years and he's introduced a couple of hard tags. Ironically, both are from Ireland, which is another story in its own right.
Sam Edmund's part of the team today, going to be keeping an eye on everything down on the interchange bench for Crowes Electrical and solar throughout the afternoon. Set the scene for us down there, Sam.
Andy, good afternoon, and good afternoon to you, the team, and all the listeners. Perfect conditions down here, I have to say. 18 degrees. While the flags are doing a little bit up top, very still at ground level. Hardly any breeze here at all. The two subs, just worth repeating. Lockie Neal, they decided on yesterday, would be the sub. So this grand final, guys, only his second game in 2 months. And then Jack Martin in the hoops, the sub for Geelong, having just been squeezed out of that starting 22, given Stanley comes in. Jai Clark's made an impression as well. The benches, Gerard's run through. Stanley Bowes, Clark, Mullen for the Cats, and for the Lions, Levi Ashcroft, McInerney, Bruce Revel and Wilmot. Actually, just speaking of the benches, Chris Scott's come and sat down straight after the photo, and he has not moved on the back row of the bench here. That gum, though, is getting a fierce working over. And I know Chris Fagan, as Simo pointed out, only just made that photo. Scotty Taylor from the AFL had to go over and grab Fagan and say, mate, you better get a shuffle on here or you're not going to make it. He just made it in time. So all in readiness down here, boys.
Subs for Maher Safety Knives. Cut smarter, work safer. Visit maheraustralia.com.au. Gerard, Healy and Adam Simpson in place for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
I've got no doubt Geelong are going to try and blow this out of the water early in the piece. I suspect Dangerfield will be in the middle. But I reckon they can counteract that with Rayner going into the middle. Put the big bodies in there and try and maybe get Rayner off the hook. And if that's the case, I want to tag Rayner. Well, you work out who you want to have in the middle.
Yeah, well, we saw him warm up, and as a coach, you have a look at who warms up in what line. It might give you just a slight indication of where things might happen. But the problem was there was 15 guys in the middle doing the centre bounces for both teams, and it just shows you how flexible these two teams are. Anyone can play anywhere, and as you see, the crowd erupt in front of Dangerfield's number getting announced. So well, Dunkley will be interesting what he does. You know, does he play on the best mid? From what I heard the other night, Gerard, and spoke on 360, it's like whoever's getting off the chain, I'll just lean into. You know, I'm happy just to be the cooler. We'll start where I need to start, but if someone gets a bit dangerous, I'll hit him up.
The bloke who goes under the radar is where I think he should start, and that's Atkins. Atkins slides under the scope in many respects, plays off somebody, but geez, he's been so damaging. I don't think he's got the weaponry to go with Dangerfield, so I'd be putting it right on Atkins and see how he goes with someone trying to prevent him getting the ball.
Some of the key matchups there for Seek, for the best job matches. Seek, and you shall find. 19 degrees in Melbourne right now for Pacific Seeds. High yield, proven performance, growing possibilities, and the MCG looks as good as you would expect on its biggest day.
You will have the national anthem as a coach. You get through that, and then you've got to get up to this box, and it's not easy. It's 15 flights of stairs. If we see Dempsey going down the race, maybe just a toilet break, he looks okay. I'll get Sammy to check that out, but from a coaching point of view, sometimes you don't get up to the box till the game starts, so you do rely on your Cam Rayner gets announced.
So there's no question the events of the qualifying final are going to leak into this game, and we have ourselves the villain.
Beautiful.
What do you do with someone like Shannon Neal, you two, senior player coach? He's struggled to get his hands on the footy in the finals. The qualifying final, Harris Andrews dominated him. Yeah. What do you do with the kid?
Well, we spoke about that earlier in the piece. To me, I would give him a task, and that is to stop Harris Andrews, not the other way around. Play Harris from behind. He loves playing from behind, pushing you underneath the ball. Maybe change it around a little bit, try and get a short lead up. But I would specifically say, mate, if you kick one and he gets 3 marks, you're getting my coach's votes.
The only issue with Andrews, I saw it last week a number of times, that they try and play from behind, and that works. They used to do that to McGovern, and they try and stretch the defence, and Harris will just play 5 metres in front of you. So, yeah, there might be just play your role. Make him accountable. Don't let him intercept mark. But as we see Dempsey back on the ground, must have been just a toilet break. So there's a hard lockdown tag, and then there's try and play from behind and stretch the defence a little bit. It didn't really work the last few weeks. I mean, he's been in great form, hasn't he, Andrews?
But it should work, and it may point to the fact he's still basically a baby. Is Shannon Neal. But if somebody wants to play 5 metres in front, Jack Gunston would be licking his lips, going, "I'm going to kick 12 today."
Yeah. There's this is where the line coaches are so important. Everyone has a little matchup, a little piece of play that you play him from behind, you play him from in front, you play him on his left side, and there's no left footers today for Brisbane, from what I heard. Which is that true?
You're talking about genuine left-footers or Catholics? David Parkin used to call them left-footers.
Right.
The warm-up. Just going to pause for a moment for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong as the two teams make their way over to the members' wing. There's been a lot of pacing going on. Chris Fagan just planted himself on that wing, and Chris Scott, after leaving the bench, has been a picture of motion. There's a little bit to work through in the minutes ahead of this opening siren.
Charlie Cameron
starts to build now, doesn't it?
Oh,
You
yeah,
can feel
you
it
really,
now.
you really get a tingle now.
Yep. Do you lock arms or do you stance, soldier stance? That's always the debate amongst the players.
Which way do you go? I'm a stance man.
We know, we locked in.
Let's join Hamish.
Jack will now pass the cup over to two 2025 club legends representing the Geelong Cats, four-time premiership star and one of the toughest players the game has ever seen, Joel Selwood. And for the Lions, a member of the famous three-peat star forward, Jonathan Brown. May the best team win. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, would you please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to having gathered here this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to them also. Wominjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yimin Kondi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri, no, Buddenball War, Kondi Nang Nuk Dubin and Bik Bullock Ball Chilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Baw. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Wawong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, welcome, enjoy the game.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. If you are able, would you now please rise, remove your hats and join with the players, coaches and umpires for the Australian National Anthem, to be performed by an artist who has billions of streams globally and sold out tours all around the world. Please welcome Vera Blue.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts. Our beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing, advance Australia.
As beautiful an anthem as the day has ever heard, on 100,000 strong sang along, and then the roar that punctuates the air here at Jollymonts. The countdown to the opening siren of the 2025 Grand Final. It'll be for Nelson Irrigation. Make your centre pivot centre stage with Nelson Irrigation.
What a voice.
That was great.
Oh, that was amazing.
Had Snoop covered.
Yeah, I agree.
Just ran into Daniel Hoyne. He reminded me that if Brisbane want to win this game, they have to kick more than 40 points from the back half. Every time that's happened this year, Geelong have lost. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. Yep. And also the dread time, the famous dread time he took us through during the week. They kick more. They kick 4 points for every 1 point the opposition scores in time on. So there's lots of little mathematical things we can keep our eye on.
Young Alex Coote has tossed the coin in the middle of the MCG for Keno Go. $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. Young fella in a wheelchair, both captains down by his side. Harris Andrews has won the toss, and the Lions will kick to the city end in the opening term to the right as we look at it. Keno Go play with $2 today.
How big's the roar going to be if Cam Rayner kicks the first goal? There'll be boos, there'll be cheers, it'll set the tone.
The pantomime will be something else. So footy's on, and BWS has got the deal. Save on the way to footy finals at BWS. Game day bevy should be sorted by now. Here for it at BWS. Choose to drink wise. And so concludes the pre-game show for Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. And Omni-Grip CST is the smarter commercial surface solution. Adam Simpson, who wins?
Well, I'm going for Brisbane. I know they're the underdogs. I think the numbers stack up, and I think they're going to get it done. So it's just going to be, hopefully, a close one. Gerard, and whoever gets that momentum in the first 15 minutes, can that be stifled? That's the biggest test.
Gerard Healy, who have you got?
I've got Geelong. I think they're so young, Brisbane. They've done an incredible effort to get here. But if their multi-pronged midfield can get it done well, Lions can do the job. But I'm going for the Cats. And Dangerfield goes straight to the middle of the ground. It looks like, is it Archie is going to come to the wing on the young cat, number 28.
Yeah, Dempsey. That's a big matchup.
So the final countdown, the opening siren to what has been billed as the clash of the century. The 2025 Grand Final, Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. On AFL Nation, you're with Andy Maher.
Couple of heavyweights. Let's hope it goes the distance. It's Blitzarves and Fort get us underway. Ball hits the deck. Smith toe pokes it into space. Dempsey, Archie. Dempsey wrapped up, ball in hand. No Pryor, the first bounce outside the centre square for the day.
O'Connor and Rayner, that's on again.
Fort just gets rid of Blitzarves. Half a toe poke, only as far as Will Ashcroft. Free kick too high. So the Lions are going to get the first entry. He's got ice in his veins, this young man. Drives them inside forward 50, deep into the pocket. Big pack, lovely. Arms go up, and Henry takes a terrific mark.
Looks like Atkins running with McCluggage at this stage, just from stoppages. We'll see what it transpires.
Good nerve settler after the foot injury last week. Long on the way out. Dempsey gets onto the bouncing ball, just trickled it forward. Starcevic had front position. Dangerfield toppled him, and Smith brings it up to Stengel. Cats are on the move. 3 pairs inside 50. Neil wants it. Kick comes shorter. Jeremy Cameron, it bounces in front of him and runs away, and Gardner is right with him.
Speed from the Cats. You can see it.
You've got danger starting in the centre bounce and drifting forward on Starcevic. So he's done that before. He's back up on ball now.
So Bailey picks up Smith, who's already looked dangerous in a couple of early moments. Inside forward 50. Blitzarves bats it down to Bailey. Smith goes in. Handball to McCluggage. Back to Bailey, wrapped up by Dangerfield, who takes him in the footy to ground. 45 out from Geelong's goal.
Yeah, they're all over Bailey a couple of times. McCluggage got his hands on it, but it was only a half-metre handball. Doesn't count.
Couple of steps in from the boundary line. Comes to Atkins, threads it out to Myers. Back to Bailey. Smith again. Runs into a bit of space off the side of his boot. Dangerous ball, and a lovely mark from this fine young footballer, Jasper Fletcher.
Well, Atkins looked dangerous around that stoppage.
Lester, the veteran, in the back pocket. Oh, that's a risky ball on the way out. Cut off by Holmes. 52 out from goal. Holmes into the pocket. He wants Neil. Got hands to it. Second grab over the boundary.
Look
it
good,
had
though.
to be a clean pluck.
It was a fumble across the line, but it was a good fly. Shocking turnover from the Lions. Had this problem early last week.
So the push up into one corner of the grounds. Right forward pockets. Boundary throw in. Cats in attack. Fortin Neal to the front. Dangerfield marauding through. Didn't get it. Bailey Smith did. Kick smothered by Lester. McCluggage onto the ricochet. Push. On the way out. Knocked over. Sam de Koning brought it to ground. It was pinched by Gallup, Marshall, and now to Dunkley into open space. Ashcroft will gives it off to Gallup. Tumbled the kick and it turned over. Henry against the grain.
Push just as he was kicking it. Myers was clever, didn't panic to de Koning. Wing out of sight of the ground, takes the mark. Has a bit of time to size it up. Goes long and strong right to the arc of 50. Dangerfield comes out in front of Starcevic. Read the ball in flight better than the line, takes the mark, fraction too far out to score. Wheels goes, high drop punt, powerful kick, top of the square. Fort goes in with a big knuckle. And we've got the first score on the board of the grand final of 2025. It's a rush behind to the Cats.
Both teams happy to take their time on the entries. Just let everyone set up behind the play. Once you get 60 out, take your time. Nice deep entries.
Can Brisbane move the ball, though? That's the question.
Starcevic dropped the kick in. Close the smother. Zorko off the ground. It bamboozled Holmes and got away from him. Gallup's hand pass smothered by Holmes. Cat's pressure is good. Myers was taken without it. Holmes, the advantage is being paid. It works away to Smith, who's on the gallop. He sets it up to full forward. Dempsey against Plenty. Dempsey's a riser. He got hands to it. Couldn't haul it in. Archie in the goal mouth. Gardner kicked it into his own man. Zorko dropped it in a tackle. Hurried kick on the way out. Lester pitches at the 50. Numbers swarm to it. It did run on. Lohman trying to get round on the back. O'Sullivan first possession. Taken to ground by Morris. Ball it up.
Well, it's a great start by Geelong. They're just playing front half footy. They cannot move the ball at the present time. The pressure is putting the skills of the Lions under enormous scrutiny.
Gerard and Simo are experts today for MEGT. Fort again stands up, gets the second whack at it. Can't find Will Ashcroft. Brilliant work at ground level by Myers. Gets it to Atkins. Umpire gave him some latitude. Ball spills out. Maher over the top of it. Keeps some sort of control. Fletcher goes in over the top of him. Ball stays in just in front of the interchange gates for Krause. Electrical and Solar will have a ball up.
Hasn't been a lot of clean possession.
See Mullen straight to McCluggage off the bench, so sticking with rinse and repeat from the first final.
It's a scrap at ground level. Neither ruckman could do much with it. Ball moved about 4 metres.
McCluggage is already, he's got inside his head, he's bumping and trying to take it up to the other bloke. He's got to have another method.
It's so physical. There was a knock from the ball up, and it was Geelong Blitzards who knocked it over the boundary line on the full, so it'll be a free kick to Brisbane in front of the interchange gates. 5 minutes into this one on the online fencepsupplies.au clock.
Wilmot with the resulting free kick up to half forwards. Morris had a leap in, knocked away. Ball fell the way of Gallup. Couldn't quite get it to Dunkley into any space anyway. Away to Morris, Slews inside 50. Lohman one way, Guthrie the other. Down to de Koning, in the tackle of Cameron, had the release and did. Humphreys the same fate. Out to Myers, hemmed in on the boundary, knocked it over his head. There's a free kick coming downfield to Myers.
Yeah, Rayner knocked over his direct opponent.
Oh, Myers nearly ran into the umpire as he was coming into the field of play. So he fashions a kick up the line. Manor was his target. Wilmot got across the front and knocked it over the boundary.
Pretty even start though, Gerard.
Yeah,
it's overused a little bit from Brisbane again. Like we saw the pressure got to them in the first final, but no damage has been done at the moment.
Bailey Smith 4 on the board early for Capital.com. A lot of eyes on him coming into this one. Ball thrown in on the logos, members side. Oscar McInerney gets his first entry. Manor gets the cram. Does keep it in play. Does brilliantly. Looked out from here. Smith wrapped up. Couldn't get his kick to it. Bailey was the tackler. Wants the free kick. The ball stayed in again. McCluggage goes and gets it while others were appealing. Inside forward 50. They all slip over. Coming out at his gallop. He's had his hands on it a bit early. Can't do anything with it. In goes Stanley, just hacks it into a bit of space. Reveal goes and gets it. Nice outlet handball. Bailey can balance up. Comes into the corridor. Rayner! Front on, couldn't take it on the second or third bite. Hits the deck. No front on contact. Guthrie goes in.
Lots of
wrapped up 30 out.
Fumble factor is incredible at the present time.
Brisbane in particular, there's been 4 missed opportunities to be clean by hand.
Lohman is he's probably going to have to come off with a blood rule.
Pressure and tension. Bailey got it at the stoppage. He missed with his snap. It's a behind a piece early for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Starcevic on Dangerfield is a pivotal matchup. Danger's got him up the ground. I'm not sure whether he's going to have the speed to go with him if Danger gets on a fly.
So, Simo, you were talking about 10 minutes, the first 10 in the coach's box. We're nearly there, 7.5. What are you thinking?
I think it's the same as we saw in the first final. Same matchup, same positioning. So if you're Chris Fagan, you activate your plans.
There's a lot of blood flowing for Kai Lohmann at the moment. Ball in dispute, hard up against the boundary line. Dangerfield stays alive. Revealed, brilliantly done by Cameron.
At the moment, it's who can handle the pressure on the inside. No one is getting from inside to out. As you see Lohmann coming off. And normally you see these two teams, they get it from the inside to out really efficiently. And today, both teams have failed to break a tackle or take it cleanly.
We'll get all our boundary updates today for Smart Light from Sam Edmund, who'll keep an eye on Kai Lohmann. It looks like a pretty straightforward fix-up down there. As he goes to the bench, and the umpires just wait for Kalarchu to assume his position. Ball thrown in, line slightly into attack. McInerney, Stanley, ball comes out the back. Bowes gets it, wrapped up by Reveal. It's not coming out. It's hard work out there early in this one.
The stoppage is early. No real spare behind the play. Geelong like to drop off, and Brisbane not letting them at the moment.
McInerney clean out of the ruck, gets it onto his boot. It's up to full forwards. Morris trying to get a run at it. Ended up bringing it to ground defensively. O'Connor in the tackle of Charlie Cameron. The ball up.
Well, they've had territory for the last 4 or 5 minutes here. Brisbane, it hasn't been anything pretty. Just getting it forward.
9 goalless minutes at the start of the grand final. O'Connor and Rayner. Rayner is the tackler on O'Connor, and he topples him to ground.
It's a real problem for the game at the present time. The amount of stoppages we're having in finals, it's gone through the roof.
The Coning's doing the ruck work. Gallop out the side. They did run into the ump. Holmes and Rayner scrapping for it. It won't emerge.
So Zorko is manless behind the ball. He's talking to the runner. He doesn't know where to position himself. He's getting some guidance.
Lions in the right forward pocket. Tap comes out the side. Rayner worked over initially. Will Ashcroft just got bumped high. No free kick, a ball up.
Seen him take those clean before, Gerard. It just hasn't settled yet, the game. No one's clean at the moment.
Makeshift ruckman at work. Holmes underneath. Got it to his knee against McCluggage. Umpire calls some high contact Brisbane's way. Zach Bailey, the free kick.
Well, young Gallop has had more possessions in his first grand final in his 7th game than anyone else for Brisbane on the field. In fact, anyone else on the field.
He's up to 5, and he's fumbled a couple as well.
Capital.com will keep an eye on the stats.
This is the time where your B team comes on the ground too. Your big dogs come off for a spell. So
Dangerfield off.
Set shot, Zach Bailey, the juncture of 50 in the boundary. It's shallow. And barely in for a behind. 2 behinds Brisbane, 1 behind Geelong. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Sam Edmund, what do you got down there, mate?
Just about ready to come back on here, Kai Lohmann. Mummified as well. Got the headband on, Andy. A lot of blood, but looks like nothing more than that at this stage.
Okay, mistake coming out of defensive 50 for the Cats. Out of bounds it went without touch, so Zorko wheels and goes top of the square, driving, drop punt. No one can mark, hits the deck. Dangerous territory here for the Cats. Brisbane have got him pinned on the back foot here, deep in defence. His body's just falling over the footy. Will have a ball up.
Anthony Darcy Ford, he pushed forward to be a target down there at the end of that Zorko kick. Now he's pushing back.
McInerney dangerous here, lays it to Dunkley. Got a clean look at it, but he ran into traffic. He got rid of De Koning too easily there, Simo.
It is tight. Ground level is going to be critical.
Oh, Dangerfield's down in the rooms.
Oh, we'll get an update from Sam at some stage. McInerney takes it, just couldn't get boot to ball. It's a long way from hand to foot for him, and we'll have another ball up as they just
I think the good news is he was coming out up the race. He might have just gone down for a toilet.
That last game as well.
Bailey cut through, couldn't do anything with it. Bowes kicks it quickly again. It stays in. Coming out was Humphrey, just hacks it only as far as Gardner. Threads it through to Wilmot. Wilmot from 40. Around the body, just pulls it too far. And it's straight through for another behind.
Can't they, Brisbane? They can hit the points. Most inaccurate side in the final series.
3 behinds on the scoreboard for them. 1 for the Cats for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre.
His Gardner's eyes lit up there. He thought he was going to get on the end of it.
Humphrey sends it in perfectly for Myers, who links it up to Holmes. The Cats run out of half-back. The kicks for Jeremy Cameron right against the boundary. He hauls it in. Stengel's on the shallow lead. Cameron's going to pump it in a little deeper than that. He's gone for Stanley and Blitzarves. Blitzarves couldn't hang on. He got up all right. Lester and Fletcher and Will Ashcroft and Wilmot on the way out. Lyons got caught. The turnover comes. Myers the repeat entry. A bit wasted. It's wide. Andrews gets there first. Across the turf to Gardner. Plays it out wide and Levi Ashcroft has it at half back.
In exactly the same spot as the famous toe poke for a turnover for Geelong all those years ago with Matty Scull. At that time it didn't register a score.
A lot of composure out there. It's a frenetic start to this one. Up towards half forward go the Lions. Lovely hands from Humphrey until he fumbled over the top of its Clark. What a stage for that young man. It's not coming out. We'll have a ball up in between wing and half forward outer side of the ground. 12, nearly 13 minutes gone. Opening quarter for online fencepplies.au.
Stanley, the deepest forward. He's on the Brisbane skipper.
Maher traps it nicely. McCluggage pushes him towards the boundary line. Manor's kick didn't cross the line. It was a good kick in the end, only as far as Gardner. Gets it to Fletcher. Maybe a bit of breeze out there. Just overcooked Levi Ashcroft, and the young cat comes at it. Connor O'Sullivan and takes it over the boundary line. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. And Victoria Police recruiting now. Brisbane 3 behind. Geelong 1. 13.5 gone first quarter.
Thick with tension. McInerney brought Blitzarves down, and even in ruck lotto that had to be a free kick.
So what's happening at these stoppages is there's no spare, and Geelong traditionally like to drop off. Either Brisbane's denying that activation, or Geelong aren't having it today.
Humphreys on the wraparound to get the hand pass kick long up the line. Zorko manhandled Stengel and paid with a free kick. Stengel has it forward of halfway. His link-up player is Jeremy Cameron. 2 kicks out from goal. He's going to play it very short. Myers, 52 outs. What's he got in mind? He can fashion a kick. Sam De Koning has come forward and takes the mark. Well within range.
Well, what Geelong do better than anyone is they get marks inside 50, and the first 3 or 4 entries from Geelong have been deep entries, and that allows you to defend behind your ball movement. But the first time for the afternoon, we see them lower their eyes. They took 21 marks inside 50 last time these two met. They've just taken another one then.
Famously kicked his first goal in his career in the 2022 Grand Final to open the goals. Sam De Koning has pushed it right. It won't work back. He would have been the bolter.
He would have.
It's the Lions by a point. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. 3 behinds to 2 behinds, 15 played.
Change you back on field.
It's good news.
We're midway through this first quarter, and I don't think either side has had a decent passage of play yet.
So Geelong get the crumb as the Lions got it to centre wing. Cameron can't take the footy. Zorko, when Gardner goes into lender hand, Cameron stays in that manner, gets the crumb, threads it through to Bose. Bose is going to his bit. Could have had a shot himself. Comes around. Dempsey kicks the goal. Geelong on the board. It's taken a power of hard work for both of them, but an error coming out for Brisbane was seized on by Geelong, and they've got the first of the opening quarter, the first of the grand final. 1-2-8 the Cats, 3 behind Brisbane. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard.
Well, this has been their problem in the first half last week. Nearly cost them the game. They got set up, trounced upon, turnovers in the front half, or the back half, I should say. Brisbane just unable to get clean footy out of that back half.
Well, they've had 5 turnovers in the front half, Gerard, and Dempsey's he's a winger, right? So his job is to slide forward of the play. That particular occasion, he noticed there could have been a turnover, so he waited in the goal square. Yeah. And he just reads the cues just a little bit better than other wingmen because he's a forward playing on the wing as his Archie's direct matchup.
His capacity to be on his own in the goal mouth is freakish. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Victoria Police recruiting now. From the tap, they're after it in the middle. Fort ended up with it, gave it away to Fletcher, worked it up to Will Ashcroft, shot it out the side to Archie. Link-up player over the top as Lohman has a look deep. Sell on a bounce, plays it into the pocket. He wants McInerney, no mark. Charlie Cameron against the boundary, kept it in, got hit by the pressure, gave it up to Koning. Dempsey's working in the goal mouth at the other end. His kick's picked off by Archie.
Kicked it to his man.
Yeah, well, Archie plays your traditional winger. You don't go deep in your own forward line. You set up the wall, Gerard, and that's what happened there. Dempsey goes all the way back and kicks it straight to him.
Good pressure from Charlie Cameron.
Cal Archie kicked 4 goals in last year's grand final. This may very well be his final appearance for the Lions. From 50 metres out, Archie, that's no good. It's out to the right and through for a behind. Cats by 4. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Rayner yet to touch the ball.
They threw him in the midfield of that last centre bounce, Simo, trying to get him going. So Humphries with the kicking duties. Comes to the members' side of the ground. They've got a couple out here. Clark slipped out the back. He ran his full measure, broke the Cameron tackle. The kick was a wobbly one up towards half forward. Cameron was clever with his attempt to knock it on. He got the free kick held. In fact, it's Neil, I beg your pardon, held by Starcevic in the contest. Thumps it in the pocket, looking for Cameron. Ball hits the deck. Leicester brought it to turf. Andrews is there to gather it. Bounce the handball to Archie. Steps around the tackle. A high ball up towards the wing position. They're going to fly. They bring it to ground. Neil with the spoil, and it heads over the boundary line. We'll have a ball in. 1-2 to 4 behinds. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Victoria Police.
I reckon the Lions box will be just a bit concerned about Brian Myers. He's getting plenty of ball, and he does something with it, running at 70%.
Already had the 7 touches. The Capital.com ball hits the deck. Wilmot wheels, just tumble. It could have been a free kick for high tackle. That's the way the umpire sees it. And it's going to O'Sullivan.
And he's just trying to impose himself, the Rayner man, but he's got to impose it on the share and not on the neck.
O'Connor it is who wheels now, goes on his right. Top of the square, low driving drop punt. Cameron had half a look at it. Dempsey again tries to cut through, gets it to Neil, comes out to Smith on his right now, just bouncing footy, dangerous ball. Hard to predict what it's going to do next. It bounces around all over the place, finds its way to Leicester. He just hacks a high ball outside defensive 50.
Spoils are made, so ground ball to be won. Spiked forward by Rayner, only as far as O'Connor though. Shot it out the side. Dempsey's under duress. Over his head he goes to Guthrie. Inboard to Atkins. Trying to dance his way into a couple of steps of space. He plays it backward to Humphries, not 15. Confronted. Atkins
Good
can't
pressure.
get it up the line. Yeah,
The
excellent
pressure from both
Guthrie.
sides absolutely amazing. But Brisbane coming out of the back line, they are so nervous. They are under the pump all the time.
6 free kicks to 2 so far. Brisbane's way in terms of 6.
Yep.
So just a little sign of second to the ball.
Simo from EGT build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. Right on halfway, thrown in, tap went boundary side. Will Ashcroft, Bailey Smith, Fletcher beat them to it. Works it to Levi Ashcroft. Works his way back inboard, prods it forward to McInerney. Has runners inboard. McCluggage receives. Good forward movement this. Lohman on the double back.
Well, that's the best passage of play that Brisbane have executed today. They just haven't been able to link up, but it was a good handball from the Big O. I'm not sure where Mullins was because McCluggage had read it really well. And he got on the end. It was a great kick to the top.
The pressure at the moment, Brisbane are going at 215 to Geelong's 189. It's a high pressure game, so that's the first breakout bit of play we've seen.
Kai Lohman was brilliant in this corresponding game last year. He kicked 4 goals. He's directly in front, 45 metres out. Kai Lohman's drop punt is on its way, and the Lions are on their way.
Here we go.
1-4-10 Brisbane. 1-2-8 Geelong. We tick into time on of this opening term. Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Well, just a look at a couple of individuals who are yet to really impact. And the number one for Geelong is Jeremy Cameron. He's had just two touches, so they'll be looking for him to get into it. McCluggage, that kick, that'll give him enormous confidence just to get himself involved. Logan Morris hasn't touched it just at the present time. Dunkley really is not impacting. Atkins is the one that's of some concern for them because he is getting a footy.
Lovely touch kick in this phase, wasn't it, from Levi Ashcroft?
Yeah.
Lovely little nerve set.
Come back through the corridor really well.
So back in the middle we go. They've got a goal apiece on the board. Will Ashcroft wrapped up Dangerfield in the middle of the ground. Umpire let them play until he no longer did. We'll have a ball up.
It's interesting. Brisbane have had 6 uncontested marks so far. They go to 100 a game, so a bit of work to do there.
Ford. Bailey whacked it on. Cameron almost. That was a throw from Guthrie. Umpire said play on. Comes to Gallop. They're out the back here. Loman needs a bounce. Oh, he just didn't get it. Felt the pressure from the Cats' defence. Comes out to Levi Ashcroft. Out to Will. His kick was battered down. Guthrie had to be clean. They dodge a bullet there. Dangerfield thumping drop punt out of defensive 50. Brilliantly done by Archie.
It's a good matchup. Good battle, this one. On the wing, Archie's fought back pretty well.
Superior strength in the one-on-one. Archie up to the 50. Cats had good numbers in the air, and Stanley spiked it away out of bounds.
I don't think there'll be too many changes at quarter time. There's 5 minutes to go, so we're starting to talk about the messaging and what's involved to start the second quarter. We all know about Geelong's red time.
Yep.
This is the time you may need to activate something as well.
Not happening at the moment. Starsmith's doing a good job on Dangerfield at this point.
Stanley, after the tap, hand pass a bit indiscriminate. McCluggage came through, gave it to Fletcher.
He kicked it out.
Sets it up towards the 50. Morris had a jump knocked away. Loman threatens just a double grab underneath. Still alive. Zach Bailey swoop, pounce, stand, missed. Oh, he missed. 20 out directly in front over the shoulder.
They've left a couple on the table, haven't
He's
they?
kicked 3 behinds. And they're up by that many.
Still a bit fumbling, aren't they, Simo and Gerard?
Well, in the forward 50, we've just seen 2 or 3 missed opportunities. They probably should be 1 or 2 goals up.
So Guthrie brings it to the member side. Ford up in front. Could have had the arm chop. No, said the umpire. Ball hits the deck. Atkins out to Clark. Feigned the handball. Then just kicks it down the line. Let Stengel come at it. Leicester with him. Ball hits it. Now they're out. Dempsey gets it from close. He sets Mullen away. Has a bounce. Runs to 40. The Irishman kicks the magnificent goal.
Well, that is a heartbreaker for Brisbane. They go forward and one of the All-Australians misses one from round the corner. And at the other end of the ground, a bloke from Ireland runs into an open and nails it from 40. Great passage of play by the Cats.
It was
His second career goal. His first was against Brisbane in the qualifying
Unbelievable.
final.
Well, I mean, sometimes you get your speed from your contest, and just a kick to a contest down the line. Dempsey doesn't fly. He always waits at ground level, and he waits slightly in front of the play. Draws in a play, handball over the top, and Mullen kicks his goal. So, once again, Dempsey's just that unique player. As we see Cameron now on the wing and Dempsey go forward, just to see how this last 3 or 4 minutes goes. It is a red flag.
It's also dread time.
It's Frank's one of the key matchups for Seek for the best job matches. Download the Seek app. Mullen and McCluggage together in the middle. Atkins is after the footy, dragged to ground by McCluggage, holding the ball. Will Ashcroft claims the advantage. He's gone for Bailey, who takes the mark. 45 out from goal.
Well, he gets a chance to make amends. Not an easy shot from this distance.
No, you don't want to kick 4 points in the first quarter, do you? It's probably not known for his long set shots.
He's missed in every which way so far, Zach Bailey.
Arnold Bright has kicked 6 behinds in a grand final.
45-degree angle to the left. 50 metres out from goal. Bailey's kicked his 4th behind of the opening term.
And to give him his due, Arnie, he kicked a couple in the winning grand final the following week. It was in the drawn grand final, the initial one.
So it could have been running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water.
Guthrie short to Holmes, thumping drop punt, out of defensive 50, wing position. There was a big push in that contest, and Neil's going to get the free kick.
These are the plays they want to worry about. Getting some speed off a contest.
Room to move, has a run, takes a bounce, goes short. Bose takes the mark or free kick, plays on straight away. Holmes has run to receive the handball, sees something he likes. Lovely intercept from Wilmot.
It's a good player, this bloke, Simo.
One of the best last week. Didn't see much of him today, but
all to play on now. Has to kick it high and strong. It is a 2v1 on the outer wing. Bose makes it a 2v2. Now the ball hits the deck. Clark wrapped up by Bailey on the logo. Outer side of the ground. Ball up. 1-6-12 Brisbane. 2-2-14 the Cats. 26 and a bit gone. Opening quarter for Tyre Power.
Pulled up on the worn wing. Rucks engaged. McInerney the tap. Underneath, Marshall wins the footy. Hand-pass didn't find Bailey. Holmes runs interference. Marshall brings him down.
Bailey and Dempsey get in front of the play so quickly. They're always goal side of their opponents, and Bailey again there almost got in front of play.
Harris Andrews on Neil again.
Will Ashcroft fashion some sort of kick going forward. Loman scrounges away with Humphreys. Ashcroft again off the ground. Put it up inside the pocket. Charlie Cameron second to the ball. Guthrie over the top. Will Ashcroft third in the movement onto the boot. Didn't have direction about it. It's out on the full.
Yeah, he was more interested in the possession that time than assessing. He just wanted to get it forward quickly. He had a handball target.
This is the time where there's 2 minutes to go. You want to finish the quarter off. Do you attack or do you defend?
Up to 8 now, Will Ashcroft. Clark's done a couple of nice, calm, composed things. His driving ball way down the line. Bowes was the only one who kept his eyes on the foot. He takes the mark, then just held up. Cruising by is Holmes. Gets the free kick now. It's a horrible kick. Miss-hit and wide and ugly and out of bounds. And the umpire says, skill error, throw it in.
Just can't concede another one here, Brisbane. They've probably been on top in many areas, but they're still very fumbly and haven't really settled.
Gerard, Healy, Adam Simpson, our experts today for MEGT. Ball thrown in, 45 out from the Geelong goal. McInerney reaches over the top of Neil. Holmes is going to be the first one there. Tries to thread his way through the tackle of Marshall. Gets it to Smith. Now to Stengel, who sells the fake. Ashcroft left the deck. He drives it inside forward 50. Andrews with a big fist. Ball stays in play. Bowes goes, gets it, gives it to Stengel. He's kicked them from here. The check side was short and narrow and through from behind. 2-3-15, 1-6-12. Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. Tyrepower.com.au.
See, Jack Henry was the aerial target there, so they've got De Koning forward, they've got Henry forward, and whatever it is Chris Scott has conjured. Zorko on the way out finds Archie clear of the defensive 50.
First bit of control for the quarter, really. You know, there hasn't been a lot of uncontested ball, has there? Typical grand final.
A minute to play in the opening term. Long down the line. Andrews up at halfway. Over the top came De Koning. Didn't mark. Lohman underneath. Away to Levi Ashcroft. Kicks it forward. Cats have got 3-on-1 in the air. And Humphreys is taking the intercept mark. He will play backwards through Holmes. Has a look to the Warren side. They're not there yet. So he has to pull up and bring it back near side. Humphreys again. Shut down by Lohman.
40 seconds left on the clock. Both teams would take this at the moment, you'd think.
Humphreys, territory up the line, pulls it boundary side. Sam De Koning covering the ground beautifully. Links it up with Bailey Smith right at halfway. Probes to half forward. Up goes Neil, brought to ground. Zorko underneath. Missed the hand pass out the side. It's all the way to the boundary for a throw in.
Well, they're the ones that Shannon Neal's just got to be better at it. Like, he could have come up to that ball. He had a 5-metre gap on Harris Andrews, who was still able to get a defensive spoil on it.
Dying seconds now. Left half forward for the Cats. McInerney and Blitzers. McInerney slapped it to the front. Bailey Smith ran over it. Atkins gathered. He's found space where there shouldn't have been any. Good kick.
That's
two
better.
for Neil, who dropped the mark. Holmes has it. They're on the clock. Sweeping hand pass inside, and the clock expires as Guthrie got it on the bounce. Quarter time, pressure-packed opening to the 2025 Grand Final. It's Geelong 2-3-15, leading the Brisbane Lions 1-6-12. Dempsey and Mullen for the Cats, Lohman for the Lions. Zach Bailey's kicked 4 behinds. It's the Cats by 3.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. Tyrepower.com.au.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments, like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo, the scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot, and the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
September in Melbourne means grand final time and an end to the cold winter months. With the warmer weather on the horizon, get adventure ready for a thrilling summer on the water at Melbourne Sea-Doo. They're committed to getting you out on the water to experience the freedom and excitement of your very own Sea-Doo watercraft. Brand new Sea-Doos start at $9,990, so there has never been a better time to hit the water. Visit the team at 300 Wirraway Road, Essendon Fields, or visit melbourneseadoo.com.au.
Stop what you're doing. The Chemist Warehouse Footy Finals half-price vitamin sale is on now. Get half price off your favourite big brand vitamins like Nature's Way, Lifespace, Ethical Nutrients, Barnes, half price. Wonderlust, Bioglan, Nature's Own, Thompson's Boost, half price. Comvita, Brower, EpiJoy and Nutralife, half price. And get 40% off Healthy Care. Find more half-price vitamins in-store and online. Sale ends September 28. Exclusions apply. Excludes exclusive bulk sizes. Retail limits apply. For half-price vitamins, shop at Chemist Warehouse and stop paying too much.
This footy season, it's time to score more at Liquorland with Flybuys. Enjoy 10 times Flybuys points across your favourite drinks. With new deals every week at Liquorland, scan and collect Flybuys points to get more rewards, holidays and money off your shop. Not a Flybuys member? Sign up for free today at Liquorland. Head in store or order online today to score more. Cheers, Liquorland. T's and C's apply. Ends October 7th. Choose to drink wise.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs, helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety and reliability. So look for the Australian-made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
We are in for an incredible September. We've got your AFL finals, the new NBL season, NRL finals, and the footy final sale at Tyre Power. There's match-winning deals everywhere you look. You can get the equivalent of 25% off selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres when you buy 3, get 1 free. And on Cooper tyres, get the Father's Day all-terrain $150 cash back. Tyre Power, get the power of great family value. Footy final sale on now. 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
Hello, Bank.
Hey, I found a place and the auction's this weekend, so I need a quick pre-approval before...
Sure, approved.
What?
Who cares? It's not binding. It's the pre to the actual approval.
How long will that take?
32 working days.
Oh, I'll miss the auction.
Okay, approved. Asterisk, fingers crossed, terms and conditions apply. We haven't sent this to our credit team. Hope for the best. Authorised by Barry, Big Bank, Sydney.
For a super fast pre-approval you can actually count on, talk to Athena and get the home you want. Visit athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Application subject to eligibility and assessment.
Hear that? That's the sound of nothing happening. Downtime costing your business thousands. Air-powered customers never worry about that because with hire, sales and servicing taken care of, they know Air-Powered will keep their business running on air. Visit airpoweredservices.com.au.
The footy season's heating up in the West Gippsland Football Netball Competition, thanks to Alex Scott and staff. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff. Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Geelong get the crumb as the Lions got it to centre wing. Cameron can't take the footy. Zorko, when he Gardner goes into lender hand. Cameron stays in. Huntman against the crumb. Threads it through to Bose. Bose is going to his foot. Could have a shot himself. Comes around. Dempsey kicks the goal. Geelong on the board.
Fletcher beat them to it. Works to Levi Ashcroft. Works his way back inboard. Prods it forward to McInerney. Has runners inboard. McCluggage receives. Good forward movement. There's Lohman on the double back.
Well, that's the best passage of play that Brisbane have executed today.
Is directly in front, 45 metres out. Kai Lohman's drop punt is on its way, and the Lions are on their way.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Monopoly at Macca's is back. Play only in the app.
Geelong by 3 points at quarter time for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, Gerard, Healy and Adam Simpson.
Well, it's pretty even, Simo. I think both clubs have had their opportunities and fumbled inside 450. Territory's about the same. They're playing a far more uncontested game successfully at the present time, Geelong, with their numbers, but they're losing around the contest. Brisbane have won that by 50%. So strengths and weaknesses, but very much a 0-0 draw at this stage.
You're right. Yeah, pressure's been high. Fumbles have been high as well. Probably more so from Brisbane. They've missed a few shots they should have taken, but you know they've kicked 1 goal 4 from stoppages. Brisbane They've had 5 forward-half turnovers to 6, so it's really, the numbers say it's a very even game, and the scoreboard suggests the same thing. The matchups is going to be really important now.
Max Holmes getting off the chain, but not a lot of damage being done at the moment.
Perfect blue skies over the MCG. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now. Geelong by 3. Lions to the punt road end in this term. Fort took it out of the ruck. Kicks it wide to half forward. It's a bouncing ball to be gathered. O'Sullivan had a fumble. Lending the hand is Clark. Got it to his boot. It didn't go far. Archie went past it. Charlie Cameron slipped over at the key moment. Dempsey fashioned a hand pass away to Blitzarves. Cats to half forward as a result. Lester and Starcevic there. Starcevic puts it into the third row.
Second time Cameron slipped over at a critical moment. Haven't done anything so far. Put a bit of pressure on. It's about it. Rayner yet to touch the ball.
Subs to Jack Martin and Lockie Neal. They'll bide their time down on the bench for Krause Electrical and Solar. Left half forward for the Cats at the throw-in. Nothing. Maher hands the ball back to the ump. Rucks link up. Fort knocks it out the sides. Took a little while to spin around. It came the way of Bailey Smith. Kicks it up to full forward. Andrews has good position against Neal. Kept him underneath it. Bouncing ball. Stengel conjured it. Swings it up over his shoulder. Bowes his hope. Couldn't get to it. Revealed did the bodywork illegally. Oh, and it'll be 50 because Gardner's kicked it away.
No, he's not calling the 50.
Oh.
Bit of grace with the crowd. As you see Cameron ready to wrap around, and Andrews was onto it.
It was a free kick. Good call from the umpire.
The umpire's been pretty good so far, you would say.
Yep.
Haven't really got involved.
Jack Bowes. So my favourite bit of research for this grand final is Jack Bowes' great uncle was an English fast bowler who dismissed Bradman on this ground for a duck in bodyline. Billy Bowes.
Go Billy.
And now his great nephew is lining up for goal. Jack Bowes threads it through. The Cats get the first of the second term and lead it by 9 points. 3-3-21 to Brisbane, 1-6-12 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Robots got it.
Well, 3 things happened then. Cameron slipped over on the wing. They didn't take the ball out of bounds in the forward pocket. Stengel wraps around, and they've given another free kick away. The biggest stat at the moment is 10 free kicks to 3. So Brisbane has got to get a bit more composure, and that was the easiest goal of the night, really, of the day.
He's looming as a really big grand final story, Jack Bowes. Steak knives a couple of years ago, and now he's kicked their second goal. Or is it their third goal in the grand final?
Bowes' legend at the MCG continues to grow. Our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, back in the middle.
Danger into the middle.
It's a mini move in the context of this one. Can Brisbane answer immediately? Holmes in the middle as well. Goes and gets it. Handballs into the path of Dangerfield, wrapped up by McCluggage, good enough to get it to close, tumbles it inside forward 50. Maher tries to get around from Wilmot, couldn't. Close goes in, toe poke, chance on the second body, couldn't take the mark. Blitzarves off the deck.
That's it. No.
What did you think?
I thought he kicked the goal, but I've got 4 panes of glass to look through, so I got done by the angulation.
Stengel had the fly, it was a behind.
The second behind of the game into Levi Ashcroft. Cats by 10. Levi plays it out to halfway. Knocked away by Clark on Andrews. Didn't find the boundary. Neal comes through. Hand pass was indiscriminate. Lester in and after. Disputed by Clark. Umpire circles. Lets it come clear. Will Ashcroft kicks up the wing. Holmes, though, camped and waiting for it. Hand pass to Jack Henry. Cats pilot the way off the worn wing. Kick inside 50. Dempsey! Oh, he didn't quite hang on. Archie brings it away. Great smother by Stengel. On the kick on Gardner, ball in dispute for a moment. Archie, Wilmot runs it out of half-back. Kicks for open territory. Charlie Cameron, it cleared him by a long way. Closing the angle to Koning. Charlie slapped it backwards to try to keep it in, but it's over the boundary for a throw-in.
To Koning having a game. Right now he is having a really good game. He read that brilliantly. Charlie Gardner's a problem in defence. He just gets it and bangs it on his boot at the present time, under heat, and he's lucky that one didn't go over his head.
So the Cats have come out hot for Ream here, Australia's favourite hot water that's going their way. They're making it happen. Brisbane, can they find a way? McCluggage gets it from Dunkley, throws it on the boot. It's on 450, Morris in front. Just controlled the ball on the second bite. in front of Henry, and when they badly need it, the youngster stands up. Can he now deliver?
Charlie Gardner will be pleased with his mention on Grand Final day. It was Darcy Gardner.
Once again, they're the type of set shots you want to get. Forward, half stoppage, surge kick.
Can he do it, this young?
Oh, he's a beautifully composed young player. Meets moments throughout the early stages of his career regularly from 40 out. He starts at left, it works its way back to the right. Power fade that we're seeing at the Ryder Cup at the moment, executed perfectly by Logan Morris, and they get the immediate answer. 3-4-22 Geelong, 2-6-18 of the Lions on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
He's got that something, Simo. I don't know what it is, but it separates good from great, and he's got it.
Well, that was a lucky kick. That was an inverted. That wasn't a deliberate swing, was it?
No, but in MCG, you just don't know what he was
absolutely.
facing.
And like I said earlier, clearances have been, and score some stoppages. That's 6 shots from stoppages now Brisbane have had, and that was the cleanest one. McCluggage third kick, just being in front. Geelong aren't playing extra behind the play at the moment. They're either getting that denied or they're happy just to play 6-on-6.
They won't be happy that McCluggage was left loitering at the back of that stoppage.
Stats for Capital.com. Cats by 4 on the fly in the middle. Holmes wins the footy. It was smothered. Stanley, though, he is able to fashion a kick forward. Knocked away from Jeremy Cameron. Close as the crummer. Jammed it onto his boot. Bailey Smith after the wobbler. It's out in the pocket. He's trying to open up space. Put a step on. Curls it around to the goal front. Fletcher was on the last line to deny. So he went through the behind, so he has to bring it back in from that direction to Wilmot. Kick on the 45 to Zorko, who's eager to go down the worn wing, and he's got Will Ashcroft to oblige as a target.
First time we've seen this sort of ball movement from Brisbane.
Link-up run from Rayner, who gets a look. He's gone for Morris. He's got position. Henry made Frat on. Ball loose at the bottom. Charlie Cameron from the pocket. And what a goal! Charlie amazed even himself. Out in front of the Brisbane faithful. And they'll be singing in their hearts as Brisbane take the lead.
Well, that was the most impressive movement from Brisbane the whole match. And Charlie nailing that. That's the goal he's been looking for. It might be the starter, and John Denver's just come out en masse. Great call.
Well, that was a full grand transition to come from a mark in the goal square up the other end, and it's just got to fall in the right hands. That was in Zorko's hands, and things happen. He gives you a couple of goals the other way, but there's the first goal from the back half we spoke about.
Put down 6 points.
Isn't this what Brisbane does? Geelong felt like they came out with real intent, get it out to 9 points, and then Brisbane go bang, bang. They are never out of a contest. Back in the middle we go. Holmes tumbles it, but Zorko getting busy. Takes the mark, just throws it on his boot quickly. Into the path of McCluggage, wrapped up straight away by Mullen. He's good enough to get the handball away. Humphries gets the crowd, got him into the footy, stands up in the tackle, did well, got it to Holmes, who just kicks it blindly. Zorko in the way now, look at this through the middle. Will Ashcroft a bit of time, has a bounce, runs to 55, another mung kick towards Lohman, can't do anything with it. Could have been taken high, it was. So
bit of butchery there, ball butchery there from Levi Ashcroft. Holmes has also been pretty sloppy in this term. Geez, that was a moment there. That could have been easily a goal.
Sullivan has kicked to a contest, and Leicester settles it out in front of Blitzarves. Inboard, Zorko, right half forward for Brisbane.
Got some momentum now, Brisbane.
Yep, Zorko's been the difference.
Into the pocket, Lohman wants to have a jump, but Henry's got it well covered.
He's had ankles improved.
Jack Henry with an intercept mark in the back pocket for the Cats. Facing a surge from the Lions at the moment. Kick on the way out. Leicester up over the top, ground ball to be won. Bailey Smith has it. They all have him. It's a ball up with no prior. Lions by 2.
12 possessions, 280 metres gained.
So suddenly momentum's wearing maroon, and it's Zorko, Bailey. These runners are doing it. Dunkley thumps it inside forward 50. Cameron had the sit, but he couldn't get access to the footy. Guthrie was outstanding.
They're pushing the back line under enormous heat down at Catland.
Humphries takes the lateral kick. Gallop cutting down. Short ball to Maher, outside defensive 50, outer side of the ground, takes the mark.
Game's just settled a little bit. Starting to see both styles now.
Simo and Gerard for MEGT down the line. He goes up towards half forward. There's a free kick in the contest as Dangerfield had access to the crumb. It's going to go to Reece Stanley. 2 kicks from home. He pins the ears back. It's a thumping drop punt into the pocket. Cameron can't get into the game. Chance for Dempsey again. Kick smothered just as he had a sider to go. Wilmot over top. He slips. Reveal keeps his feet. Gathers nicely. Did beautifully. Didn't panic. Then drives the drop punt into open territory. Humphries is going to be the first one there on his left foot. Turns everybody back around. Up towards half forward. Gardner with a big fist. Out of bounds. Weather thrown in between wing and half forward. Outer side of the ground. Geelong 3-4-22. Brisbane 3-6-24. 10.5 gone on the online fencepsupplies.au clock.
It's a great effort by Brucey Reveal there. He smothered it. He got some territory. He gave the ball back, but he'd be confident after that.
Left half forward for the Cats at the throw in. Bit of volleyball played. Bailey Smith, sharp hands to Holmes. Looking for the right kick inside 50. Pushes it wide. Zorko and close. All knocked away out of play. Oh, there's a free kick to Dempsey against Reveal. They were the second pair at the contest.
Replay.
Dempsey's within range.
Panel service.
The wraparound.
It's probably there. Reckon?
Yeah.
Another free kick, though. It's getting to be a bit of a worry.
Ollie Dempsey. Left half forward. He'll start outside the boundary and come through the 50. Kick the opening goal of the game. Dempsey with the difficult set shot. He gave it a whack to the near side and through for a behind. Lions by a point. Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it.
The stoppages, just Holmes is on his own, just at the back of the quarterback role, the winger role, and he's just racking up possession there. He's up to 16. He hasn't been too effective, though.
Keep an eye on the stats for capital.com as Zorko brought it in. Oh, that's got to be 50, doesn't it?
Wasn't 15.
It's the thing that's got to change, though, for Max, as you said. He's getting a lot of it, but just not chopping him up with it.
If you look at it now, he's a winger. He's on his own. Brisbane don't want to get sucked up, so he just sits 20 metres off the back of the stoppage.
Short ball to McCluggage was too short. Mullen read it well. Took him over the boundary line. Umpire threw it in. But from the restart, Bailey gets on the end of a handball. Lovely little inside-out kick to Morris.
No one forward of the ball.
Yep. Good call, Gerard. He has to bide some time.
Bit of a shame. They could have come wide and perhaps gone round it, but
called to Plum now. He's got Fletcher and Ashcroft.
2 blokes who desperately wanted the same ball.
They did, just the legal distance. He goes, well, they share it eventually. Will Ashcroft gets it from Fletcher. Still too far out to score.
He's working his way forward well, Will Ashcroft. He just had an opportunity to kick a goal about 5 minutes ago, but
goes short to McCluggage. It was a beautiful kick. He just got in between the defenders. The kick had to be absolutely precise, and it was McCluggage takes the mark.
And they want to know why McCluggage was just allowed to slide forward.
Well, he was there, but not there enough. Not as relentless as he was a few weeks ago, Mullen, but it doesn't take much to switch off.
This will be a big moment for him. He comes in from about 30 out, 45-degree angle. Goal umpire doesn't move. And he might have just had a little word to Oisin Mullen. In comes Will Ashcroft. He has another word. In comes Jasper Fletcher, and he has another word. In comes Logan Morris, and he has another go. So the Irishman on the end of a couple, most notably the goal. Yeah. And it's the 4th for Brisbane, 3rd in a row. 4-6-30, 3-5-23.
They've all been told to get stuck into Mullen, but they'll give a free kick away the way they're travelling.
Well, the smart thing is McCluggage has come off, and Mullen's going, where's my man gone?
Yeah.
And they're going to get the rotations mixed up. It's the one thing I haven't seen, and I haven't seen him block for McCluggage. It's been just go out and beat your man. Same with Rayner. They're not really working together to free these two up, but even up the ledger with the goals.
It's 3 in a row for the Lions, running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. 7-point leaders at the 14-minute mark of the second term. Stanley and McInerney go to battle in the middle. Stanley out the side. Ball ricochets around to Mullen, who's in the tackle, and he's going to get knocked off holding the ball. So losing 2 times over, the Irishman. Zach Bailey has it.
Rayner's the one. He's the one that's got to find a way to impose himself on this game.
Bailey to give the Lions a good deep entry. He sets it up in the Lowman direction. Coming back, Humphreys. Ball loose at the bottom. O'Connor clears the area. Now the Lions have got good numbers around it. Andrews takes the mark. He's going to kick back inside 50. He's gone for Morris. Henry's with him. The pack arrives. Reville will do the roving underneath. Hand pass. Found its way to Fletcher, who put it into open space. So Connor and Henry combine in defence for the Cats. Kick down the worn wing. Andrews is getting access.
He's doing what he does. He's a one-man wall. He takes the mark. He goes to Reville, to Archie, I should say. They come across half back to Leicester. Centre half back runs on now. He's got a man, Marshall, out the back. Nice Beautiful kick. Marshall marked 60 from home. Got a couple leading into the pocket. Reville and Bailey went to the same spot.
They've gone the long bomb a lot, Brisbane, without much result.
Pulls the kick. Lyman one-on-one. Over the back, Gallop almost landed in his lap. DeConing's got to be good. Caught one high there, surely.
That's slack.
McInerney gives away a clumsy free kick.
Come on, Big O, you're better than that.
DeConing plays on quickly. Called to go. Cats in defence.
O'Connor links it up with Clark, who uses the left to dink the ball to Myers. He looks for some open space to run into. Has a bounce. He was pursued by Morris. So delivers up the line to Dempsey. Dempsey's right on halfway. Humphreys is the inboard kick, or a little backward to Clark. So just looking at the angles at the moment. Gives further ground to O'Connor. The switch is on. Right across half back to Henry. And the near side runner will be Bailey Smith. He gets it at half back.
It's pretty hot out here in this last few minutes before half time. Could expose. We've got 8 minutes to go.
Certain tumult around Bailey Smith. He kicks up to a contest down the wing. It's easily enough defended by Gardner. Out over the boundary, keeping it out of the clutches of Jeremy Cameron.
I've got my eyes on Logan Morris. He is absolutely spent. We haven't had a 50 from a stand rule disaster yet, but Logan Morris nearly was first.
You talk about Cam Rayner. How do we get Jeremy Cameron into the game if you're at Geelong?
That's a good point.
He's only had the 2 for Capital.com on cue. Gets the crumb, but the toe poke into the corridor could be dangerous. Geelong have to 50-50 this at least. Fletcher gets it, wrapped up by Myers. Great tackle.
So you have to take your hat off to Darcy Gardner at the present time, because he's won a lot of ball himself, and he's kept Cameron really quiet.
Blitzards wins the stoppage. Wilmot gets the crumb. Handballs at high.
This is the one.
Into space. Now the crumb falls to Will Ashcroft. His handball was battered down, but it finds its way back to him. Gets it to Lowman. Bailey gets a good bounce. Reveal back to Bailey. They sweep across the MCG. Comes back inboard to Levi. Not the 15. Play-on's the call. Stops. Props. Comes back inboard to Fletcher. Held his ground nicely. Goes very short to Dunkley, who marks on the logo out of sight of the ground.
They've got a couple of spares in defence, Geelong, so they don't want to just go long. But no one's moving up. It's a really slack forward line.
It's good ball control under pressure by Brisbane. And now it comes out to Gardner. Through the hands of a couple. Into the pocket he goes. Gallop wants body. Can't do anything. O'Sullivan stayed in the contest. Loman over the top of it. Has to get it out. Bowes over the top of him. The umpire says
they're in control, though.
They are.
Brisbane are in control, and you know, the message goes out now. Listen, they're dropping off a bit. Lower our eyes.
18 minutes into the second term. Lions in attack. O'Sullivan received the tap and all the pressure that followed.
Well, if I said to you, Simo, at half-time, Dangerfield's had 5 touches and Jeremy Cameron's had 3, you'd probably say, I'll take that if you're Geelong. If you're Brisbane.
DeConing finds the tap to Atkins. He'll clear the defensive 50. Lines are pretty well set. Gardner dropped the mark and Jeremy Cameron intervened. Hand pass to Stengel, links it up to Maher. Works it forward to the play to Stanley. Put it behind him, so the play broke down. Lions muster numbers to it. Gardner, Levi, Ashcroft and Fletcher. Kicks out across the centre of the ground. Archie's on the build to half forward. McInerney the other way came Henry. Ground ball. Lowman worked off it. Bailey Smith swooped. Gives it away to Clark. Cats off half back. Humphreys makes the running down the wing. Had a bounce. Steadies up. Maher has a look at the 50. He's going to come to the hit-up lead, and Neil had the arms chopped. He had it well in hand.
Well, Maher got away with one there. That was a beautiful kick, but what you can't do technically, you can't do tactically, and his horrible right-hand handball went to ground. Should have been a goal to Brisbane, but they turned it over themselves.
Mark's been set a long way out, so 51 away from goal. Sam DeConing trots off with the doctor.
Well, you get moments in grand finals. We all see them. Sometimes you just got to make the most of the opportunity you get. And this is one.
Shannon Neal tees it up from a long way. He's given it a fly. A ball burster. Shannon Neal seizes his moments and narrows the deficit to a single point. 4-5-29 Geelong, 4-6-30 the Lions. That is on the Robot Building Supplies REBOT. Robots got its scoreboard. Time on to the second term.
Simo, that is a grand final moment if you have ever seen one. But can Geelong actually make it a historic one by kicking the next three?
Well,
can it start the momentum?
We're not far off your red time, dread time, whatever you want to call it. But, Danger comes off the bench and plays the last 5 minutes. Maybe that's part of the plan. You get him on ball.
Yep.
Let him explode. But they're plus 12 at contested possessions this quarter. But the pressure's only 150 with Geelong. So they're not quite all together at the moment. But sort of soaked up Brisbane's best hit so far and responded really well.
Get down to Sam Edmund in a moment for Smart a lot. The doctor was trying to get to DeConing for a while. I wonder whether there's any treatment down there that Sam can see. We're back in the middle forward. Toe pokes it forward. Levi Ashcroft's done some nice things. Marks kicking a bit out from goal.
Geez, they're allowing everyone to get back, though.
Has to cut. Now runs to goal kicking distance from 51. Gives it a very good fly. What a kick. What a goal.
That is a kid with immense confidence in his own ability. He actually saw an opportunity. He had that play on in his brain as soon as he marked that ball, and he knew if he could get somewhere close to the 50-metre mark, he had the kick in him. That is a moment to answer the moment.
Yeah, unbelievable for a young player. First year? Second?
No, first.
First year.
Yeah, he was sitting in the stands last year.
He was too. Yeah. He's probably 19 years old as his brother just comes on the ground. Goes in the pivot as well, so great response.
Sammy, any news on DeConing down there?
Doctor escorted him off, Andy. There was a brief conversation. Now appears all good. Sam DeConing still sat in the front row for now.
18-year-old who has played every game this season, Levi Ashcroft, has himself his grand final moment to build on. Mullen in the middle paddles it around and was held. Mullen with the free kick for the Cats.
Bang on about it. 15 free kicks to 4 now.
Gets it out onto the right boot. Sets it up inside the 50. Spoil made by Gardner out into the pocket. Bowes pursued. It's sat up, but he ran out of space.
Well, who's not in the game at the moment? Who needs to get into this game?
Well, the obvious one is Rayner. The big O hasn't got near it. Charlie Cameron's kicked one brilliant goal, but that's the sort of position he's playing.
Yep.
Dangerfield not in the game, just 5, and they were in the first quarter.
Lions by 7, Cats in attack. There was a lot going on at that stoppage, and it's a Geelong free kick. It seemed like they made a real mess of staying out of the way of the ruckman. And then Stengel was held up, is what the umpire has called.
You've got to look at this at half-time, Brisbane. A lot of things working, but 16 free kicks.
Oh, Wilmot just took hold of Stengel.
It's too reactive at the moment. They're second to move on occasions. It's the only thing that's really missing from the game.
Sheen panel service replay screen. Clear cut on that occasion. Stengel 2 behind so far in this game. Angle to the right, 45 out. Stengel, right foot drop punt, is out to the left. It won't come back. It will need some assistance to get over the line. It's a rush behind. The Lions by 6 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robots got it.
I reckon those 5 of those free kicks have been the same, though. The wraparound.
Yeah, it's the hold.
They're nervous.
Zorko's emerging. His play on quick to Starcevic. Turns defence possibly into attack. He goes short.
Geelong have struggled to keep the ball in their front half this quarter. Worked their way out pretty well.
Back to Starcevic. So he looks to go from one side of the G to the other. Nothing on. Has to stop prop and go long. Fletcher up in front. Can't mark. Clark almost took his legs. Umpire said play on. Myers flips it into space. It falls to Clark. Lovely handball to Close. He sets Smith away. Little low worm burner. Tried to get it to Dangerfield. Big contest. Cat down. Now Brisbane go forward. McCluggage. Ford can't mark. Ball hits the deck. Guthrie takes the footy and the tackle. Umpire will ball it up.
Cameron that went down.
Out of side of the ground. What was that, Simo?
Cameron's gone down. Head Dangerfield. Back of danger. They're good at doing that, those two.
Over on the wing. Rayner couldn't get through. O'Connor got him cold, holding the ball.
Holding his wrist or forearm here,
He's
too.
holding his forearm.
O'Connor brings it around half forward. Humphreys on the burst. Where will he set it? He's gone for close. Pinpoint perfect.
Well, the little bloke's on the forward line doing the job at the moment, maintaining possession. That is a concern for Jeremy Cameron. He's grabbing that forearm.
He's in pain, isn't he, Gerard?
I think he thinks it's broken.
Oh, there could be nerve as well.
Could be.
Hits your neck and you get the dead arm for 4 or 5 minutes. So
Brad Close has been inaccurate in recent weeks. 4 goals, 12. He would like to iron that out here. Close from the 45. Beautiful off the boots. Nails it. And ties it up late in the second term. It's brewing nicely. 5-6-36, each of 2. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now.
Yeah, it looks like it was the nerve you said, Simo. He's now poking it out towards the doctor, and he's showing him. He's not pointing to where the nerve wraps around that elbow.
Right.
But he's got a concern with it. But no, he's coming
back.
Yeah.
Look, I'll tell you what is different for Geelong today. They've only taken 2 marks inside 50 and just lost their composure on their entries. They're happy to kick it in deep. I just feel like they're at their best when they're hitting those little kicks. You know, the 15-metre kicks, 45 out.
What of that when it's coming free from the back line? Haven't been able to get that ball movement going.
No.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and Victoria Police. There is no quarter asked and none given amongst these two. Ball hits the deck. McCluggage couldn't get it to Dunkley under enormous pressure immediately from Atkins. Ball in dispute. We'll have a ball up.
Have you seen Dunkley's game? He's just had 5 touches.
I haven't seen him, unless he's got a roll. I mean, Holmes is on it at the moment, but he hasn't done a lot.
Stanley gets a better on. Lovely little touch from Bowes to Guthrie. High ball inside forward 50. Cameron couldn't find it in the air. Came back to a close again. Was he handled without the footy? No, said the umpire. Marshall feels for it. Gets it eventually. Didn't panic. Got it to Will Asher. Rides the tackle brilliantly. Then handball to Wilmot. It was adventurous. There's Dunkley. Handball into a bit of space. Fletcher needs it to sit. It does. He goes short. Revealed. Very nicely done. It was a good kick. Gerard,
there's a concern on Dunkley. He just doesn't look right to me.
So Zorko drifts down the fat side here. He's in acres of space, but it's a bit too far for Bruce to go. He just puts it in towards half forward. Lovely little touch again from Fletcher. Tries to get under the Holmes tackle. Lone and Lovely gather. Picked it up at speed. Found a bit of space. Puts it into the air. Logan again on the Morris on the second bite. Couldn't take it. Holmes wrapped up. And the footy will be thrown up about a step and a half in. 30 out from the Brisbane goal. Scores a level. 27.5 gone second quarter.
Well over a century since scores have been level at half-time in a grand final. It's a bit to go. Stanley down to Holmes. All the tackles came at him. He released the footy over the boundary.
Fletcher's having a hell of a quarter at the present time. He has lifted and he's been involved in all manner of forward thrusts.
Tackles inside 50. The Lions have laid 12 on the Cats, 3. Capital.com stats. Inside the 50 for the Lions. Bailey Smith bowled over by Will Ashcroft. Gallup tried to find a way through. He got tackled to ground.
Start to think about Neil at all, Gerard. He's just tantalising at best mid.
Yeah, I think they'd sort of be midway through the third, to be honest.
Dunkley's underneath. He released the hand pass, or dropped the footy really. It spills around Levi Ashcroft, tosses it up to the goal front. Charlie Cameron trying to outmuscle Humphrey's ball, bounced away from the goal and went 25 metres out over the boundary.
You're going to tell me who you're going to take off?
About 10 of them.
Okay.
It could have been in the planning just to play the second half.
Yeah.
Unless he needs McInerney structurally, Fort could ruck the rest of the game.
Yep.
Neither ruckman got near it, so ball loose. Bowes gets onto it in defence. He had to hurry the kick into the middle of the ground, so the race is on. Dempsey and Archie on the wing. Dempsey paddles forward. It's set up for him. Bang into a dead end. Had to release. And Fort will be the first man to arrive. Lions hold up at half-back. Kick down the wing. Bowes and Fletcher. Fletcher brought it to ground, then sticks the tackle on Bowes, who stood. Hand passes up the line for Blitzarves. Got the awkward bouncing ball. Fed it inboard. Bailey, Smith and Reville now go to work. Smith wins the one-on-one. Hand pass out the side. Mullen, dead end. Away to Stengel. Size the kick up. Dempsey grappling. Close arrives at the ground ball. Marshall's got him and worked him over the boundary for a throw.
If you're looking for a positive and you're a Cats fan, it's that Danger's done nothing this term and Jeremy Cameron's done nothing for the match. So there's some big upside there.
Gerard, Healy, Adam Simpson for MEGT. It is tight and fierce. Ball thrown in deep into attack for the Cats. Toe poked into a bit of space. Clark and Reville. Reville wraps up Clark. And the umpire says, I'll ball it up where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary line, out of sight of the ground.
24 seconds to go. Probably only Geelong can score.
Online fencepsupplies.au clock. Blitzards tries to get something going quickly from that stoppage, but it was battered down off hands out of bounds. So probably any chance to score belongs to Geelong before halftime, you suspect. All thrown in. Heaps of numbers around this footy. Blitzards gets better position. Ball hits the deck. Not coming out again. Cameron with the tackle. 48 out from the Geelong goal.
8 seconds, it'll be a catastrophe if they conceded a goal here.
Give away a free kick, for goodness sake. Ball hits the deck. Ashcroft, Atkins, Blitzards, wrapped up by Fort. Fierce tackle. We'll have another ball up. Ball's moved about 4 feet.
He's worked pretty hard, Darcy Fort. Not sure what the role for the big O is.
And there it is. What a half.
First time since 1909 scores have been level at half-time of a grand final.
I knew you'd have that stat.
It's sickeningly tense, to be honest.
It is.
Everyone can feel it. This is building towards something. It was promised to be a heavyweight clash, and it looks like it. 5-6, 36 each. Goal kickers, Bowes, Dempsey, Neal, Mullen and Close for the Cats. Lohman, McCluggage, Levi Ashcroft, Morris and Charlie Cameron for the Lions. Just give us a thought. Adam Simpson will be more expansive after a break.
Well, I'm not sure who's happier at the moment. It feels like it's all right. Let's start again. The matchups are working reasonably well for both sides, so no one looks like they're really going to break the game open. I feel like, Gerard, it was Brisbane
had the
advantage
opportunity
in that quarter, but not by a lot. It's just been contest after contest, and I haven't seen as many fumbles that quarter as I did in the first, but I'm going to stop talking about 17 free kicks to 4 is probably the biggest discrepancy of all the stats.
I reckon it's 17-7 theoretically, because their skipper didn't get 3 paid for pushing in the back, and they should be on the list.
Okay. Can we talk about that during the week?
All right. Gerard Healy and Adam Simpson are our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Scores are level 36 apiece. The grand final of 2025 on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Robot Building Supplies. ROBOT.
Robots got it.
Sudden cardiac arrest is a major cause of death in Australia. If you suspect cardiac arrest, call 000, request an ambulance and start CPR if needed. An automated external defibrillator, AED, can significantly improve survival. AEDs are easy to use with no training required. Simply follow the voice and visual prompts until help arrives. AEDs only shock if needed, and you're protected by Good Samaritan laws. Visit aedauthority.com.au and use code AFLDEAL for exclusive AED offers. AED Authority. Be prepared. Be a lifesaver.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
If you drive a European car, make it stop as well as it goes. Bendix's Euro Plus disc brake rotors are designed specifically for European vehicles and feature high carbon metallurgy for superior braking. Their SwiftFit protective coating also inhibits corrosion, so rotors will look great for longer. A direct replacement for OE rotors and tested to strict European standards. Bendix's Euro Plus disc brake rotors are the perfect choice for discerning owners. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Cars with tyres, cars with wheels, all kinds of cars. And the very best deals only at Car City. Cars for nanas, cars for tradies, and the busy mums with 3 babies. Only at Car City. Cars galore, far as the eye can see. They've got the car for you.
And the car for me?
Only at Car City. Don't forget the jingle. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder. That's because Bar Crusher boats lead the industry in design excellence and quality to ensure they produce the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market. Get your ultimate fishing weapon in 2025. Find Bar Crusher boats at Bar Crusher Melbourne on Quality Drive, Dandenong, or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
Rolling up your sleeves, putting your nose to the grindstone, and going that extra mile. No one said running a business was easy. At CommBank, we're proud backers of Melbourne's business yakka. Whether you need to take payments in person or online, finance new ventures, or buy new equipment, we've got the tools, tips, and tech to keep you kicking financial goals. We're here to keep Melbourne business moving. So talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Just imagine a home that feels effortlessly stylish. This spring, explore the latest in tiles and bathrooms at Beaumont's, where style meets everyday living. Imagine it, design it, live it with Beaumont Tiles.
Spring wasn't made for indoors, it was made for Australian outdoor living. Now is the time to transform your backyard with our Super Spring savings, plus interest-free options available. Limited time only at Australian Outdoor Living.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Link-up run from Rayner, who gets a look. He's gone for Morris. He's got position. Henry made Fradon. Ball loose at the bottom. Charlie Cameron from the pocket. What a goal! Charlie amazed even himself. Out in front of the Brisbane faithful. And they'll be singing in their hearts as Brisbane take the lead. Shannon Neal tees it up from a long way. He's given it a fly. Shannon Neal seizes his moments and narrows the deficit to a single point.
Back in the middle forward. Toe pokes it forward. Levi Ashcroft's done some nice things. Marks kicking a bit out from goal.
Geez, they're allowing everyone to get back though.
Has to cut. Now runs to goal kicking distance from 51. Gives it a very good fly. What a kick. What a goal.
That is a kid with immense confidence in his own ability.
Macca's I'm loving it moments. It's crunch time with the new McCrispier from Macca's.
Scores a level at halftime of the 2025 Grand Final. 5 goals, 6-36 Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. The halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Earn while you learn.
The halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence.
Give us your overarching thirds. Gerard, Healy and Adam Simpson.
It's just an arm wrestle. We're still at the top, aren't we?
Absolutely, we're at the top. I'm not sure which way this one goes. Both sides have got good players down. Both sides have got good players doing well, but not a lot is happening from the good play. And you look at Bailey, who could well have been so far best on ground, he could have had the medal wrapped up already, but his butchery in and around goals robs him. I thought Zorko, you mentioned him a couple of times, Simmer, he got them going. It's the first time we've seen Brisbane actually play like Brisbane. when Zorko got that ball off the half back line. Holmes he's had plenty of ball. I just don't think he's done the damage at the present time, but he'd be pretty happy with the way he's been able to get. Bose has done well. Humphries has done well. They've got a few lesser lights playing well, but they're not going to win this flag if Danger has 5 possessions and Jeremy Cameron doesn't have an impact.
Well, looking at some of the team numbers, clearances, it's -1, so there's nothing in that, but Brisbane have kicked 4 goals 4 to 2 goals 4, so they're up on the scoreboard in the clearances. The turnover game's pretty even. It's 3 shots each. 8 forward-half turnovers to Geelong and 9 to Brisbane. The pressure's up around the 190s for Brisbane. Only 170 for Geelong. Uncontested marks. That's always tough in a grand final, aren't they? Although they crept up to 37 Brisbane, 27 to Geelong. Inside 50s are pretty even. So it's just, everyone's still available. No one's injured at the moment. It's what do you do with Lachie Neale is the question they'll be asking themselves.
Yeah, I don't think you do much just at the present time. I don't think they're getting beaten badly around the middle of the ground. Pull the trigger, says Simo.
He's a luxury to have sitting there doing nothing, isn't he?
Oh, he is. There's no doubt about that. McCluggage is interesting. He almost reflects this game. His man's kept him pretty well under wraps for a period of time. Then he's come out on top, and he's one of the better players on the ground without dominating.
Who would you... Marshall's had 4 possessions, I suppose. Yeah. Can you move the team around a little bit, Gerard?
Yeah. The stats wrap for Capital.com, trade fast, trade smart. So the disposals are 165 each. The kicks are 103, the handballs 62. So that's how even it is. They're even on the scoreboard and they're absolutely even. The Cats are +1 inside 50. The Lions are +1 at the clearance. There is just no separating these two teams in what is suffocating at the moment.
Tell me the role that the Big O is doing except as a backup ruckman for Darcy Ford.
Well, that's your conversation, isn't it, Ken? I think one of you guys mentioned earlier, do you just go with one ruck in the halfway through the third quarter? But, I suppose if they start well, you just keep it going. You don't want to disrupt too much with the structural stuff. But to be honest, it's Rayner for Brisbane and it's Danger and Cameron for Geelong. Like those 3 players, whoever bobs up and plays their role and plays to their potential could be the turning point.
Who's been the toughest player for Anthem Workwear? Gear up with Anthem Workwear, built for the workout and the work sites.
Oh, they've all been. Gardner's been pretty good. Yeah. I've liked his game. I think he's had a good, tough game so far.
He's a long way towards winning this medal, as a very few backmen have done over the journey. Brian Lake, I think, is probably the last key position backman. Hodgie won it, I think, as a backman, but he is doing an enormous job at the present time.
How are you seeing the matchups for Seek for the best job matches? Download the Seek app.
Well, there's 2 really important matchups. One's Darcy Gardner versus Jeremy Cameron. We just talked about that. And the other one is Oisin Mullen against Hugh McCluggage, and it's probably about break even, maybe slightly in front of McCluggage.
Yeah, he's had 10 and kicked the goal. And the other one is O'Connor on Rayner. That's been a total blanket. Rayner's had 2 possessions and given away 2 or 3 free kicks.
What would you do with him?
Well, what he's doing at the stoppage is he's playing as a high half forward. He's hitting up onto the back of the winger, and that's a dead spot to be. Either be really deep or be on ball. The problem is I don't think his midfield craft is as good as O'Connor's, so he's getting beaten around the contest with craft.
I'd stick him in the goal square. I know he's been there before. Let's just see how the Irishman goes playing full back again and get the ball in there. They didn't get their ball in there last time. They get it in there and give the Rainerman time to fly. Get the cape on.
Yep, well, he needs to do something. Quite often he is a second-half specialist.
Yes, that's exactly right. What's been the coaching move so far that's caught your eye for Henley Holmes? Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900, Henley Holmes.
Well, I'm going to answer it for you, Simo. The coaching move so far is the non-move. Lachie Neale is still on the bench.
Yeah, well, I was going to say the coaching move was during the week with the rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
Because that's brave. And it may pay off, it may not, but to go with the same matchups, knowing Brisbane are better prepared, was pretty brave from Chris Scott.
The player of the day so far for Aviso Group. Don't drop the ball on insurance. Contact Aviso Group.
Well, I got no idea, and I'm voting on the non-Smiths.
Well, at least you're honest. The other matchup that we didn't talk about, Starcevic I mean, we're just sort of brushing off the fact that Danger's has only had, 5 possessions. I think he might have had one late, but Starcevic has done a good job. I mean, you've got to give him some credit as well.
Yep. I mean, Ashcroft and Zorko seem to be the ones that are bobbing up the most. Bailey could have been best on by a mile at certain stages. Had 4 shots to go in the first quarter. And for Geelong, I don't think anyone's really jumping off the page. I mean, Holmes has had 17, but as you said, he hasn't really used the ball too well. So
no, he hasn't done much with it.
No one's
Ollie
really
Dempsey
grabbed the game.
looks like he's about to explode, but he's had 11 touches.
Yeah,
he's kicked 1 goal, 1. Could have kicked 3 goals, 3. He's just been almost at this stage.
He's had Revel on him for a little bit that quarter, and he was really aware of him getting goal side. I saw a number of times just disregarding the ball, but just get goal side of Dempsey. So he's a bit quieter that
What
quarter.
about Bailey Smith? He's had plenty of it, but no real damage.
Yeah, it started well, but haven't really seen him as damaging as perhaps he was in the prelim.
3 clearances apiece to him and Holmes.
Yep.
Around the grounds for Melbourne Airport parking, get value parking at Melbourne Airport from $12 a day. Book online for the best rates at melbourneairport.com.au. The grand final sprint shortly.
I hope you're calling this, Gerard.
If Jed Walter wins, there'll be an inquiry.
Toby Green wins.
There's been a plunge on him, hasn't there?
There has. I don't know how that makes any sense whatsoever.
How have you seen the Stanley? Like, Blitzabs was so dominant in that first final. The whole matchup worked so well with clearance, domination, scores from stoppages. It's now become even, if not slightly in Brisbane's favour.
So that the potential for Geelong sub is to sub Stanley out. Blitzabs plays full ruck from here, and Martin comes in as your X factor at half forward.
Yeah, I thought that's how they'd start, but they've gone with Stanley. He has had really no impact. He's had 4 touches.
Well, Blitzabs only had 4 too.
And so they've both really no impact at this stage. So something's got to change there.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to win it if something doesn't change. They've got 3 or 4 really poor players that were in their best 5 last week. And they really, they need to find some answers. And Jeremy Cameron does look as if he's a bit troubled by that forearm.
Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. T's and C's apply. Scores are level at halftime of the 2025 Grand Final. 5 goals, 6-36 Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. That was the Choices Flooring halftime show. Shape your future with the Choices Flooring Apprenticeship.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
You've seen Trojan Tools on the block. The same tools trusted by the blockheads for the toughest DIY challenges. Built tough, built to last, and built for everyday DIYers. But the real game winner, Trojan offers a broad range of quality tools you can trust, backed by lifetime warranty. Whatever the task, Trojan Tools are up for the job. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in-store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
No one wins more premierships against electricity bills than Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Crowell's are helping everyday Aussies kick savings goals by smashing rising energy costs with a brand new solar power system. Crowell's Electrical and Solar specialise in no-hassle installations, marking down your energy bills with first-class service and ongoing expert system maintenance. To power up your savings and win big with lower energy bills, Google Crowell's Electrical and Solar today. That's CROWLZ.
Get ready for the biggest game of the year with Liquorland as the Cats take on the Lions at the MCG. Score yourself a win when you grab a Great Northern Super Crisp lager bottle 330ml 24-pack for just $43.90. Limited time only. Plus, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. Head in store and ask a team member today about our price match promise. Offer ends Tuesday 30th September. 18 plus. Choose to drink wise. Terms and conditions apply. Price match promise redeemable on in-store purchases only.
Yes, IDD. Loud and proud. Turn it up. Yeah, that's it. Yes, I have hot chips and 6 middies for dinner. And yes, I kick on after kick to kick. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, IDD.
The future of high-tech warehouse innovation is here today and available right now thanks to Dexian. Their pallet racking solutions combined with cutting-edge smart automation and robotics technology will have your warehouse working smarter and more efficiently. You'll not only maximise your storage capacity, but also reduce reliance on manual labour. Dexian, the Australian expert for optimising any warehouse. Speak to Stu Ward and the Dexian team today. They'll help you unlock your warehouse's potential and future-proof your operations. Visit dexianvictoria.com.au.
September in Melbourne means grand final time and an end to the cold winter months. With the warmer weather on the horizon, get adventure ready for a thrilling summer on the water at Melbourne Sea-Doo. They're committed to getting you out on the water to experience the freedom and excitement of your very own Sea-Doo watercraft. Brand new Sea-Doos start at $9,990, so there has never been a better time to hit the water. Visit the team at 300 Wirraway Road, Essendon Fields, or visit melbourneseadoo.com.au.
Are you ready to kickstart your career? Choices Flooring is offering paid training for new flooring installers. A Choices Flooring apprenticeship pays you an income while you complete your accreditation in one of Australia's highest paid trades. Work alongside experienced flooring professionals and earn while you learn. At Choices Flooring, our Certificate 3 apprenticeships cover both residential and commercial floor covering installation. To join the team, simply visit choicesflooring.com.
Big or small, there's a Volkswagen SUV for every family. The 5-seat Tiguan is packed with tech and safety for everyday life. Need more space? The all-new 7-seat Volkswagen Tyrone has room for everyone and everything. Drive the difference at Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
In business, you need a proactive accounting and advisory firm on your team. Choose Belmonts. They'll build a business game plan to help you kick financial goals with personal outstanding service. Book your free business and tax review today. Visit belmonts.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Righto, we've had the halftime sprint. What happened, Andy?
Well, there was a flood of money for Jed Walter, Gerard.
Which made no sense this morning.
Well, no, but it made a whole lot of sense about 2 minutes ago. When from about the 60-metre mark, he was not getting beaten and was putting a gap on them the further they went. So there's a lot of people around this place who knew something, and they're very happy right now.
$9 to $5. Yep. There's sub-news. We're saying Sam Marshall's out. Lockie Neal's in.
That Neal is in. They've been listening to Simmer.
And the key on.
And
can Lockie Neal win the North in a half of football?
Yes, absolutely he can. If he comes out and turns the game, a game that's even at half-time.
Who would you have best at the moment, Gerard?
Will Ashcroft.
Would you?
Is there any risk in that?
He's got to be in the best 2 or 3.
Is there any risk in that, taking a runner off for a runner who, if that runner goes in a game that's with the ball spending a lot of time contested on ground level, they might be left with one tall too many? Is there a fear that that could be the case?
I reckon there's a chance of that because given that they've taken a wingman off who really hasn't had any impact, there may be a temptation to put Levi Ashcroft back to the wing, and he had his pants pulled down in that position 2 weeks ago. But the coach might just say, well, listen, here's your chance. You're better than what you showed us a few weeks ago. We're going to stick you there, and we're going to back you in.
I actually think the lesson learned from last week, they've got Archie playing there today. I get the feeling they'll keep him where he is, and they would have planned this. You got your what ifs, especially with this magnitude of a game. They would have said, right, all things go well, we can do this from halftime onwards, and they'll have enough flexibility. No, Berry's a big one, really, when you think about it, because he's the one who should be out there. So, yeah, how they do it, someone's got to go out of that midfield group to play in that wing, or you got your Fletchers as well. So there's a few chess pieces they can move around.
Well, Fletcher'd be in their best 3 or 4 players right now. He is having a hell of a game. So it's always intrigued as to how they fire up. But Dangerfield may come into the middle of the ground again to get himself going. Just hasn't had anywhere near the ball. In fact, he had 1 touch in that term. So there's only upside for Paddy Dangerfield. And Jeremy Cameron, well, he had 2. So Dangerfield 1. O'Shea Mullen also, whilst he's got a role, he's not getting any footy. So he's only had 2. Jeremy Cameron, who gets a lot of midfield ball, only had 2. Graham Miles, who was one of their best in the first quarter, he only had 2. So their midfield group was struggling to a large degree. Holmes had a few, only at 33% though from his kicks, and Smith had 7.
Yeah, the midfield group, they got Holmes on ball, plays in the centre bounce, and in every stoppage he's always the quarterback winger.
Yeah.
So they just they move things around well for him. But if you're going to be on your own at the back of a stoppage, you want to use it a bit better than he has today. But weighted numbers too get you. If he ends up with, he's had 17 to half time, and only half of them have been efficient, but it's still most, more than most.
Crowds ticked over beyond 100,000. Stuart Fox told us he'd know at half-time, so we're going to be at 6 figures. Yep. So capacity is 100,024.
Right.
So it's just all in the margins now as to whether we get the last 24 in for the second half.
I'll tell you what, you could do with another tier on Grand Final Day. There's that many people want to turn up. Just on clearance, there's only one bloke had more than 3 clearances, and that is Will Ashcroft. But his kicking efficiency, we've seen that it's well down. He's 3 out of 10 kicks have hit the target.
Yeah, if you're on the inside all the time, you are going to be down, but you don't want to be that far down. So, look, the game hasn't really broken open. It had glimpses there for a little bit to get open, didn't it? But I reckon halfway through the third quarter, things will really start to happen, and that's when maybe some of those players start using the ball better.
Yeah, for two teams who are so gloriously skillful and high scoring, it just hasn't broken out yet. And I think that there's so much that can happen in this game from here.
Yeah, the small forwards, none of them have dominated really. Everyone's had a goal here and a goal there, but no one's really dominant. We're looking at Darcy Gardner as a centre-half back. He's done a great job, but he hasn't played in a dominant fashion. He hasn't been creating goals, etc. And he's doing the job he's been asked to, but it's a really open game. And there's an opportunity for all manner of people to stamp themselves on this match.
Jeremy Cameron has that right forearm heavily bandaged.
There's every chance there's a track there. But you either come off or you stay on, and he's elected to stay on. There's not much they can do about it. You strap it up hard and just hope that he can find a way, because he didn't find one in the first half.
All right, let's head downstairs for Smarter Lights. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light Environmental Exit Signs. The man who brought us the mail at the start of crunch time that Jed Walter was the plunge runner in the sprint. Sam Edmund, you are in good form today.
Couldn't believe what just unfolded there, Gerard, but there you go. Look, there's a human side to the game. A reminder of that at half-time where Lockie Neal being subbed on means Sam Marshall subbed off, and he's devastated in the back row here at the Brisbane Lions bench, which you can understand. But Chris Fagan taking a significant time there to talk through with the young man and almost console him, really. So the man management of Chris Fagan to play, even at the halftime of a premiership decider such as this.
It's his 11th game. He's a teenager. He's done his bit. He's handed the baton over to the veteran and celebrate on the rostrum with him in the aftermath.
Yep, he's part of it. Absolutely.
He's a long way ahead of 99% of the population.
Yep, he's a long way ahead of at least one sub who played in a grand final too.
So Neil's going to start.
Never got off.
Melbourne sub.
Yeah,
indeed, yeah. Which was a real shame in itself, but. The Indian arm wrestler was still at 12 o'clock.
Straight into the guts, Lockie Neal.
Yeah, we've got Levi Ashcroft going to the wing, Gerard. So what we thought may not happen has.
Well, I saw the coach talking to him on Channel 7. He had his hands around his ears and he was eyeballing him. He clearly had a message. We need you. This is your role. And he's up against Bailey Smith. So if you ever want to be tested on your run forward and back, this is it. The question mark is, can he run back? We know he can run forward.
They are massive calves of Lockie Neal. He's done a bounce around alongside Tom Atkins. What does this second half hold in store? There has been nothing between them through the first hour and a bit, and we are underway. The race to the championship of 2025 continues. Stanley with the big first takeaway, thumps it forward. Andrews and Neal lock arms. Umpire said there was a free kick against Neal. Harris Andrews certainly threw a little bit of mayo on that.
Pretty happy too. The 5th free kick of the day.
A short to Bailey inside defensive 50. To Gardner, who's played a game so far, Darcy Gardner. Still inside the defensive.
There he is.
And there's Lockie Neal's first look. But Guthrie's read the eyes of the kicker. Intercepted nicely. Goes inside towards the arc. Close has drifted into a bit of space. Did some nice things in the second quarter. Brad Close got himself into the game.
Another turnover kick from that defensive area.
Probably too far out to score. Think so. Goes short. It was an aimless kick.
Not as bad as that.
And Leicester takes the defensive intercept mark.
They do want to get those marks, don't they? Inside 50. They don't want to bomb it away, so Brisbane onto it.
Leicester long on the way out. Rayner was left underneath it, all manner of contact and most of it high.
Here we go.
They're on a roll here, the Lions, with the free kicks. The umpires have seen the stats.
Rayner's going to play them forwards. Cameron's his target. Humphries comes back. Henry gathers the crumb and brushed his way through the contact. Sets the Cats up brilliantly for Dempsey. Striding down the wing. He's had 2 bounces. He's got Maher inboard or Stengel up the line. He stays with Stengel, who's called to play on. He's got Close on the inboard. Same position as the last. He'd want to do better.
Turnover kicks kill you going inside to a forward line. That's just turned over and exposed him big time.
Maher's on the lead, but he's outside 50 by the time he takes the tumbling mark.
I'll still be looking to lower their eyes here. That best in the competition, finding one more mark inside 50.
So where would it be? A jab for Cameron and Cheers low down.
Well predicted, Simo.
Yeah, well, that's what they do. It's I haven't seen it today, have we?
No, he's crook. He is dead set crook. He's got up grimacing, but he's got a chance. He can do the grimacing after the match if he kicks the goal.
Right forward pocket. Actually, he's about 40 metres out from goal. Jeremy Cameron with the strapped right forearm. He's going to come around the corner. The best goal kicker in the game. Cameron slams it across the face of goal. He breaks the deadlock. Cats lead by that on the CommBank scoreboard backing Melbourne Business.
The padding on the forearm.
Simo and Gerard for MEGT. Zorko short to Andrews. Then beside of the ground. He goes short. More corridor bound to Starcevic. He goes short to Gardner. So 3 short balls still in defensive 50. Maher got perilously close to entering the zone. He shouldn't. Umpire said play on. Cameron goes back, makes a contest with Dunkley. Then sort of half through the footy back to Dempsey. He gets it back to Cameron, who's got himself going here. His short ball to Holmes, too far out to score. Takes the mark. Oh, Cameron's in trouble behind play. He's grimacing all right. Into the top of the square. Ball hits the deck. Close gets the crumb. Right on the goal line. Taken over by Zorko. Jeremy Cameron's a real story here in the backdrop.
Yeah. It's probably a crack.
Yeah, it's a little bit of padding on his arm. Probably 10 centimetres by 5. It's really isolated. It's that sort of an indication of a break. Not that I really know. Gerard, you'd have better an idea than that. But if it's...
Well, I think the best indication of a break is plaster myself. So that's a bit early to put the plaster on.
Harris Andrews, the goal-saving tackle. Zorko saw the kick on through the middle, and he hits Dunkley, who links it up to Fletcher. Lions on the fast break. Cameron's the target. Charlie takes the mark. He's 52 from goal. He has to back away. Bailey's right on here. He hasn't gone for him. Deeper target. Loman from behind. Can't get access, and O'Sullivan cuts it off.
He's been good, this kid. He hasn't got much of it, but he hasn't been exposed at any stage.
What a player.
Why didn't he go for Zach Bailey?
No, he was wide open, Gerard. So he clears defensive 50, might come back. Neil wrapped up straight away by Stanley. Well, the ball up, a kick and a half out from the Brisbane goal.
He's had his hands on it twice, Lockie, but no touch, and Atkins is going to go to him at every stoppage.
Here's his chance. Ball hits the deck. He wraps up Holmes. Atkins fights the fight. Goes and gets it. Wheels one way, then the other. Around the body. Keeps it boundary side. Stengel there. Umpire's got a call to make here, and he says he can throw it in.
I don't think we've had it insufficient tonight, have we?
Nope.
Today?
5:8:38 the Cats, 5:6:36 the Lions. 5 minutes into the third quarter. Online fencesupplies.au. Clock on the CommBank scoreboard. Ball thrown in. Fort in front. Lays it down nicely. Fletcher and Maher fight hard for it. Can't keep it in. We'll have another ball in.
Blitz Avs playing forward at the moment. Not really doing much, is he? Such a dominant player last 2 weeks.
Cameron coming up onto the ball, trying to get Darcy Gardner away, trying to get himself involved.
Ford hits the deck. Bowes had a crack at it. McCluggage was clean. Gave it to Lester. Around the body, up towards half forward, but DeConey fills the hole. Takes a good mark against Ty Gallup.
Gallup got him in early, but he has fought back really well. Went forward, should have kicked a goal in the opening turn, missed out.
Picks off the short pass to Bailey Smith. He's at left half back. Three in a Brownlow medal. Second look at a grand final. Brings it inboard to Holmes. No room to run here. Holmes sets off on an adventure, kicks across the centre circles. It's an awkward bouncing ball. Charlie Cameron knocked it the advantage of McCluggage, who linked it up to Zorko. Incisive kick, now how will it go? Henry, it gets over the top. The race is on at the back. Bailey! Zach Bailey suckers it through at last. Couldn't miss that time. And the Lions seize the lead. 6-6-42 to Geelong, 5-8-38, 7 minutes into the third term. Combank scoreboard back in Melbourne business.
Well, it was Bailey. But at the other end of the ground, it was Zorko just came streaming out of that back line, and he is on a roll right now. If I'm Chris Scott, someone needs to get an elephant gun out because he's unstoppable at the present time, the Zorko.
Well, that was self-inflicted though, wasn't it? Holmes sees a long target, try and switch the ball on a 45 for 50 metres, and his kicking hasn't been a strength of his today, and Bailey just finds a way to get in front of the play. He's kicked 1 goal 4 for the day. He's been quite dominant except for the finishing.
Back in the middle we go. McInerney, Stanley. Give it to Stanley. He reached over the top though, gave the free kick away. It was a hold off. Now Lachie Neale gets his first look. Gallops, 2 bounces, lays the handle off to Reveal. From 50, goes for it. Good looking kick. Just misses. Lachie Neale, welcome to the grand final. 6-7-43, 5-8-38, 7 and a bit gone. Third quarter Combank scoreboard.
Humphreys has the kick-in duties. Leaves the defensive goal square. Brings it out the members' side. Close and Reveal. Close had to go the spoil from behind. Out of bounds.
Levi Ashcroft's gone to the other side of the ground. He's on the Shane Warne side. Looks like Jack Bowes is his opponent.
Lions by 5.
Tabs in the ruck now, so they've flipped over. Stanley's gone deep forward.
Right half forward for Brisbane.
Caught his jumper.
Holding
it was there.
in the ruck to McInerney. So Oscar has it. The heartbreak story of last year. Kicks up to full forward. Milling pack. They reach from everywhere. Ball loose underfoot. O'Sullivan out the side. Bounced away from Reveal. Fell for Myers. Doubled back through the traffic. Needs the kick and found it too close. It's daring, isn't it? Close has it at the defensive 50. Cats can't get anything going, so it's long down the line. Dangerfield's the target, takes the contested mark, and off he goes. Hand pass to Stanley, back to Dangerfield, running the boundary. Sets it up wide, too wide. It's out on the full.
Well, Superman just not happening for him at the present time, but to be fair to him, Shannon Neale went the wrong way. He went running back. He had to kick it 90 metres to get it to him. He had to come up, and that was self-inflicted by Shannon Neale, who's, again, just struggling to come to grips with his opponent.
So Harris Andrews with the free kick to Leicester. They look to switch and get some stuff going here. Levi Ashcroft marks and goes, takes on Clark. He's aggressive and wants the game in motion. He goes up towards Gardner. He can't mark. It was a 2v1. Humphreys was one of the two. McCluggage comes over the top of Clark, who was the intended receiver, off hands, out of bounds, wing position, outer side of the ground. Hugh slow to pick himself up. Lights are on at the MCG.
Still got Mullen on McCluggage. Still haven't seen Rayner yet, have we? 1 free kick. 1 possession this quarter.
Stanley and McInerney. McInerney held front spot. Fletcher, lovely little kick, brilliant inventiveness. Finds Neale, sets him away into the pocket, gives Morris a chance. Got pushed. Henry got the hands into him, and the umpire said perfectly legitimate. And the mark was taken.
Kick to O'Connor, who brings it into the back pocket for Humphreys. Will clear the defensive 50. Blitzarves has bounded into space. Ball bounces up to him and he takes off. Has a look what's up at half forward. Flop the kick in a bit short. Andrews in front, brought it to ground. Half pass shark by Bowes. Cats are on. Has a bounce. Delivers for Stanley. Low down. Tried to swat it on. Didn't take possession. And the Lions hold up. Fletcher got it from Leicester and links it up to Wilmot. The counter-attack might be a killer. Up to Bailey at halfway. Kicks inboard. Rayner's got hold of it. He's got options inside 50. Logan Morris on the long lead. It's sat forever. And O'Sullivan camped underneath to repel.
How's the kicking going, fellas, in the back row?
Well, that was really just a player down on confidence.
Smith gets it, goes. Bowes in space. Has a bounce. Wants someone to come at him. Dangerfield chose not to go there. Long instead. He goes to Neil and Andrews, who's just too big and too strong and has got the kid right where he wants him at the moment.
Well, this needs to change. He's got to put a small player on and just make him think a bit differently here. I think Chris got to be really considered and concerned about it.
Zorko, who just overcooked the kick, middle of the ground, turned around. Geelong go forward again. Stanley can't mark. Zorko gets to the crumb. Fed to him by Leicester. Wilmot toe poke. Myers stayed in the contest. Gathered the footy. Lovely kick. Your chance, Neil. Can't mark. Gardner came across the front of him. Up the hole. There's been some calls there in recent times for front on contact and not paid and play-on's the call.
Fletcher goes bounding away. 4 bounces up to halfway. Cameron got him. That's absolutely brilliant from the wounded chap. Clark on the rebound. Up to Bowes. Measures it off to Mullen. To Amana. Has a look. Brings it inboard to Myers. Shuffles it inside 50. And Holmes will take the shots.
Gerard, he's in agony out there, Jeremy Cameron.
He's got a crack in that arm, I've got no doubt about it. He slammed the ground when he did the tackle. You never try and outrun Jeremy Cameron. Then his arm went bang onto the ground. I don't know how this isn't a free kick. Maybe he just gets a little hand on it.
He does, yeah. As he was swung,
Yep. Good call.
Max Holmes from outside 50. A monstrous drop punt. He turns it up to the max. What a sequence of events. Cats lead by a point. 6-8-44 to Brisbane. 6-7-43. Sam Edmund for Smarter Lights.
All right, I don't know how long this can continue with Jeremy Cameron, but he's in all sorts of distress as he comes to the bench. So 3 doctors surround him at the moment. Still Jack Martin unmoved, fully tracksuited up, but you do wonder now when they're going to pull the trigger on this for Jeremy Cameron, who's taken a seat on the bench.
Well, Jack Martin isn't Jeremy Cameron, but it's a good like for like. He can play that sort of tallish ground ball forward. So that may well decide it, but they might also think just let this pain dissipate for a period of time. We'll see if we can give you something and get back out there.
Sam, what do you got, mate?
Just gone down in the rooms too now, Jeremy Cameron, so we'll watch what happens from here.
The Smarter Light, this is a spine tingler, folks. Hopefully you're enjoying it no matter where you are. Back in the middle we go. Blitzar's had a look. Atkins gets the crumb. Geelong goes surging forward again. Andrews tracked the footy and his man. It bounced past all of them. Dempsey keeps it alive. Didn't have the footy worked off it by Archie, who was very happy to have that footy go over the boundary line.
That's a good call by the umpire. All the momentum was there. Geez, just when it looked like Brisbane were about to take control of this game, back comes Geelong.
A goal apiece this quarter, 43-44. Cats in front, ball thrown in. Geelong deep into attack. Dangerfield hunts it, can't do anything with it. Will Ashcroft toe pokes it outside. Defensive 50. Smith comes at it, worked off it by Dunkley. Lovely releasing handball to Levi Ashcroft. Loman lets it go. Morris pushed up. Lovely kick from Ashcroft. What do you got back there?
No, he's had no one to go forward to the ball. It's a good kick.
He lays it out into the path of Levi Ashcroft, who followed the footy up, couldn't keep it alive. Guthrie with him every step of the way. The ball goes out of bounds. 60 out from the Brisbane goal. 14.5 gone third quarter. It's a 1-point game. The Cats in front. Combank scoreboard.
They've still had 210 disposals each.
That's an unbelievable
It's amazing.
It is.
So when you get to the 4th set of a Grand Slam final, they've each won the same number of points. Anthony Smith out the side to Atkins, driven over the boundary by McCluggage.
It's not a beautiful game, but it's tough, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Still begging for an A-grader to stand up and rip the game.
Right half forward for Brisbane. Cats lead by points. Fort spikes it forward. Leicester trickled it up inside 50. Morris tried to knock it to someone's advantage. Fletcher absorbed the tackles. It's a ball up.
Average stoppages through the home and away is 36. Clearances right now is 22 to 26. We've had 48 already.
Next stoppage goes the way of the Cats. Maher, hand pass to Myers, squeezed his kick to Stengel and took a short step and left it behind. Mullen tidies it up for him, and it's an opening up hand pass too. Blitzarv's bounding forward. Neil and Andrews kick flopped short. Neil had no hope that time. Andrews takes the mark.
Well, a couple of times their skill level has let them down badly going inside forward 50. Bowes once and then the steeplechaser.
Archie had to wait for the bounce. He gathered it in, drives it down. Ford, nice hands. Zorko runs to receive. Ford gives him the chance, needs the bounce, gets it, the veteran into the pocket. Quick ball movement. Brilliant stuff from Humphries. Came in, made a magnificent spoil. Ball stays alive. Lohmann flips it out the back, doesn't stay alive now. Just as Morris was out the back door.
I have not seen one long kick hit a target today from both sides. Anything over 40 metres hasn't hit a target.
That was a brilliant smother from Humphries.
So deep into attack now. It is pulsating. The crowd urging their respective teams. Comes down, there's a free kick. It's going to go to Geelong, and it's off the footy, and it's going to go to O'Connor.
Yeah, they're worried about Rayner. I mean, Rayner's now trying to impose himself. Everyone's getting physical around him, and they're the recipients.
O'Connor goes to O'Sullivan from one side of the G to the other. He'll come back to Humphries, top of the defensive goal square. We just get a collective breath.
They've defended their front half well today, Brisbane. No flow from the back half for Geelong.
Nothing really came at Humphries, so I had to go long down the line. Starcevic can't mark. Ball hits the deck. Archie tried to take it through with him. Dunkley to Starcevic, wrapped up by Smith. Won't come out, ball up.
What's happening is it's whoever can get forward of the play and get on the end of it. And there's only 3 or 4 players from each side that know how to do that. You've got Dempsey, you've got Bailey. These types of players become very important.
Lions at half forward. Dunkley shoveled a hand pass up to Will Ashcroft inside 50. Lohmann couldn't hang on. Clark underneath for the Cats, missed his hand pass. It gives Rayner a look up to full forward. Henry backed himself. Lohmann comes through and he misses. Humphries with the despairing lunge to knock him offline and scores a level 18 minutes into the third term.
Yeah, it's an arm wrestle. It is compelling stuff. We've seen more picturesque games of footy, but we know what's on the line here. There is no give out there whatsoever. Dunkley gets the fall of the footy to Rayner, being quiet, into the pocket he goes, sets it up high. Chance for the Crummers. Lohmann puts it into a dangerous spot. Leicester down there gathering the footy.
I don't know what he's doing. He's been dragged up the ground somehow. Not sure who he's playing on Leicester, but it looks like he's playing.
Ryan Myers
is all the way up to the stoppage.
All thrown up. Chance for Bailey. Here he is again. He's kicked another point. 1 goal, 5 for the day, Zach Bailey. And it's that point that they lead by 6-9-45, 6-8-44. It is building and building relentlessly.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Victoria Police recruiting now. Guthrie kicks it in long. Dempsey got sandwiched. Cats have got the numbers as a result though. Atkins onto it. Hand pass to Koning, back to Atkins. It's tight in there. Dangerfield slammed it onto the boot. Stengel dropped the mark. He's trying to get out the back. Gardner worked him over, top of the ground. The pressure comes from everywhere. Blitzarv's now. Gardner's lying on the footy. It's holding the ball.
It's a big watch back here on Brandon Starcevic. Yeah. We know what he's had history of concussion.
So Dempsey got pushed forward in the contest by Archie. Cannoned into Starcevic. It rattled his bones. Blitzarv's has laid this off boundary side to Stengel.
Keeping on those short marks.
Stengel looks to bring it inboard. Not 15. Maher marked it, but he's caught. And it's a ball up as a result. Cats fritter away a shot at goal.
He's sending that message down if you're Chris Fagan. It's that last kick. Always looking to lower their eyes.
So this was the risk for Brisbane. They subbed out a healthy player at half-time, and now they look like they might be one down. Holmes gets it at the stoppage, out to Stengel. Dempsey didn't keep it in against the boundary.
Sam Edmund, what do you got?
Starcevic coming off, Andy, with the doctor. No surprise there. So all eyes on him as he goes to the bench, and we'll watch this space.
So it'll be the HIA that he will go through. Lions by a point. Cats in attack this time. Bailey Smith at the stoppage. Off to Myers. Just no space. Dispossessed. Bailey finds his way through. Lofts it down the line. Henry's well placed. How to jump at it. Didn't mark. McInerney toes it forward and the race is on. Morris and Humphries. Morris by a length. Humphries closes. He tried to go off the ground. Morris, it didn't work. Humphries takes the tackle, topples to ground and earns a ball up.
It's an old school footy drill, that one on a Tuesday night, 7 degrees out in the eastern suburbs. Coach kicks it out and says, go get it, you two. It was great stuff. Ball thrown in. It's pulsating. It really is. Edge of your seat stuff here.
Look, it starts to be more about the player. I think you can get away with 3 on the bench with a quarter and a bit to go, but
the job he's done, though,
the job he's done is what they're going to miss. So
Dangerfield licking his lips.
He is.
He's on the bench. He wants to get back out there.
McInerney in front. Read the shallow throw in. Brilliant gather by Atkins. Read the hit out. Thumps it out of defensive 50. Ford can't mark. Archie felt for it. Had to go back at ground level. Ball in dispute. Won't come out. Blitzars and Andrews.
The play. Dempsey just gets ahead of the play by 2 metres just in case. But stoppage.
Where does it break open this game? When is there some give? Dunkley the quick kick. Not 15. Guthrie got rid of it just in the nick of time. Gardner going back. Andrews did a magnificent job. Made it so easy for him, keeping Neil away from the footy.
A little bit of ground given to Wilmot. Out the far side for Reville. Bruce has a look down the line. Not a whole heap to work with. Now the lead comes right on halfway, and Leicester, who's having a sneaky good game, releases the hand pass to Fletcher. Kicks the lines inside 50. McInerney with a couple to compete. Henry over the top, brought it to ground. Hand pass beyond the defensive 50. Gallup backed himself, won the footy. Will Ashcroft cleverer. Around to Reville. Up to full forward. Charlie Cameron!
Yeah, what an effort. That's most Charlie-like. Used his body, took the front spot, took a really good mark. He's normally ground ball player or on someone's shoulders.
Ashcroft, great hands. And look, Clark's not a defender. He's a high half back. Getting caught one-on-ones, probably not where he wants to be. So
time on to the third term, kicking for a 7-point lead. Charlie Cameron directly in front, bringing the music to grand final day like never before. He's got 2. Second of the term for the Lions. They lead at 7-9-51 to Geelong 6-8-44. CommBank scoreboard from the hustle to the grind. CommBank is a proud backer of Melbourne's business yakka.
Well, not everyone gets a song is what I've heard today.
That's right.
Only if you've got a good song apparently, because this is the only song I've heard, which is fine by me. There's matchups everywhere. It just feels like it's about to pop. I don't know which way, but
I think Chris Scott feels that too, because Danger Man has gone onto the ground and he would know. He hasn't had anywhere near the game he was hoping for, but he can still drag his team across the line. If he gets his hand on that cup, he's done his job.
I don't know who's going to take the Starcevic role. That's going to be critical because he'll do the centre bounce and drift forward stages as well.
Perfect bounce in the middle as we get underway again. Holmes, lovely control of the footy, patted it to his own advantage, then finds some space. Drives Geelong inside forward 50. A couple of bodies hit the deck. Play-ons to call Fletcher. Increasingly important. Lovely composure. Oh, that's got to be a free kick for Archie. He was over the footy waiting for it. Dempsey came at him.
He's having a pretty good game, Archie.
Yeah, he's playing that wing role well.
Sorry, but any news on Jeremy Cameron down there, Sam?
Still in the rooms, Murray, so he still hasn't re-emerged. It's been a good 5 or 10 minutes now. Brandon Starcevic, they allowed him to sit for a minute. They've taken him downstairs now for that HIA.
Good on you, mate. All the news for Smarter Light down there, and it's increasingly important what we're seeing. There's an advantage paid here. O'Sullivan was going to be the recipient. Bowes had the time. Dempsey up in front. Almost. It was a good contest with Archie. Ball goes out of bounds. In between wing and half forward. Members side of the ground. Cats trying to answer. 7-9, 6-8. 9 points the biggest margin in the game thus far today, I think.
It was 10 Geelong, 7 Brisbane.
Yep. So ball thrown in. There's been nothing in it right throughout the afternoon. Stanley front. McCluggage, the crumb. Gets it going Brisbane's way. The knock on from Morris. Cameron dangerous. You swear Andy Guthrie was very good. Didn't cough the footy up. Great ball security. We'll have a ball up 50 out from the Brisbane goal.
Just start getting everybody up the ground and then looking dangerous coming back, Brisbane. It's Geelong just not looking dangerous forward of the ball at the moment.
Collectively, the midfield's not really getting it done at the moment for Geelong.
Ford spikes it forward. McCluggage was after it. Cameron the other way. Charlie taken to ground by Guthrie.
Yeah, I think he should have done better there. He had McCluggage, a little flick into McCluggage's. Oh, that was a free kick they're just showing at the other end of the ground. To
Cameron dragged down by one arm.
Yep.
Lohman held in the stoppage.
And Holmes has had 24, Smith 18, then it goes to Humphreys. Who really haven't had their hands on the ball. They're missing danger. His impact around there, and Atkins hasn't done a lot either.
2.5 to go in the third term. Brisbane attacking. Atkins quick out of the stoppage, didn't go anywhere. Dempsey has a go. Hand pass to Clark, threw it onto the boot down the wing. Big contest to win. Blitzarves and Leicester. Leicester controlled it for a moment. Dangerfield cannoned in from the other direction, and it's all held up.
Good jump on that.
So right on halfway under our broadcast position. Lions by 7. Ball just never emerges.
Just can't find it today, can he, Paddy?
Oh, not many can for Geelong. Myers is one that's well down on his normal numbers.
Atkins tackled by Fletcher. There's just not a breath of space at these stoppages.
So what's happened is Cameron's off. Gardner's now going to danger. And it's all good. No loss, no harm, no foul.
Will Ashcroft fighting for the ground ball. Release to Fletcher. Good hands to Neal. They win the skirmish, the Lions. Floating ball to half forward. Guthrie the ball. Here's Lohman. Pouncing. Hand passing. Charlie will kick his third. Charlie Cameron sets up the biggest lead of the day. Brisbane by 13 late in the third term. 8-9-57 to Geelong 6-8-44. Combank scoreboard backing Melbourne business.
Simo, you said earlier in the game no one can get the ball from outside, from inside to out. Well, the hands right now of Brisbane are going to win them a premiership unless something changes. Their inside handball work has set them up 3 or 4 times. Dunkley's been amazing with his inside work in this term, and they've done it the same. Compressed the forward line, got the speed out the back, and Charlie, that's his 52nd finals goal.
Pretty good effort.
It's an amazing record across 27 finals.
To know what the conversations are sounding like in the Geelong coaches box right now.
It's going to be around that midfield group. Even getting Blitzarves around the ruck and mixing it up a little bit might be an option.
So McInerney stood up in the contest. Holmes is fighting hard. Reveal just shakes them all off. Thumps it forward. Cameron dangerous again. Bounce the footy crucial. Gets it on the second bounce. Tried to get it out to Dunkley. Dunkley tumbles it around the body. Didn't go far. Clark just into space. Will Ashcroft. Smith. Smith did well. O'Sullivan gets onto it. Can't find Smith without Zorko. Magnificent. Body line the footy. Lockie Neal. Lockie Neal kicks a magnificent goal. And what a move the Lions have made late in the third quarter.
That is a man. Well, he's already great, but he's backed himself in. From the minute he did that calf, he said, I'm not going to miss out on a grand final. And then, I don't know what he did. Might have gone to Lord's, got the holy water on.
He's got an extra calf, is what I heard. Right. There's extra muscle in that calf that's just compensated. And Zorko again, just reading the cues. A bit of a rush handball from.
Are you saying he's got a plantaris? That's a horse muscle. Only horses have got the third one.
I'm hearing he's got a third calf muscle.
No, there is a third calf.
Yes,
it's called the plantaris.
Yes, that's what he's got.
In most humans, it doesn't work.
That's 3 in a row for the second time in the game, the Lions. This is a move that's going to be counted now. Will Ashcroft fights for it in the middle, released. Neal, good hands, McCluggage. Brisbane out of the middle again. Lohman brings it to ground. Critical ground ball. Humphreys is there for the Cats. He pulls his kick to nobody really, although Dempsey will close with pace. Toes it forward. Blitzarves low down. Leicester wrap him up, and he couldn't release.
Well, it's over to the Cats now. What's the counter move? Chris Scott, he's always got something up his sleeve. I don't think we've seen the end of him just yet, but look for something different.
At the stoppage on the wing, Bailey Smith, hand pass to Maher, stepped into space, missed the link-up, hand pass to Holmes, just a whisker off. Dunkley on the intercept, found Fletcher, off to Neil, up to McInerney, slapped it on his boots. Sloman's got a couple against. Taccone dropped the mark. O'Sullivan caught! Great tackle, Lohman! It's going to be a free kick, 60 out. Just as well, Humphrey stuck the next tackle, because if Gallup had been allowed to go, he would have taken the shot before the siren.
Once again, Dunkley, though, releasing that ball out, inside or out.
So Lohman will probably kick this after the three-quarter time siren, and he's going to be 60 out from goal. Has he got a torp in him?
Nah. The old dread time hasn't worked for the Cats today.
It hasn't. No. Well, it did a couple of goals, but nothing's worked for the Cats today right now.
So everybody heads down into the goal mouth. Kai Lohman, after the three-quarter time siren, to kick it as far as he humanly can. He goes the torpedo. It flopped. The Lions have a 19-point lead at three-quarter time with a stirring three-goal burst. 9-9-63 Brisbane, 6-8-44 Geelong. The only multiple goal kicker is Charlie Cameron with 3. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for CommBank. From the hustle to the grind, CommBank is a proud backer of Melbourne's business yakka.
This is it. Chadstone Kia's got a ute. Home of the Kia Tasman. I've been out there, test-driven one myself. The space of the dual cab is next level. Go and test drive that Tasman ute. Chadstone Kia has the Tasman in stock right now, featuring low-range gearing, ground view monitors, and auto rear locking differential in select models. Dare to be different with a Kia Tasman in stock now. Go and see the legends at Chadstone Kia and test drive today. ChadstoneKia.com.au. T's and C's apply. LMCT 11716.
Feeling left out by the big banks? Stuck with no real support? Elders is here for you, your reliable partner in rural and regional Australia. While others are heading to the city, we're staying put, offering the finance you need for your farm, business or home. From agri, commercial finance to home loans and livestock funding, Elders Finance has you covered. Elders Home Loans Pty Limited, ACL 384408 is an authorised credit representative of LMG Broker Services Pty Limited. Lending criteria apply. For terms and conditions, visit eldersfinance.com.au.
Located on the Mornington Peninsula, family-owned Hartman Plumbing and HVAC has been delivering quality plumbing and climate solutions for over 20 years. As a trusted provider within the Victorian Energy Rebate Program, their experienced team can help you choose and install energy-efficient systems, including ducted refrigeration units and multi-head split systems just in time for summer. For prompt, reliable service and expert advice, contact Hartman Plumbing today on 1800 270 949 and join their long list of satisfied customers.
Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to take a break and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Enjoy new limited edition flavours, bubblegum and strawberry, both now available. Ready to party this footy final season? Fuel your finals fever with the Footy Finals combo. Perfect for game day. Grab any 1.25 litre Pepsi or Schweppes 1.1 litre, plus any 170 gram Smith's chips today for just $7. Offer available during September only at all 350 Metro Petroleum locations.
Cash flow. It's the fuel keeping your business moving. Let EarlyPay unlock the cash tied up in your unpaid invoices, helping you to grow your business and keep your operations running smoothly. Whether transport, labour hire, wholesale or manufacturing is your business, EarlyPay Invoice Finance can help. EarlyPay will also get to know your business, providing a dedicated client success manager to help you every step of the way, leaving you to focus on your customers. EarlyPay. Better business on your terms. Visit earlypay.com.au.
Every coach knows it's hard work building a winning team, and finding the right players isn't easy. When it comes to apprentices and trainees, there's nobody better in the game than MEGT. MEGT can help you recruit the key position players you need to keep your business moving. They can also take care of wages and provide ongoing support and mentoring to keep your business ahead of the game. So, if you're needing to build a winning team, call MEGT today on 134 767 or visit MEGT.com.au. sports.com.au.
September in Melbourne means grand final time and an end to the cold winter months. With the warmer weather on the horizon, get adventure ready for a thrilling summer on the water at Melbourne Sea-Doo. They're committed to getting you out on the water to experience the freedom and excitement of your very own Sea-Doo watercraft. Brand new Sea-Doo start at $9,990, so there has never been a better time to hit the water. Visit the team at 300 Wirraway Road, Essendon Fields, or visit melbourneseadoo.com.au.
If your team's premiership drought is making you thirsty, the BWS end of footy year sale is now on. This week, 2 cases of Carlton Dry bottles are just $99. The BWS end of footy year sale. Offer in Sunday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Ford and Geelong Cats, a proud partnership 100 years strong. And right now, we couldn't be prouder to support the blue and white as they take the field for the big one in their chase for greatness. Go Cats.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Ashcroft fighting for the ground ball. Release to Fletcher. Good hands to Neil. They win the skirmish. The Lions floating ball to half forward. Guthrie this ball. Here's Lohman pouncing. Hand passing. Charlie will kick his third. Charlie Cameron sets up the biggest lead of the day. Brisbane by 13 late in the third term.
Smith did well. O'Sullivan gets onto it. Can't find Smith without Zorko. Magnificent. Bodyline to footy. Lockie Neal. Lockie Neal kicks a magnificent goal. And what a move the Lions have made late in the third quarter.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. It's crunch time with the new McCrispier from Macca's.
It's crunch time, all right. The Brisbane Lions by 19 points, covering the most ground for Pertec. Australian Industry Trust's Pertec, drama resistant since 1980. Hugh McCluggage, 11.8 Ks. We're in the sort of territory, Gerard Healy, that owes to Hawthorn in 1971 from 20 points down and Essendon in 1984 from 23 points down. It's heavily advantaged towards the Lions right now.
Yeah, history tells you if Geelong are to win this, it's going to take an historic effort, an amazing effort. They need everybody to find something, in particular their superstars, Murray.
So the subs on Gerard, and Cameron starts the last quarter bravely inside forward 50.
Jack Martin's gone to the wing. Lions by 19. Blitzards hit by the tackle of Rayner and dispossessed. Will Ashcroft pumps it inside 50. Cameron!
Oh, Charlie.
It's Charlie's day! Came rushing for the ball and all tackle of Cam Rayner.
He hasn't had a big day, but he's had a moment there.
Absolutely.
Rayner, man, a big moment. And Charlie just came from 10 deep.
How would you like 4 in a low-scoring grand final? He's had his moments this year, been sporadic, but when it's mattered most, Charlie Cameron has inserted himself into the fray. He has taken control. His 4th goal is decisive. It's the Lions by 25.
Well, that is a big move coming out of the first minute of the final term, and the music says it all.
Yeah. Well, it's also what you said earlier about these inside to out. We have not seen Geelong do that all day, and gradually, I mean, even the Lockie Neal inclusion has allowed them to hold outside balance back in your inside mids, and that was a great free kick, but they took advantage and they got it on the outside again. Another score from stoppage.
It's a big moment for Oldham construction lawyers. You're experts in construction law, the first to the last. We'll get down to Sam and find out who's been subbed out for the Cats. But Cameron starts, and Brisbane have got all the running. Lockie Neal finds the footy. Bailey comes out up at it, can't control it. Blitzards going to have a huge last quarter. Guthrie puts it into the path of Mullen. Runs, gives it to Holmes. They need him. They need Smith. They need Dangerfield. Inside forward 50. Up they go. Cameron bravely up in front. Can't mark. Ball hits the deck. Stengel plays for the free kick. Lester good with the tackles.
Blitzards now in the ruck.
So Stanley's been subbed out.
Yep. So he's going to ruck the whole last quarter.
Leicester's having a game. He had a shocker 3 weeks ago. He's having a belter tonight.
They need one now. Atkins can't force a way through. Dunkley with the tackle. Have another ball up, 35 out from the Geelong goal.
2 goals 4 to 6 goals 6 from clearances for Brisbane tonight. Today.
Dunkley wrapped up again by a couple of cats. It won't come out. We'll have another ball up.
It has been a success indicator this final series. Scores from stoppages, has overtaken turnovers.
There's been so many of them. That's the bigger issue.
Capital.com, Neil at the stoppage, away to Fletcher, who clears the area down the wing. It got over the contest, and De Koning absorbs the tackle over the boundary.
You just got to have all of your game in order, Gerard. You know, there's going to be certain times where the turnover game will take play and you get your 100 uncontested marks, but today it's been a clearance battle.
29 to 36. This could be the world record for clearances in a grand final.
Boundary throw in for Krause, Electrical and Solar. Rayner brings it away from the stoppage to McCluggage. High in the Charlie Cameron direction. He's got front position. O'Sullivan came back fearlessly. Disputed the contest. They're almost out the back though, the Lions. Will Ashcroft has it, and he does have Bailey in the pockets.
Well, they're just going like winners right now, the Brisbane Lions. Yeah. I'm not even sure anybody's touched the ball for
Oh, it's another clearance, another score from stoppage, inside to out.
Zach Bailey has kicked 1 goal for this afternoon. He's deep in the left forward pockets. He could wash all of this away with a major. Bailey's on the move. He takes the snap. It's skinny as it hits the post.
Bugger.
1 goal 5, but it is a 26-point lead and growing.
What a day he's nearly had. So Holmes, it's another awful kick.
They are going down in the mind at the moment. The Cats, they are plummeting.
Straight into the guts of Fletcher. He's playing again. Go looking for Cameron!
Geez, I don't be giving the Norseman medal out. You got Darcy Gardner at one end. You got Harris Andrews. You got Will Ashcroft. You got Charlie.
It's all right. This goal settles it, Gerard.
Oh, does it?
Without question, in the low-scoring game.
Bobby Hill.
So Bailey from a similar spot hit the post. He can't find the middle today. This bloke can't miss. A big, deep breath. A couple of steps. Pulls the trigger. And he's missed to the near side. Anti-climactic, his first miss of the afternoon, but it's one-way traffic just for the time being. 10-11-71, 6-8-44, Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Humphreys pumps it in, up goes O'Sullivan. He's been paid the mark. Stopped it in flight to the umpire's satisfaction.
They're asking themselves about the tags. Did they drop them and just open the game up? Take away the stoppages.
Long down the line, Jack Martin rises, marks, plays on. Blitzarves has it 40 out directly in front.
He had to go, just run at the bloke you're going to handball.
50, they all ran through the protected area.
Had to be one. Had to be one, was it?
Yeah,
well executed.
We're going to.
So this is the goal against the flowing torrents. Blitzarves pops it through, and it'll give Geelong a pulse.
Absolutely.
21 points down. We're still in the early minutes of the final term. 7-8-50 to the Brisbane Lions. 10-11-71.
And for Krause, Solar and Electrical, Sam, what do you got on Brandon Starcevich?
Yeah, well, the Lions are going to do it with 3 on the bench from here on out, guys. Brandon Starcevich, confirmation he's done. Tracksuit top on, lost to the game again. Another concussion for him.
There's a bigger story there with potential trade news, but anyway, best to wait for another day.
Indeed, Gerard. That's where we all go when we're thinking about Brandon Starcevich, who's played a magnificent role for 2.5 quarters here, and we wish him well. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies in Victoria, please. Can the Cats get something going now off the back of that? Blitzarve so brilliant in the qualifying final. He's got a massive last turn to play. Lays it off to Bailey Smith. He was wrapped up as Rayner came from miles away to lay the tackle.
There used to be a Dermot Brereton special coming off the square and cleaning up anybody.
It's old school off the square. 2 great tackles. Bailey Smith can't get it to his boot. Lockie Neal onto it as a result. Turns his way out of the traffic. Kicks wide to half forward. He wants Morris. He's got front position on Henry. Took him high. Morris looked to go. Everyone just held up by the Morris jabs it up inside 50 across the front of Charlie.
With 2 Charlie
Guthrie. Oh, this is risky. O'Sullivan in the goal square. Gave it up. And Rayner bangs it home. He roars to the heavens. And the Lions faithful roar right back. Cam Rayner with a last quarter goal. 27 points again. And they're right on the edge of glory.
Yeah, if it's not done, one more will do it. And the pressure, it just was immense. And he almost tripped over himself. And there's the song.
What a football team. It's not over yet. There's still a lot of footy to be played here.
Lockie Neal's made a difference, hasn't he? He's part of the solution in the second half.
Darcy Ford continues to play this very important role for them up against Blitzarves. Just does his job, reaches over the top. Neal gets on the end of the drop, puts it into the path of Morris. Almost Henry with him every step of the way. Look at the line swarming on that crumb. Outnumbering Geelong at the fall of the ball. It's trapped in there. We'll have a ball up, 49 out from the Lions' goal. Ashcroft comes through, can't take it with him. Bowes needs a bounce. He's wrapped up by Bailey. Coughs it up. Will Ashcroft gets the crumb. Stands on the boundary line, puts it into the puck, just didn't give it enough. Morris couldn't get there.
Lockie Neal just reminding everybody.
100,022. Too shy of capacity.
Where are they?
Can you find those two seats for us, Gerard?
Ball thrown in. Ford gets to the front. Neal again. To Will Ashcroft. Snap. Will Ashcroft.
Oh, genius.
It's party time now. They get around into a man. The Bays of Brisbane Lions stand together and applaud this amazing team. And they bounce out now to a 33-point margin, 9 minutes into the final quarter.
Well, ever a game was going to be decided by the midfield. I thought it was always going to be this one. It was the only real chance for Brisbane to win, and that was for their midfield champs to dominate. They got young champs, they got old champs. One's been on the bench for the first half. He's been well held. I'm not sure about the racing analogy, Gerard, but he's been sort of well held, a bit like Winks, and all of a sudden he's just come from the bleachers, and he's really imposing himself.
Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. T's and C's apply. 33 points and seemingly growing. Bailey, McCluggage combined in the middle. Dunkley's hunted down by Myers. Fletcher lends a hand. Dunkley overwhelmed by Myers. It'll be a baller.
Just to make it emphatic, 4 clearances in the last 10 minutes from Lockie Neal. Fresh off the bench.
7 goals to 2 after half-time after he came into the game. McInerney knocks it down. Levi Ashcroft released, hoping for Neal. Bailey Smith got in the way. Off to O'Connor. Up to centre half forward. Neal and Andrews. Yeah. Andrews read the flight ever so well.
Here's another one. Simo's writing his name down, then he's scrubbing it off.
Off the back, he took the mark and he delivers out to Lohman. Lohman has it at right half back. The Mohawk, specially shaped for the occasion. McInerney, that'll be so popular, the Big O. I feel like they might all get their moment in the last 14 minutes of this game.
Simo's praying that Cameron kicks another goal to make it easy.
Yeah, well, he might be there already, you know.
Oscar up to full forward. They reach Charlie. Great release. McCluggage's turn. His turn. He's had a career season, Hugh. The Lions raucous in their celebration. Not held today, not quilled today. 39-point leaders as McCluggage kicks his second.
Well, we all know it's all over. They know it's all over. Scoreboard tells you it is, and they just can't get their hands on the ball right now. Geelong have only had 17 touches. Most of them have been in the back half.
Been a clearance domination really in the second half. 7 goals 6 to 2 goals 4. So not only do they get the clearance, they're actually scoring from them.
They're falling apart. The Cats had to call Maher in. They didn't.
This is where you start to break down. You've got things happening everywhere, and
yet again, the qualifying final loss turns in to a premiership as Brisbane are surging. Neil again gets hand on it. Zorko, the little toe poke. Levi Ashcroft lays it off to McCluggage. It's one-way traffic now. Logan Morris shakes his man, takes the mark.
I wouldn't have thought we would have predicted a blowout for the Lions before the game.
No, that's true. Yep. But we so often see it. Once the game is done, then it's just party time for the winners, and the opposition know they're cooked, and the energy just saps right out of them.
Look at this. Lachie Neale comes off, and those that are aware of it stand to applaud the contribution. So Morris, what a career he has in front of him. He's kicked one already. He comes in, he's tugged it to the left and through for a behind.
Harvey Norman's scoreboard has them 40 points up. Kick-in finds Bailey Smith as there were 2 footies on the field. Bailey had them one at hand and one at foot. They clear the way. Bailey Smith takes off. He ran his full measure. Pumps it long down the line. Gardner played it himself. Jeremy Cameron jarred it down. Gardner was knocked off his feet as he took his kick. Andrews to Rayner, who ducked his head, and he gets the front on high contact. Cam Rayner's ball handed to him by O'Connor, his marksman. Gives plenty of ground to Fletcher. Hasn't missed since he made his debut. He's about to play in his second premiership. Zorko's the distributor, and that's Bush who's got it on the far side. Reville takes his own sweet time. 2 bounces. He guides it up for Lohman. Takes the mark in front of Henry. There's a concession about the team in hoops now. They can run the final 12 minutes, Brisbane, as they choose. Kick up to full forward. Gallup! The youngster takes the mark.
Well, they're all cashing in now, aren't they? And this is the part you can savour. If you're Brisbane and you're a player out there, you look around and you dare to dream. And if you're the coach, you're not doing that.
So Marlon Pickett in his first game, Richard Hadley in his 4th game, Jack Graham in his 5th game, Ty Gallup in his 6th game. A huge part of why they're here from that prelim. Ty Gallup pushes it across the face of goal. It's the Lions by 41. Game on at Harvey Norman. Score hot deals store-wide. TVs, fridges, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more.
Holmes kicked the goal at the 13-minute mark of that third quarter to put Geelong up by a point. It has been a devastating move by Brisbane since then, and they go forward once more. Zorko, Thomas Green, Bailey flew. Cameron at ground level. Ball spills out to O'Sullivan. He's tried his absolute hardest, just hacks it away. Blitzars can't mark. Maroon jumpers around the footy all over the place out there. But it's trapped in, and the umpire says, I'll ball it up.
Well, I was convinced earlier in the season handball would separate the sides at the end of the year. We see so many guys incorrectly, technically poor at handball, and yet you see the best, and they're about to win the flag.
Yeah, and they got shown up in the first final. They overhandballed it. They panicked, succumbed to the pressure, but that was clearly an event, not a pattern.
Well, thrown up once more. Levi Ashcroft tried to pave away for himself. Rayner just bashes through a couple, gives it to Lohman, gives it to Gallup. His kick for goal was battered down. He wants to get on the board. Myers gets it to Humphries. He hasn't been their worst. Drives it off the side of the boot up towards half forward. It was an errant kick. There was no one there. Runners come out. Harris Andrews has been amazing again today. Up against 2. He wants the boundary, and he gets it. And the umpire should say throw it in, and he does. What a footballer he is. What a leader he's become. Towering force down there for the Brisbane Lions.
Online fenceppliers.au, 10 minutes and 19 seconds remain. Boundary throw in Geelong, side of the middle. They reach in for the footy. McCluggage committed himself. He throws it out. Taken off by Atkins. And he works it around. Humphries fed the hand pass to Maher, who kicks up to half forward. Ball pitches and lands. Gardner has it. There's a free kick going Dempsey's way. Arm dragged by Reville. Kicks into the pocket. A lot of hang time. Holmes was left underneath it. Wilmot, he makes the spoil and he gives it the big flex. He likes to kick goals at one end. Oh, save goals at the other. That's where the real men are. 40 out from Geelong's goal. On the move at the stoppage. Gardner jams it onto his boot. McInerney up the line. It makes the spoil under Koning and sends it over.
Oh, it must be hard to find the energy for the effort now for the Cats. This is a horrible place to find yourself.
I'll tell you, he'll find some energy shortly. It's the big O.
Oh, yeah. Yep. What a story that'll be in amongst them all. Maher stood up. Umpire gave him some latitude. Humphreys to half forward, steps around. There's a free kick holding off the footy.
Yeah.
They called the hold the ball.
Darcy Ford, he's been at working.
He has.
There's my spot kicks too.
Lockie Neal. What a roll. Well, how big a roll of the dice was it in the end?
Masterclass in the end. This will go down in history as one of the sharpest moves.
It's always going to be historic, one way or the other.
McCluggage gets it short to Bailey. They're just picking holes in this heartbroken Geelong defence right now.
Yeah, McCluggage can't get off quick enough either. His leg is... I mean, it's after the grand final you realise and you get told what the injuries players are carrying. And I've got no doubt McCluggage has got some little problem with his knee, maybe a major problem, but he's actually prevailed really well. He's toiled hard and he's got on top and had a good grand final.
Zach Bailey's kicked 1 goal, 6 for the day. He comes in from 50, pulls the trigger. That's a magnificent kick. You deserve your second, Zach.
Oh, don't go kicking a couple more. It's hard enough as it is.
That is well deserved. He's had a brilliant game, just couldn't quite finish in front of goals, which takes away from probably his medal that he could have earned. But he was there, he was winning it when a few of his teammates weren't in the first half, and his efforts will be absolutely acknowledged by all and sundry. Will Ashcroft with 27.
8 of the last 9.
Yep.
I'll tell you who's had a great game is young Fletcher, who lives in the shadows sometimes of the Ashcrofts. But he's right up there with him. He's had 26 at 87%. 87%. He's had an amazing game.
Running hot for Ream. Australia's favourite hot water. It's the Lions by 47 points with 8.5 minutes remaining. Fought the tap. Atkins the footy. Fought stole it from him. He jams it forward and slow down. Gallop almost marked. Brushes out of a tackle. Hand passes for Lohman, who's hot. Release was quick. Neal kept the hands free. Gallop. Lightning. Back to Lohman. Through for another.
Hands.
Pour it on, Brisbane. Pour it on. Shaved and dangerous for the occasion. Kai Lohman's kick 2. Charlie Cameron is goose stepping in the background. He's celebrated with the crowd, now does with his teammates. And this is beyond 50 points now. It was unfathomable in the tight stages of that third term. 15-13, 103. They cracked the ton. Geelong 7-8-50 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Geez, and you look at Geelong, Gerard, and you think, who hasn't turned up today? I mean, Cameron's been injured, but he wasn't playing well before then.
He was gone.
And Danger, he fired all his shots last week, unfortunately. And what do you expect? He's a 35-year-old.
Yeah.
Can't be expected to put the cape on every week, but he would be disappointed. Bailey Smith hasn't done a lot in the middle, and the tags.
Well, guys have had
really
lots of possessions, but haven't really impacted.
From the restart, Atkins to Holmes, who's been probably their best. He drives them up towards the top of the square. Pack fly, no one can mark Fletcher at ground level. The hands were perfect. Lays it off to Levi Ashcroft. What a force he's going to be for the next decade for this team. What a bunch of young players they've got to build a dynasty around. Back to Fletcher. Short to Zorko. Remarkable footballer.
The Zork, I reckon, was the one who ignited them.
Yep.
And may well end up in the middle around his neck. Ashcroft's got to be a chance. Gardner's been terrific. The skipper's been unbelievable.
He's involved in this chain that finds its way across the defensive half and down the outer flank into the hands of Darcy Gardner. Played a terrific role today. Jeremy Cameron, all eyes are going to be on the scans on that right forearm. Huge fly from Morris. Couldn't mark. Atkins the crumb. Close to Smith. He's been quiet since half-time. Archie reads the crumb. Puts it into the path of Loman. Needs a bounce. Doesn't get it. Taconey comes up at it. Gives it to Myers. Myers looks inside forward 50. Cameron. Oh, he goes bravely. Plays on. Cameron kicks a point. And he's going to pick himself up here and be in all sorts of pain again.
Might be more than just that arm. Like the whole thing, the whole right-hand side's been numb for 2.5 quarters.
It was that collision with Paddy Dangerfield, wasn't it? Simo that saw him feel for it to begin with, and it's getting increasingly painful for him throughout the afternoon. 7-9-51, 15-13, 103, 23 minutes gone. Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Zorko thumps the ball into play. Fortin Blitzarves Dunkley over the top. 5 grand finals in 10 seasons. He's about to taste his 3rd premiership victory. First season with the Bulldogs. 2nd and 3rd seasons with the Lions. 6.5 minutes to play. Nothing from the run contest initially. Holmes got it once and twice. Out in front of Dangerfield. It's tackled by Neil and largely dispossessed. Will Ashcroft wanted support and Archie was there for it. He thought about the link-up play and kicks for Loman. It's wide open up ahead. Morris has got a one-on-one. Loman's dashing in a manner that he might fancy it all himself. Now he kicks it for Morris. He's set. Couldn't take the mark. Has support. Gives it inboard. Bailey for his 3rd. His 9th shot at goal in a grand final. There are hugs all round. Logan Morris fought the good fight, and Zach Bailey slots his 3rd. It's an avalanche. 58-point leaders.
It's been an amazing performance by Brisbane. When you think where this club was 7 or 8 years ago, they were down and out. No one wanted to go there. No one wanted to be there. People were leaving en masse. And the old man, who no one really knew much about outside of Melbourne and Hawthorn back at Rumours, he went up there, never coached in the AFL, never played AFL, and now he's a legend of the game with a back-to-back premiership.
And Zach Bailey's had a game too, hasn't he?
Has he?
Yes. Possessions.
Oh, yeah. The statue's going to look amazing, isn't it, Simo?
Hate to be given out the award.
Oh, he comes hard again, Rayner. And it's Bailey Smith who feels the fury and the force right through his back there. Brilliant tackle.
That's one way to get back involved, and that is to tackle your way back in.
Lays it off to Zorko, drifted forward. Will Ashcroft has been remarkable again. What a player. And to McCluggage, who gets Guthrie under the footy, and he takes the mark. Good luck, Adam Simpson, and your colleagues voting for the Norm Smith today.
It'll be interesting to see whether the last quarter counts as much as the first quarter, etc. But Ashcroft, brilliant kick. And a good mark by Hugh McCluggage, who's battled hard, really struck back hard at his tormentor of a few weeks ago.
10 clearances now for Will Ashcroft.
9 score involvements, 29 possessions, 9 inside 50s.
Capital.com. Huey, it's magnificent. He caressed the drop punt. Once upon a time, it was his Achilles heel. Now he's showing off. Magnificent finish.
High fives in the back half.
Yep.
That was as sweet as an Ernie Els one would. Didn't look like he actually even tried to hit it, and yet it came out and went straight down the middle.
This clearance domination, I know it's junk now, but it's plus 16 clearances. It's 11 goals 7 to 2 goals 4 from stoppages, which it's a remarkable performance. Inside to out, we spoke about it earlier in the game. No team could do it, and then I don't know, halfway through the second quarter, there just seemed to be a bit more clarity around what Brisbane were doing around the contest.
Yeah.
And we talk about taggers, but the Richmond era, the Collingwood era, the Brisbane era, not too many taggers there. Dunkley's the one, but they might get you to the granny, but I don't know if they get you the cup.
666 warning for the Lions that they're all busy celebrating. They didn't quite make it back. 64-point margin, 11 of the past 12 goals in the game. McInerney the tap out in front of Will Ashcroft, who has to tackle Bailey Smith. He was able to release to the umpire's satisfaction. They burrow in after it. Lions giving up nothing. Dunkley holds the footy.
Lachie Neale, he's just clapping. He's just thrilled to be out there. He knows he's got another flag.
It's with the tap. Wilmot squeezed the kick forward for Brisbane. It trickles wide at half forward. Lohman is closing with intent. Henry the other way. Kicked it to the boundary. Gathers it up right on the line.
Outside of the clearances, what have they taken away from Geelong today?
Well, I think Geelong, they took away their two best players 2 weeks ago. Dangerfield hasn't touched it really.
Individuals?
Yeah, individuals. And so, I mean, if you're going to go in with a few taggers and a few guys unders, you've got to have your stars.
Yeah.
As Gerard Whateley said a couple of years ago, you need your stars, and they haven't turned up.
Bailey Smith's kick to halfway close was just dragged off his hand pass. He still manages to toe it out wide to Holmes. Just waiting for an option up forward. He's gone for Dempsey, closing from behind.
Did it well.
He takes the mark around Archie.
I mean, this will be a tough review for Geelong. They've been so dominant for most of the year. And yet, it's one of the greatest seasons ever won by Brisbane. They've had the hardest draw. They've got half a dozen starting players out of the side. They've got 7 blokes who shouldn't even be old enough to be there.
Ollie Dempsey kicks his seconds. First multiple goal scorer for the Cats. Dane Zorko celebrates with his crowd behind the goals, just for good measure.
Cheeky bugger.
Stealing the moment.
Incited the crowd on the Geelong goal to out-cheer Geelong, but I mean, they've both had magnificent seasons. Geelong couldn't have had much of a better run in. Oliver Stewart, they're cherry ripe, so no real excuses. I mean, what are they looking for over the off-season? It looks like they're a mid-short still.
When they've been exposed in recent years, it's been the comment, hasn't it, that maybe they're a midfielder short?
Well, they've got through with making a couple of guys taggers, and it hasn't come through at all. Atkins hasn't had a good game either. He's been okay, but he hasn't been a dominant force. And Dangerfield is still their most ballistic midfielder, and yet he's played like a 35-year-old.
So back in the middle, Will Ashcroft, speaking of midfielders, they've got plenty. His kick was cut off by Humphreys. Wilmot comes hard at it. Fletcher again, just went down, gathered the hard footy. Got it to McCluggage, to Neale, back to McCluggage. He rumbles through centre-half forward. He's enjoying kicking a goal, and he's kicked his fourth, if you don't mind.
Hang on a second. I'm not counting them.
Glad I'm not doing it.
Have a look at the pack to send upon him at centre-half forward. He's just out and out. Party time now for Brisbane. What a feeling this must be. 18-13, 121 to 8-9, 57, Harvey Norman's.
Well, he's had 23 possessions, 17 uncontested, 500 metres gained, 10 scoring involvements, and kicked 4.
That's a good game.
That's a good game.
That's a good game.
And yet, can't really see him in the
top 3. There's a lot of it in the last quarter, isn't there?
You can't. How do you look at these things? But I'm sure you look at the last 3 minutes.
Got 9 goals in the last quarter.
They've rolled out the greatest hits. Hey Jude taking its place in the MCG playlist. McCluggage is after the ball in the middle. He knocked it away to Bailey, who can just do as he pleases. He bursts through, and Zach Bailey takes a bounce in the square on the long-range shot. He was. It was all for glory. O'Sullivan cuts it off, kicks the Cats out the far side. Archie was propelled forward. He traps the footy. His last act as a Lion, maybe, to the teeth of goal. Through for a goal. No, through for a behind as it hits the post.
I'll tell you one thing that's happened. No one is passing it off.
No. Everybody's
every man for himself at the moment.
Archie finished off in the crowd, celebrating a poster.
Logan Morris half dirtied up about not getting one. He was wide open before.
Can I just acknowledge before we go off air that Darcy Gardner has been brilliant. He may not get the medal, but for a bloke who was not even in their best side last year, he's been brilliant.
Yep. Cat surge forward. Bailey Smith's found it hard. He drives it to the top of the square. Pack fly. Dempsey kicks his third. Again, that uncanny knack of his to be the last man standing on the last line. He pops through another one. 9-9-63 Geelong, 18-14, 122. The Brisbane Lions, 32 minutes into the final quarter. AFL Nation, 4 and 20 pies, Victoria Police. All the numbers on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Bailey Smith having an argument with Harris Andrews. It's an argument, doesn't matter what it's about.
Win it.
You cannot win it when the scoreboard has you about 60 points behind and the siren's about to blow.
The Lions cohort are all down together on the bench. The staff several minutes ago gathering en masse. As they're on the bench, ready to storm the field. It's the last quarter that is now 33 minutes old. And still a couple more to go. Lockie Neal's hands were beautiful. Off to Will Ashcroft and out to McCluggage, who trickled it forward. Guthrie cuts it off. Hand pass to Bailey Smith without the headband now. Brings it up to Maher, kicks inside 50. It lands in space, knocked away to Zorko. Hand pass to Andrews, works it over the top. Charlie Cameron's working inside the defensive 50. And he pinpoints Will Ashcroft, who shows the footy to the crowd and calls for a bit more celebration to pour forth.
Ashcrofts don't do that.
Well, when you've got 2 premierships in your belt, maybe 2 Norm Smith medals, you do what you like.
Bounds at the pack. McCluggage's hand pass cut off by O'Sullivan. Got it away to Smith. Then up to Maher. Kicks the Cats inside 50. He's found Dempsey out into the pocket.
Do you think, Gerard, that what Bailey Smith was arguing about is someone's pinched his headband?
Maybe. Dempsey's on the move as he swings it around the corner and he kicks his fourth.
The numbers are going to look good for a few players in the last quarter.
Aren't they? What?
53-point margin with a minute and change to play on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It's 18-14 to 10-9.
Well, I mean, he's always dangerous, isn't he? He's had 19 possessions now.
He's had a good game.
You know, Holmes has had 800 metres gain, 31 possessions, but as you said earlier, it's pretty obvious early on, you noticed that the efficiency just wasn't there for him.
Yeah.
He is your outside player.
He is.
It
should be damaging. But when you're going into a forward line, often your damage is done by blokes in the forward line. And if Danger and Jeremy Cameron collectively have games they'd rather forget for various reasons, some of the mids' good work gets unrecognised.
Atkins was clever at the restart. Got it to Holmes, dropped it to Maher, who from 50 pulls the trigger, and he's kicked another one for the Cats. So it is fair to them raining goals in this last quarter. 5 for the Cats, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is it for?
Yeah,
more than that actually. 9.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the pressure rating is at the present time, but it'd be at probably an all-time low for the last period. Although we do often see unpressurised last quarters when the game's up, done and dusted, and the victors thinking about how they're going to celebrate for the next 2 weeks, and the losers are trying to forget they're even here.
47-point margin into the final minutes. So goals were so hard to come by in the pressurised phases of 2.5 quarters, and it has broken wide open as the Lions made their big move. Bounce back in the middle. Neal out of mid-air. Kicks the Lions forward. Bouncing. Guthrie onto it. Release the hand pass to O'Connor. Charged down by Bailey. Bailey then bowls over O'Connor. Lohman gets it back to him. Zach Bailey on the outside. Just runs a loop. So there are U-turns in the final quarter and barge-throughs. He kicked for Lohman. It just got through his fingers and trickled away out of play.
He's been brilliant. Zach Bailey, whether or not he gets the medal, I don't know. Maybe it may not come his way because of inaccuracy early, but he has been so good in this last quarter.
37th minute of the final term. The Lions attacking. Big O. Hand passes for the square out of the ruck. Henry cuts it off. Just evaded Morris. Hand pass to Maher, who cleared the defensive area. Pops it up to Holmes. Looking right through the middle of the G. He's put it out near Close and Dangerfield. Dangerfield couldn't get there. Gardner cut the angles as he has all day. And he slices it off to Zorko. He holds it for as long as he is allowed, and then Wilmots might have the ball in his hands as the final siren sounds. The champs have defended the title. The Lions go back-to-back, and it stands to be admired as one of the greatest premierships ever won, enshrining the legacy of Chris Fagan. Brisbane win the 2025 Grand Final by 47 points and plant their flag on the building of the next dynasty. Say Fags does proud grandpa pretty well. He is as proud as punch right now of his young Chargers. Geelong led at quarter time by 3. Scores were level at halftime. Brisbane by 19 at the final change and 47 at the close. The final score at the MCG, Brisbane 18-14, 122. Defeat Geelong 11-9, 75. The goal kickers, 4 for McCluggage and for Charlie Cameron, 3 for Bailey, 2 for Lohman, singles to Will Ashcroft, Neil, Levi Ashcroft, Morris and Rayner. For Geelong, Dempsey booted 4 with singles to Manor, Holmes, Bowes, Neil and Mullen. 100,022 have seen it. The Golden Generation won 3 in a row. The current generation have their first 2. And in the emotion of it all, it's hard to imagine it stops here. But for the fight that was just fought across the season, Gerard Healy, with all manner of adversity, with the hardest draw we've ever seen, to play 27 games 2 years running, this will be admired for generations to come.
Yes, it's a generational victory without question. There's a big generational decision made during the week, and that was to play Lachie Neale as a sub. He got lots of gratuitous advice during the day today from all manner of people saying couldn't understand it, it's a wrong move, etc. Well, it's proved to be a really good move. And whilst they're probably going to win whether Lachie comes on or not, when he did come on, he just gave them another dominant force around the stoppage. And this will be remembered as a stoppage game because it was 11 goals 7 to 4 goals 5 from a record amount of clearances. I don't know if it's 100% a record, but I'd be surprised if there's ever been a game, particularly in perfect conditions, where there's been 88 stoppages, 88 clearances, which is an amazing number. Now, I might have the numbers wrong there because your average at finals to date was 48. But the clearance here, according to Champion Data, Geelong 36 and Brisbane 52. It's a frightening amount of stoppages. And so if you're not good at stoppages today, you are going to get your pants pulled down, and that's what we have seen. They were so brilliant at it last week to win their way through against Hawthorn, and yet the same group of players couldn't get it done against the mob that they beat so comfortably only 3 weeks ago. 11-7 to 4-5 from clearances. From the back half, it wasn't too bad, but it was 6 goals from the back half to 11 from stoppages, and that'll be the story that you'll be talking on 360, I'm sure, on Monday, Gerard.
It's been a stoppage final series.
It has.
For all the talk around moving the footy and transition, it's been trench warfare in the finals, and the Lions have had the better of it. For the 5th time and 6 occasions, the qualifying final result has been reversed in the grand final in what is just uncanny.
So we spoke about this during the week, when there's a difference between first possession and clearance. And just to highlight that, Geelong had 50 first possessions, and yet their effective clearances were only 27. So they got stripped really badly. And Dunkley's nearly the best stripper in the game. He sweats on people, lets them get the ball, and then takes it off them. So it's an area that they're going to have to address. As far as clearances are concerned, Will Ashcroft got 10, Tom Atkins got 10, hit-outs to advantage, Fort got 9, Blitzarv's got 8. But someone like a Max Holmes, he got 10 first possessions but only had 5 clearances. So he's been well and truly focused on by the Brisbane Lions, and they've stripped him 5 times.
25 years into the century, 5 flags. There's some powerhouse teams so far this century, but it must enshrined them the team of the century thus far, doesn't it? With 5. I mean, this is remarkable. What a handful of clubs have been able to do so far this century, but Brisbane to have 5 now, and who's to say? I mean, it's easy to have that conversation immediately after a win like this, but there's more to come.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, when you consider what they've got inside the camp already 100%. Coming back into this team, it's frightening.
Oscar McInerney gets his premiership. He's been interviewed on the big screen right now. That's the source of the latest Raw. So last year he was the heartbreak, just so brave through the preliminary final and selfless in the way that he conducted himself with Darcy Fort. And his reward is this premiership. And he's a bit of the adversity. He's had a debilitating back injury right throughout the season, but able to get himself right. He comes in after the qualifying final when they realise that Sam Day just can't be that. And he does all sorts of different things for them.
And they're in the market for another ruckman. We know that. And there's been some suggestions that the Big O, this might be his last game. But I can't believe he's going to retire. I really can't. I had that out with someone close to the camp a while ago. This couldn't possibly. You're going to have a flag and then retire. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. It's a good way to go out.
The body's pretty battered though, isn't it?
It is.
There's a couple of them here. I mean, you mentioned it halfway through the last quarter. I think we'll find out some stories about McCluggage's knee and how that's been deteriorating throughout the year.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't have a little clean-up, as they say. Whatever he's carrying, he's done it unbelievably well.
How remarkable is the Lachie Neale story now? I mean, you know more about physiology of the human body and torn calf muscles and all the rest of it than we do. I mean, to come back 3 weeks later, for him to say, I'm going to give myself every chance, and us go, yeah, good on you, Lachie, no problems, mate. And then to get there, and then to come on, and the game was still hot when he came on, and he was a real influence.
He was. It took him a little while to get going. He had a couple of touches, and then it was knocked on there. A brilliant shot there of Marcus Ashcroft and his former teammate and Chris Scott.
Yep.
And Will Ashcroft embracing Chris Scott, but he's a class act, as we know. But the thing I found out about today was that the plantaris lives, and that's the third muscle, according to Dr. Simo. Now, the plantaris is skinnier than your little finger, so I'm not sure that's got it through, but who knows? There'll be all manner of miracles talked about on the back of Lachie Neale's performance. But the coach, he was brave, the coach, because he was under enormous scrutiny, and he knew that if he played him and it failed, and he was also under scrutiny for not starting him for all manner of reasons, but he did it his way and he backed himself in, and I thought his rationale was sound, and Lachie made it all look as if it was obvious that that's what you would do under those circumstances.
Particularly given the fact that it felt like Geelong came in, bar Tom Stewart, but they didn't have Berry and they had all the others. Geelong came in cherry ripe. But they were. It couldn't have come any better for them.
And they came in incredible form, but the incredible form was built around their 4 or 5 stars, and the 4 or 5 stars, Holmes got a lot of it, so we'll acknowledge that. Smith got a fair bit of it, but I didn't think did much as far as damage.
No.
But, the Achilles heel of Geelong is that they rely so much on a 35-year-old and a 33-year-old. Now, they're two of the greats of the modern era, but they didn't get it. They didn't fire a shot today. Let's be brutally frank. Didn't fire a shot. And whilst I'm pretty sure Cameron's going to come up with a fractured arm, he was well beaten. And Charlie Gardner, he has had the game of his life, Charlie Gardner. He was good last week, but he has had the game of his life. In fact, I would have had him as in the best 3. And Gout, he's now a Brisbane Lions supporter pretty clearly.
So he does every Monday, he does at the Gabba.
Okay.
That's one of his training bases. And he's a Brisbane Lions fan, and he's taken the put the scarf on, he's out on the ground. Chris Scott was in search of Chris Fagan for numerous minutes, and I think the close bond with the Ashcroft family is he obviously knows Marcus extremely well, and his wife and daughters, as well as the 2 sons. There are some lovely images there before finally he did catch up with Chris Fagan to offer his congratulations, and then in a long conversation with his old coach Lee Matthews, and they've stood together in victory on this ground before. So Chris Scott, the vanquished, returns to his Geelong side, who stand to the side of the stage. What would you have done votes-wise just before we hear what the Norm Smith medal is?
At 3/4 time I was really keen on Darcy Gardner, but I like Zorko, to be honest. Will Ashcroft's numbers are good, and he'd be in the best three. But I think I would have given it to probably Zorko or Cameron. You can't deny Cameron. He blew the game apart. But I think Zorko was one that was getting it in there quickly for him to be able to blow it apart.
Hopefully there should be a big spread of players.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was lots of different ways to view this game, I think. So hopefully everybody's just gone with whatever they feel is right.
Yep.
And then that's the whole point of having a 5-person panel. Is just what's in your heart, what was in your eye, and then just see how they meld together.
I hope Fletcher gets acknowledgement by someone, because I think his game was... I mean, he was one of the best when they weren't going that well. But I've got no doubt, Gerard, I look at this and I just think to myself, I see kids coming into the game that can't handball on their wrong hand, and yet under the sort of pressure that we had today, what broke it open? The Ashcroft brothers broke it open because they can handball under heat with both hands. Fletcher can handball with both hands, and they are absolutely... And so can the Dacos brothers, by the way. So there's something to be addressed here by all clubs about being able to technically handball, because it just won Brisbane a flag.
So lost the qualifying final, stared down the crosstown rival at the Gabba, and then came to the MCG in consecutive weeks and took down the might of Collingwood and Geelong.
Thank you.
To add to last year outside the top 4.
As we commence our formal presentations, we firstly acknowledge and thank the AFL's premier partner, Toyota, represented today by Matthew Callahor, President and CEO of Toyota Australia. Please join now in congratulating today's field boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I'd like to invite 1981 VFL Grand Final umpire Michael Dyer to present the AFL umpires Grand Final medals, and Jacob Mollison to come forward to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team.
Congratulations, mate. We've got to clear more, get them out the ropes.
The Geelong Football Club have had an incredible season and gallant in defeat today on the game's biggest stage. Would you please welcome the captain of the Cats, Patrick Dangerfield, to come forward and say a few words on behalf of the club.
Firstly, congratulations to Fags, Harris, Lockie and the entire Brisbane Lions organisation. You guys were super today, thoroughly deserving winners. To the AFL, thank you for putting on the best game in the world. To the fans who make it the best game in the world, we love you guys. Both Brisbane and Geelong fans, that is what is so special about our game. To our guys, be proud, hold your heads up high. We don't, as Australians, always celebrate those that come second all that well, but there's plenty to be proud of today. Beaten by a better side, but very proud of our team. To our major sponsors, thank you for your support. But Brisbane, you were far too good. Congratulations. Enjoy your celebrations. Thank you.
Thanks, Paddy. Please join me in welcoming two-time Norm Smith medalist Luke Hodge to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player adjudged best to field in the 2025 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
The winner of the Norm Smith Medal for a second time is Will Ashcroft.
Well, what a start to a career this is.
Amazing.
That is game number 58. He's a two-time Norm Smith medalist. What's he had? 32 disposals and kicked their goal.
10 clearances.
Well, he was there in the heat.
Firstly, just the major sponsors, Toyota and Yui. We appreciate everything you guys do for us.
to the Cats boys. You guys are unbelievable all year. We knew we were going to be in for a battle today. And congratulations on a great year. I'm sure you'll be back very soon. To the crowd, unbelievable, both sides. We appreciate everything you guys do for us week in, week out. And to the Brisbane Lions Footy Club, from top to bottom, everyone puts in so much work. To the boys, we just keep turning up. We keep battling through adversity. Can't wait to enjoy tonight and the next week, and then we get back to work and go again next year. Thank you guys. Cheers.
So Dusty Martin 3, Gary Ayres, Andrew McLeod, Luke Hodge, and now Will Ashcroft as multiple Norm Smith medalists.
It's every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September. So it's with pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners of the NAB AFL Auskicker of the Year competition from the NAB AFL Auskick program.
The game's built in now, though, Gerard.
Medallions to each player of the winning
I still can't
team.
get over it. I've actually texted champion data to double check. There was 93 stoppages. It's nearly double any other game that we've had. And I'm just finding out whether it was a record, because I think it'll be a record by a long way.
Kai Lohmann kicked 2 goals, and in his 53rd game, he is a dual premiership star. Just get the Auskick kids in the right place. They're a long way back at the moment.
Yep, this stage is going to take an hour.
Number 3, Jasper Fletcher.
He's brilliant.
What a player he is.
Hasn't missed since he made his debut in round 14, 2022.
29 possessions, 88% efficiency, kicking-wise.
Feels like he's a luxury off halfback. Any other team, he'd be
right plonk in the middle.
Number 4, Calamachi.
It seems like this is his last day as a Lion, and he hit the post with his last touch for Brisbane.
He was a sneaky good player in the first half.
So if he departs with a couple of premierships as well.
Number 5, Josh Dunkley.
He's got the bragging rights. A 3rd premiership from a 5th grand final. 1 as a Dog and now 2 as a Lion. And in his 3 years at the club, they have been in the decider in all 3, and there's no coincidence in that.
No, there's the raps on this guy as a person within the club are much greater than his overall honours. Never been All-Australian. Should be.
So that's the 9th season for Hugh McCluggage, and he caps it off as his best. The All-Australian was so richly deserved. He'll probably be the best and fairest for the first time. And he's got 4 grand final goals.
Yeah, it was an amazing effort after being well held early in the piece. He broke the shackles, and then Brisbane broke Geelong.
Will Ashcroft.
So he had 13 votes in the Gary Ayres medal. He polled in both the semi-final and the preliminary final. He was 5 behind Jai Newcomb. So I doubt he'd get the... Well, you get double votes in a grand final. So he is going to poll, and he's going to poll sufficiently to be that medalist as well. So he's just collecting medals.
Yeah, he cleans when he walks.
He's got a pocket full of them already. Yep.
So Levi jumped the fence last year to celebrate out on the ground and vowed that he would be part of it.
Yep.
Part of it he has been.
Well, the coach put it on him at half-time, and whilst he'd had an okay first half and kicked a brilliant goal, he played his role in the last half on the wing when they subbed out young Marshall.
The sister can play pretty well too, by the way.
Number 13, Logan Morris.
Just turned 20. Game number 45. Beautiful set shot goal in that second quarter when it was really needed.
Simo didn't give him much credit, but I liked it. Simo's harsh.
Oh, the next one is going to be a roar in game 304.
Number 15, Dane Zorko.
Brilliant as ever. His 14th season. He is within reach of the Simon Black club records for games played next year.
So he's Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah.
How high does the elevation go for him when he finally gets in there?
I think he's Hall of Fame. There's a lot of legends
Number
ahead
16,
of him if you think he could get to that level. But if he keeps on doing this, who knows?
So this was old school what Rayner did in the second half. He came off the square and he just brutalised players with legal tackles. Just the physicality oozed out of him. That was the way to get out of the sleeper hold.
Yeah, that made him... He'll sleep well tonight. He knows he didn't impact that greatly with the Sharon, but he impacted greatly.
Number 20, Sam Marshall.
Should be thrilled. 19-year-old in his 11th game.
I didn't have the devastated aspect. I mean, he's a kid that's snuck into a premiership side or a grand final side and into a premiership. He's a premiership player in his 7th game or 8th game or something.
6 in a row at the end of the home and away season, plus 3 finals.
Yep. It's all in front of him.
Number
He's got a
22,
premiership medal.
Ty Gallup.
Game number 6, 19 years of age.
We've got Oscar Allen to throw into this forward line. Eric Hipwood will come back next year. Oscar Allen's available for selection.
Well, that's the point. He's available. Doesn't mean he's in. No. That's going to be the challenge for a lot of these guys. But the depth of talent in this squad is freakish.
And their youth is good.
Number 23.
I mean, Morris is the classic. He kicked
Charlie
35 from Werribee.
Cameron.
4 goals. And he was the player when the Lions made their break. Late in the third, start of the last. 53 goals in 27 finals. I reckon today just rounds out his career brilliantly.
Oh, it doesn't. I mean, he had his struggles this year.
Number 27.
But he's finished up another dominant player in a premiership team.
So missed the premiership through the knee reconstruction. Plots the long course back, and when Jack Payne goes down, he slots in. Today he's in the honourable mentions.
Oh yeah, I mean we gravitate to the ball winners and the ball users, but this bloke, he'll get coaches' votes. I've got no doubt about it.
Number 32, Darcy Fort.
What about this for a story? Great. So dual premiership player. Last year he was the seat filler. He had to come in right at the end, and he did his bit. This year he's the first ruck. And he played tremendously today. He was the best ruck on the field.
Oh, yeah, he was terrific.
Why would you ever draft one?
Well, that's a good question. It's a very good question that Paul Roos would say, well, you wouldn't.
Number 33, Zach Bailey.
He was in Arnold Brightest territory for a while.
He was.
He's kicked 3 goals, 6 by the end. If he kicked 6-3, there would have been no holding him back from the medal.
No, he was all but... He was all but there for the medal, and he's getting his premiership medal, and he'll be absolutely thrilled. I think he'd be thrilled if he got those couple at the end, just to round out the scoreline.
Lester.
He had a sneaky good game, Ryan Lester.
Yep.
He just does what's needed when it's needed. 15th season, veteran defender for a little while, looked gone, fights his way back, and here he is.
Been on 1-year contracts for about 5 years. He just keeps on producing after a belting last couple of weeks ago. There's question marks, but he answered unbelievably. And Stas went out with concussion, but I tell you what, he celebrated like with the rest of them, with the best of them. We sprinted off that ground. I don't think he's got too many problems.
Unclear exactly what his future looks like, but that might be it at the Lions as well.
Number 38, Bruce Reville.
He become a cult hero.
Did everything that it was asked of him, didn't he?
I really like Bruce Reville.
He doesn't fall over, and he's a beautiful kick.
He's not really needed in their first lineup, but when he plays, he's got a bit about him.
At 11.
Number 44.
3 inside 50s.
Darcy Wilmot.
So it's happening in a hurry for Darcy.
It is.
That's 14 finals, 3 grand finals, and 2 premierships in 83 games.
83 games, and you've already got that many accolades. And he's on the half-back flank. I reckon in any other side of the comp, he's in the midfield.
All right, soak this one up.
Yeah! You like that?
Darcy Wilmot.
He's going to have a big night if that's the starting point.
Bring on the big fella.
Number 46. Oscar McInerney.
Good things come to those that wait. Never flinched in the heartbreak of last year.
No, he didn't.
Never made it about himself either, ever.
The Big O stood proud then, and he's standing proud right now with his arms above his head. Well done, Big O.
And the captains, Number 9, Lachie Neale.
Straight to footy folklore.
What he did after half-time, 17 touches, 7 clearances in half a footy on a dodgy calf.
That's amazing, isn't it? 17 touches after half-time. He'll be dirty he didn't get the medal.
Number 31, Harris Andrews.
Leads with such distinction, doesn't he?
He does.
He's premier defenders.
He's such a great statesman for the club and for the game. Won the Jim Steins Award on Brownlow Medal night. Spoke wonderfully well. He's an icon of this footy club and a great of the game.
The Ron Barassi Medal is awarded to the Premiership captain as a tribute to a man who has left an extraordinary legacy on the game of Australian rules football. Please welcome Ken Fraser, a member of the Australian Football Hall of Fame and a member of Essendon's Team of the Century and 1965 Premiership captain, to present the Ron Barassi medals to captains Lachie Neale and Harris Andrews.
An extra touch to honour the past.
93 clearances was the fourth most
Harris
in the grand final. The most since 2012.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Geelong, Danger and Chris. You guys have an unbelievable season, and we've really admired everything you guys have done as a footy club, and we've really aspired to be like you guys. So thank you so much and best of luck. To the sponsors, the AFL sponsors, Toyota, our major sponsor, Healy, and all our partners, thank you so much for your support throughout this year and the last couple of years. It's been a great journey. To the families, the coaching staff, everyone inside the footy club, we're very, very grateful for your support. You guys, we can't do what we do without you guys, so thank you so much for all the sacrifices you make week in, week out. To the playing group, what a special group of guys. Obviously the guys that played today, but the extended group, the whole playing list, it's a special place to come to work every day, and I count myself very lucky that I can be a part of it. Unbelievable. A big thank you to all the fans that came today. To our fans, the Brisbane Lions fans, best in the league. Thank you so much for coming along the journey over the last couple of years. It's been awesome. We really appreciate the love and support down here and all around Australia. Hope you guys enjoy this.
Would you please now welcome Adam Simpson to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2025 Toyota AFL Premiership team, Chris Fagan of the Brisbane Football Club.
9 seasons, 7 final series, 3 grand finals, 2 premierships, 3 times adjudged as the coach of the year by his peers. His place in the game is forever enshrined after the events of today.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Geelong. You're an awesome footy club. You always give yourself a chance. I have total respect for you, so I'm sure we'll be back bigger and better next year. To our supporters, you've been absolutely amazing for us all year. We love the way you made a noise for us today and inspired us. Thank you so much. To our football department, what a brilliant job you've all done. I'll thank you all in the next few days, but you're a pleasure to work with, and you come to work every day and put your best foot forward, so well done on that. To our players, what an amazing group you are. It's been pretty tough this year at times, and we've found a way. I have total respect for you. Well done. Thank you.
And now Jonathan Brown, hey, to link these two great generations.
I have much pleasure in inviting Lions legend Jonathan Brown to present the Premiership Cup to the Brisbane Lions.
Big fist pump from Brownie. Strides forth. And hands the cup over. Two great captains, a magnificent coach. And for the 5th time this century, the Brisbane Lions hoist the cup. They are unequals and they are quite dominant tonight. Fireworks across the top of the stands, the flames and the confetti. Back to back in this era, they become one of the great teams. There's so much to take in and so much to admire. Our AFL Nation, we will be combined now as the confetti fills the air in Brisbane Lions colours. Premiership to be admired right across the landscape. Gerard Whateley, Gerard Healy and Andy Maher with you. As the Lions gather to have those team photos that will last eternal. Impossible just not to admire them, Gerard.
Oh, it's an incredible footy story. You just go back to when people thought the whole thing had failed, and Fags went up there along with Greg Swan, stuck it together, and I think Danny Daly also has been such an important player up there, and they just rebuilt from the bottom up. They got quality kids into the place. They maintained some of their senior players who have been brilliant, like the great Zorko, and he is the great Zorko.
He really is, yep.
And they're now just enjoying the incredible celebration that comes after winning a flag. I mean, you know the story, Gerard, as well as I do, just how tough this year has been. They started off, if it was a handicap race, they're off scratch, and there are clubs 5 and 6 and 8 metres in front of them, and they drew them all in. It took them until the last breath to get there, but when they got in front, they actually chested the tape and just showed how far the rest of the competition is away. And I think what's going to be interesting next week, Gerard, when you're doing your analysis on Monday, when the way for this group to win today, with a few holes in it, the Brisbane Lions, was to emphasise their strength, and their strength is inside. So, did they make it a tight game? Did they actually orchestrate a high stoppage game, or is that just what happens and it played into their strengths? Because I don't quite know the answer to that, but what we've got is this incredible stoppage game that, if you wanted a game devised to favour Brisbane, it was a high stoppage game.
Yeah.
And so if in fact it was devised and they can prove that, they did this and they did that to make it that, well, that's just genius coaching. If it just came because they were so prepared for whatever it was thrown at them, because, I thought Geelong's pace would end up being a problem for them, but Geelong couldn't get the ball. The inside to out, which I think Kingy first sort of discussed, and it wasn't about Brisbane, but they put a lesson on for everybody today that if you want to play a stoppage game, you've got to be as good as us. And we are miles, as in Brisbane Lions, are miles ahead of the next best.
They've been footy's Burnborough this year. They've carried the 62.5, and at times you felt like, you just can't. You can't sustain this. You can't withstand it, and they did. And they not only they just won storming away.
Yeah. And that's going to be another one for digesting, and that is, are you better off with the tough draw and the tough examination through the year? But I always thought when they'd won the flag, that may be their biggest hurdle, because psychologically, when they got to the can we go another row, can we go another, we've been there, we've planted the flag in the top of the mountain. we're not that hungry, but this is a hungry club and it's a hungry group, and the coach, he bonds them together. He's a full positive coach. There's no negatives, and he's got the result. And he's had a tough caper. I mean, he's had a tough couple of years personally. He's been challenged for other reasons, and for him to prevail with 2 flags is one of the. It is one of the great stories. And your description of it being last year one of the great coaching stories of all time is now magnified by a long way, going back to back. Because as you rightly enunciated a while ago, back to back doesn't happen in an even year, in an even competition, and yet it just did.
The Lions by 47 points over Geelong in the 2025 Grand Final. We will have all the reactions. We'll be down in the room soon enough. The Lions have just embarked upon their lap of honour right across the AFL Nation network. We will share it all with you in the hour ahead.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Harvey Norman. Game on at Harvey Norman. Score hot deals store-wide. TVs, fridges, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
Chesson Toyota do it all and have you covered with brand new Toyotas and quality used cars to genuine accessories, parts and expert servicing.
Every vehicle is customisable to match your lifestyle because no 2 drivers are the same.
Right now, don't miss the limited time Kluger Bundle Pack offers. That's extra value on an already incredible SUV.
They've got 2 great deals running, but only for a limited time.
Visit us in-store or online. Chesson Toyota, where your journey begins your way.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
September in Melbourne means grand final time and an end to the cold winter months. With the warmer weather on the horizon, get adventure ready for a thrilling summer on the water at Melbourne Sea-Doo. They're committed to getting you out on the water to experience the freedom and excitement of your very own Sea-Doo watercraft. Brand new Sea-Doo start at $9,990, so there has never been a better time to hit the water. Visit the team at 300 Wirraway Road, Essendon Fields, or visit melbourneseadoo.com.au.
Mackay Timber is 100% family owned and operated and has been servicing the building industry for over 80 years. Mackays provide quality Tasmanian oak and imported timbers through our distribution centre in Dandenong. So whether it's a residential build or a large commercial project, Mackays have you covered statewide or nationally through our supply chain network. So ask your architect or builder if they're using Mackays for the timber in your project. And if they're not, ask them why not.
While people are sleeping peacefully in their apartment, a team from the Drain Man are down in the basement preparing to fix the leaking sewer drain inside their bedroom walls. Using Repiper's revolutionary relining system, they'll permanently seal any leaks on the inside without even disturbing them. That's the Drain Man difference. With Swedish technology delivered exclusively in Australia by the Drain Man, losing sleep from leaking sewer drains is a thing of the past. Call 1-800-843-372.
The Drain Man. Need power, lighting or fuel solutions that don't cost the earth? Green Power Solutions is Australia's #1 sustainable rental hire company for generators, lighting and hybrid power systems powered by sustainable fuels that can cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90%. From major infrastructure projects to high-profile events, we combine innovation, reliability and environmental responsibility to keep your site running and your sustainability goals on track. Search Green Power Solutions or call 1-800-GO-GREEN.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Whether you're first timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
At
At Energy Educators, we're making it easy for eligible Victorians to claim their split system air conditioner and installation through the Victoria Energy Upgrade Program. Check your eligibility for generous rebates at energyeducators.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
The winning team celebrates for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. The critical mass of the Brisbane Lions, well, the cup at least, has made it 13 metres during that 5-minute break. It's going to be the longest lap we've ever seen.
So they've taken it on board. I don't know who it was, but somebody said that Patrick Keane actually reminded them, when you get the chance, if you win, I don't know whether it was a Geelong or a Brisbane player, but I presume he said it to both clubs, take your time.
Yeah.
Don't rush the lap of honour. And there's now that shot they all want. They all want the shot where they stand on the fence with the loyal fans behind holding the cup.
Yep.
Every single player wants that photo for their mantelpiece. And you are right, Gerard. It is just not moving.
It's going to be a long lap.
We're on for an hour. I'm going to make a prediction here. They won't be in the room.
They won't get to the room. So I think, actually, let's start to pick off some of our awards so that when they do get to the rooms, we're not cluttering it up with anything. The high bar here. Who was the defender of the game for Visi Tread? Temporary surface protection available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Well, you could argue for...
hang on. Fade's just got the Gatorade treatment. So Rayner, I think it's Rayner and Zorko, they tracked him down. There was a posse of photographers who could see it coming.
Right.
They got on the blind side of Chris Fagan, and it was Zorko and Rayner crept up behind and went whooshka. And the old fella's now completely saturated. And I'm tipping he's not all that happy about that.
No,
straight down the rooms he goes.
The joy of being a premiership coach, I think it makes you withstand the obvious discomfort of the Gatorade. Getting back to your question.
Sorry, Gerard.
That's okay. Look, a lot of people would have had Harris Andrews in there voting for the Norm Smith. I reckon the guy that outperformed expectation the most down there was Darcy Gardner, so I would have said him. Starcevic cleaned up Patrick Dangerfield when he was down there, so he was excellent. And at the other end of the ground, I liked the game of young O'Sullivan. I thought he was pretty good as well.
All thanks to Visi Tread, the toughest player for Anthem Workwear. Gear up with Anthem Workwear, built for the work out and the work site.
Well, this is normally an award that goes to Josh Dunkley. I'm going to abandon convention though, and I'm going to give it to Rayner Man, because it would have been really tough where he was in his mind at half-time, and he came back and laid half a dozen of the best tackles running off the outside, or running from inside the 50 to the centre clearance to impose himself. And the first tackle, I think it was after half-time, they get the first goal, and then they got it again after three-quarter time, involving a tackle from him as well, if my memory serves me correctly. So I'm giving it to him.
Yeah. Coaching move of the day for Henley. Breakthrough collection. Billed from only $227,900.
There's only one winner here, and that is the move of Lachie Neale onto the sub-bench before the game, and then held him back, tightly held until half-time, and then let him go. And entrusting young Ashcroft to play on the wing, I think, was also a darn good effort, given that he didn't do that well 2 weeks ago.
Henley Holmes Breakthrough Collection. The Tobin Brothers Forever Young Player of the Day, celebrating lives every day of the year. So a player in the over 30 bracket.
Well, I reckon it's Ryan Lester.
I think we can get Nick downstairs where Danny Daly is actually standing by as the players continue to do their lap of honour. So, Danny, hopefully you've got us. Congratulations, mate. You were good enough to join us a couple of weeks ago before the Gold Coast game, and what an absolute triumph and turnaround it has been for you, your coaching staff, and this playing group.
Oh, yeah, look, thank you very much, first and foremost. I love this group, love the club. We stick fat. We knew under the pump a couple of weeks ago, but, you know, we met a couple of weeks ago and thought, well, you know what, people can write us off, but we know internally that we always come back from adversity, and we're able to do that again in the last few weeks and again today. So it's a pretty special effort by the group.
If you were to single out one moment, Danny, is there something? Is there a single moment across this final series that you'd go to?
It's a very good question. I mean, today was when Lockie kicked that goal.
Yes.
I thought that was it, even though, we only went about 3 goals up at that stage, but I just knew, if Lockie kicks that goal and things will start going our way. So, but over the final series, I think it was a collective thing, to be fair. I think just the whole group as one, we just believed. Our coach, as I've spoken about to you this morning, Gerard, is just he's an unbelievable mentor and player to our group and our person to our group, and he just leads from the front, and we follow in truckloads. So, I can't off the top of my head pick one moment, to be fair.
Danny, can I ask you about your own personal ambitions? Does seeing this so close and having such an incredible role want to make you, even dream about going and doing it yourself and you being the Chris Fagan of another club, or are you just happy to be the general or the sergeant at arms or whatever you like to call yourself as 2IC and part of an incredible group?
Somewhere deep down in my heart, I'd probably love to do it, but I'm also wary, and I've mentioned this before, that I'm sure there's a lot more better qualified people out there to potentially coach than me, and I love the role I play. I love looking after my people. I love looking after the players and supporting Fags, and I get my footy fix and coaching fix within that as well. So, I'm just very fortunate and blessed to be doing what I do, and I just love it. Yeah.
Can I ask you about the decision-making process with Lockie Neal, because that obviously was something that was, it wasn't a 5-minute decision, and you got a lot of advice, I'm sure, during the week, and you got a hell of a lot of free advice this morning from everybody in the media.
Yeah, and we did, and to the media's defence, they don't see what goes on within the 4 walls, and how much work Lockie puts into doing what he does, even during the week with his craft and trying to be the best footballer he can possibly be. Well, he did that to the extreme levels again with his, ability to try and fight this calf injury and, working around the clock 24/7. And, myself and Fags had plenty of conversations with him along the way over the last 3 weeks. And we had a few on Sunday morning, or a couple on Sunday morning and Monday with him. And we're always of the belief that if the medical staff said he was fit to play and Lockie said he was fit to play, we were going to pick him. And Thursday morning, we probably decided that the sub was the best role, and that wasn't off the back of his calf tear. That was more that he'd only played one game in like 64, and grand finals are, as you guys know, full on, and there's a lot that goes into it. So we're a little bit concerned about whether he'd be able to get through that period, the whole game. So it was always in the back of our head that we would bring him on at half-time, depending on what the score was and what was happening. And, we pulled the trigger probably a couple of minutes before half-time. Myself and Fags were talking and just said, let's just do it. He's a double Brownlow medalist and won 5 BNF, so it's a pretty good player to have sitting on your pine to come on, and I thought he did an unbelievable job when he came on.
No, he was absolutely superb. Will Ashcroft's gone back-to-back with the Norm Smith. I won't ask you for your Norm Smith, but I will ask you, who did you think was the next best player?
I thought Hugh McCluggage was pretty good, but you go down back, and Dizzy Gardner, the job he did on Jeremy Cameron was unbelievable, and even Harris Andrews, when he needed to stand up and take some intercept marks and intercept possessions, I thought, he was outstanding. Obviously, Zach, if he had a kick straight, might have had it sewn up at 3/4 time, but probably the points he missed didn't help him. But, probably, Will, you, and Dizzy Gardner for mine. I don't even know what the votes were, to be fair. So
there were Ashcroft 13 out of 15, Harris Andrews 6, Zach Bailey 5, Jasper Fletcher 3, Dane Zorko 2, Hugh McCluggage 1.
Right, okay. Well, I missed a couple there, didn't I?
No, they missed them. They missed Gardner.
Danny, great people make great footy clubs, and you and Chris Fagan have done that together. Congratulations. Enjoy this success.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate, your guys' support of our footy club, and with Fags and myself particularly, it's really outstanding for us. So thank you very much.
Good on you. Danny Daly there, the GM of footy at the Brisbane Lions. Who do you want as your forever young player here? Do you want the great Zorko?
Yeah, it's got to be the great Zorko.
Yes. All right. The injury update is for AED Authority. Help save a life with an automated external defibrillator. I think Lockie Neal's greatest risk to his calf is now he's too old to be climbing on fences. Andy,
he wants that photo, Gerard. He wants the
AED Authority, be a lifesaver. Let's clear our next commitment as we bask with the Brisbane Lions, the premiers of 2025, winning the grand final by 47 points. AFL Nation.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
An update from Melbourne Airport.
Due to construction at Melbourne Airport, travellers should allow extra time when passing through the precinct. For quicker pickups and drop-offs, head to the Terminal 4 car park.
For more information, visit melbourneairport.com.au.
If you've got pain, be it back pain, neck pain, shoulder pain, any kind of pain, or you just want to make sure that your bed is properly supporting you, physiobedfitting.com. Write that down, one word, physiobedfitting.com. Because your physiotherapist can now custom fit your bed to suit your body using a system developed by a neurosurgeon. It's the kind of breakthrough that could change how we think about sleep and pain. Speak with your physiotherapist and find out more at physiobedfitting.com today.
Reclaim your weekends by letting the Eufy E15 robot lawnmower do the work for you, saving you time and effort without compromising performance. Smarter than traditional mowers with reliable and consistent results, enjoy an effortless setup in 5 minutes with no wires and no fuss. The hands-free auto mapping and intelligent lawn navigation with precision obstacle avoidance avoids collisions while creating a flawless cart. Available at JB Hi-Fi, The Good Guys and Harvey Norman with a $500 pre-order discount for the first 250 orders. Visit eufy.com/AU.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Hey Frankie, how come you get to keep the Gold Australian Food Award?
Well, they handed it to me.
Yeah, but I spoke the speech.
Hey, let go.
Nah, let me have it.
Great. Now we're going to win another one.
Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Live Golf Adelaide returns February 13 to 15 with fierce team rivalries and unmissable entertainment. Witness some of the world's best golfers like Rahm, Smith and DeChambeau chase glory over one electric weekend. From the legendary watering hole to fan zones and headline concerts, there's action on every green. More action, more thrills, more golf. Don't miss Live Golf Adelaide. Tickets selling fast at livegolf.com.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I was hoping you could work my numbers so I can afford the property I want to buy.
Oh, don't want much, do you?
Not really. I just really want to get the most out of my borrowing power.
We're the bank. We've got the power, FYI.
Well, Athena shifts the power to me, FYI.
Well...
Athena's fairer, friendlier policies put the power in your hands. Visit athena.com.au or talk to your broker. Athena, love us and leave us. Application subject to eligibility and assessment.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Hi, Ebony Theodosi from Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars. Our specialised SUV centre has over 100 SUVs on display for you to browse and test drive. So come and see us today. Everyone should own an SUV at least once in a lifetime. LMCT 8350.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
The Brisbane Lions celebrate back-to-back premierships, and the cup has finally escaped the city end where it has been monopolised by players taking their moment. It's been brought up near the members and it's heading for the punt road end. So some players spread out to the far reaches, but the cup didn't initially as they take their own sweet time. Our combined AFL Nation post-game show here. The post-game show is for Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability, and Smarter Light, good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. We brought Dermot Burton inside alongside Gerard Healy. Dermot, welcome in.
Good afternoon, gents. Gerard,
give us your overall thoughts.
Well, first of all, Matty Hill and Quarters called brilliantly. They had a great afternoon, as you two did as well.
Just take one moment's thought here. Lockie Neal's dad is with Sammy Edmund. Sammy.
Hello, we're here with Robbie Neal and the Neal family. Robbie, is that how it looked in your wildest dreams?
Yeah, you're right, in our wildest dreams. That you couldn't script it that well, Sam, so we just, over the moon.
How did he get himself up for this game? People on our side of the fence, no chance. How did you see it from a parent's point of view?
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting journey. One thing we know is his inner determination is next level. We probably take a bit of pride from that knowing that he'll give this his best shot. I remember him saying he was given 1%. He said, that's enough, I'll have a crack at that. So he said 1% means there is a chance. So no, it's been a great journey, but we knew probably last Saturday he was tracking really well, pulled up incredibly well from a tough training session. We thought then he'll play.
And when he kicked that goal in the third quarter?
Yeah, pretty emotional, to be honest. Just sort of wanted him to have a moment. As I guess every parent wants their son to have a moment in an AFL Grand Final, and that was pretty special.
Gerard, I'll send it up to you if you guys have got a question for Robbie.
Yes, the heart must swell with pride, Robbie, doesn't it?
Sorry, say again?
It must just swell with pride, your heart for your son.
Yeah, just knowing the effort that he had to put in, and then sort of, I guess, understanding to be sub. It was a master-stroke by Fags. We probably wondered whether he'd be better off starting and just going as hard as he could for as long as he could. But I'll tell you what, Fags is coach of the year for a reason, and he pulled a master-stroke there. And Lockie was always going to give everything he could into the midfield, more so to help them just get going. And he seemed to play his role in that.
Can I ask you if he did what he actually did to rehab the calf muscle? Was there anything different, or did he just do basic stuff a lot?
Yeah, and that's right. It was hyperbaric chamber a lot. Yep. He was into the chamber until yesterday, really, every day, or twice a day. So, 90-minute sessions in the chamber, red light therapy, and then some weight bearing just to start strengthening it way earlier than they probably should. But they got a lot of really good information from other sports, even outside of Australia, around conditioning an injury like that. So got all the information together and then went from there.
Awesome, Robbie. Enjoy it. Lockie will be down there shortly.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, boys.
Ripper, Robbie Neal. Right, your verdict on the Lions, Dermot?
The Lions, Fagan's finest moment. As an adult, I'm sure he's had some wonderful days in his life, but this is the defining moment of his sporting career. I just couldn't see this happen. I thought if there was going to be a margin like this, I thought it was going to be the Cats' way. I didn't think it would be 90-point swing the other way. So to make them believe, I mean, really, when you look at it, this team's cobbled together at the moment. You got McCluggage on one knee. You've got Lockie Neal, who's come back and doubtful whether he could get back. If you had a said at the start of the year, Darcy Gardner is going to be your key back to assist to Harris Andrews while Harris takes a tall forward, you'd have said, we'll hopefully make the 8 with that. But my God, just to allow those boys to believe that they could succeed, what an endeavour in just emotion it must have taken to make them believe, because every sign said in the longest season we have ever had, they've played 2 finals teams in rounds 23 and 24, and then they've played 4 finals teams in a row, progressively getting better and harder each time, and then come out and do that. It is staggering. Absolutely staggering.
It is. It's one of the great flags ever won. Our finals presenting partner is Eufy. Reclaim your weekends by letting the Eufy E15 robot lawnmower do the work for you. I reckon the safe play here is to clear our last commitment now so we can be uninterrupted in the Lions rooms when the cup finally arrives. The AFL Nation post-game show, the Brisbane Lions are premiers again.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
It's AFL Finals time and the SEN commentary team is powered up with Signet. Signet AFL Club branded power banks keep the team connected and you can back your team all the way through finals. Signet AFL Club power banks, powering SEN into finals.
Ready for every road, every weekend, every adventure. The 5-seat Volkswagen Tiguan delivers sporty versatility, while the all-new 7-seat Volkswagen Tyrone takes the whole crew further. Discover your next escape at Berwick Volkswagen, where adventures begin. LMCT 12366.
This is an ad for Good Life. So we're supposed to tell you to join now to get fit, get stronger, lose that dad bod. But we won't, because we know the best results are the ones you don't expect. Like the energy to do what makes you feel good, start saying yes more often, and lift more than just dumbbells. With more classes and equipment on offer, you'll find the workout that makes you feel good at Good Life, where good starts inside.
For over 40 years, Cox Auto Service Centre have been helping car owners of Melbourne keep their vehicles going from A to B. Family-owned South Melbourne-based Cox Auto Service Centre service and maintain all vehicle makes and models without voiding warranties and without the dealer's price tag. State-of-the-art workshop, diagnostic tooling, a fleet of 15 courtesy cars and even complimentary hand wash and vacuum, Cox Auto Service Centre makes servicing your car easy without paying dealership prices. The car service Melbourne trusts, coxauto.com.
Hi, it's Jude from Results First Aid Training. 3,745 might not seem like a big number to you, but to us it means a lot, because that's how many 5-star Google reviews we've received at Results First Aid Training. We're really proud of those numbers because each one represents someone who's received the very best training from us. So if you want your staff to experience 5-star CPR and first aid training, visit resultsfirstaid.com.
Training provided in partnership with Skills Network, RTO 41410.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons won't let you down.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons are the tradies you can trust. Leaking chimneys or skylights, visible water damage inside, or just an old roof that has issues, we can help. When Harley's Sons turn up all muscles and smiles, you know your roof is in safe hands. Call and get a quote today. Search for Harley Roofing or visit harleyroofing.com.au.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons won't let you down.
We won't let you down.
Sick of hiring temp fence for every job? Buy it once and own it with a Rapid Mesh temp fence. It's quick to set up, easy to take down, saving you time and money on every site. Rapid Mesh temp fence, available at your nearest Bunnings.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I was hoping you could work my numbers so I can afford the property I want to buy.
Oh, don't want much, do you?
Not really. I just really want to get the most out of my borrowing power.
We're the bank. We've got the power, FYI.
Well, Athena shifts the power to me, FYI.
Well...
Athena's fairer, friendlier policies put the power in your hands. Visit athena.com.au or talk to your broker. Athena, love us and leave us. Application subject to eligibility and assessment.
Lincoln Park. From Zero World Tour.
You ready?
Live in Australia for the first time in 13 years. Performing in Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane, March 2026. New shows added due to phenomenal demand. Get tickets now at livenation.com.au. Don't miss Lincoln Park on the From Zero World Tour. Live in Australia, March 2026.
What do you normally do while others keep you waiting? Forget doom scrolling. Add some thrill to your wait with the thrill of a $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes. Keno Go. Download the app today.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Cans of 4X are being handed around in the Brisbane Lions rooms. There's nothing more Queensland than the 4Xs. Dane Zorko's the chief distributor. It was lovely that Darcy Gardner and Oscar McInerney were the two, carried the cup down to the rooms, symbolically having missed out last year, there they were, right at the heart of it. Sam Edmund, she's a pretty great scene, drenched in 4X.
Never seen as much 4X in Victoria in your life, Gerard. I tell you what, the scenes in here, every year the rooms get more and more packed. They are delirious, these guys. This is about to absolutely kick off down here, Gerard. I can tell you. I'll get as close as I can as Dane Zorko bangs the 4X esky. They're up and about, I can tell you. Here we go.
Oh, that's wild.
That cup is going to need a serious clean.
Oh yeah, and the cup is just sitting on what was obviously their theme, and that's it's written on their floor. Believe, and they made him
do that, didn't he?
He did, and they needed belief from somewhere because they were threatened right throughout this season, as we've discussed a fair bit, but. What a celebration. Never seen more 4X sprayed around a room in my life.
All right, so we're uninterrupted from here, Sammy. Wherever you've got anything, just let us know. The big moment for Oldham construction lawyers, your experts in construction law, it's the Lockie Neal goal, isn't it?
It was Lockie Neal coming onto the ground and then nailing a goal was incredible.
All right, Sammy, it's all yours.
Gerard, we're with the co-captain of the Brisbane Lions, Harris Andrews. Harris, is it twice as nice, second time around?
Yeah, it is. It's special. You know, when you come off a premiership, everyone's looking for your head. So, you know, we've faced our adversities this year, but the way the boys hung in there throughout the season, we've had guys in and out of the team, the adversity that we've worked through, the resilience shown, it's ultimately special.
Feels like the footy gods have had it in for you ever since Joe Danaher retired. You get the draw from hell. You have to play the full 27 games again. Injuries all the way through. Youth blooded all the way through. How have you done this?
I'll put it down to one word, culture. I reckon we've got a special culture. The way we look after each other, we genuinely love each other and try and get to work each and every day. And that's, you know, not necessarily just players, but that's staff, that's coaches upstairs. You know, our fans embrace us and love us all around the country. It's a special footy club to be a part of, and we've worked really hard to try and build it. You know, a lot of younger guys, as you said, they've come in this year, you know, new to football, and they've all just come in and played roles beautifully. And to see, you know, like Logan Morris, for example, he's a two-time premiership player now. He's played, 40-odd games. There's so much scope to go. Ty Gallup, same thing. Like, he's played 6 games. He's a premiership player now, and he's still just scratching the surface. So, yeah, it's really special. It's awesome. We're absolutely pumped, and it's been a special final series.
You had an amazing final series yourself and a good game again today. What about Will Ashcroft? There's another one. Dual Norm Smith medalist.
Yeah, he's a wild thing, isn't he? His work rate, you know, his cleanliness, just goes about his business day to day. It's been awesome to see his development, obviously coming off the back of the knee, you know, 2 years ago, and it's special to see a guy, you know, put in so much work and get some rewards. So I'm super pumped for him.
And your co-captain, you've done it with Lockie for so long. To see him come on at half-time, I think he has 17 and a goal. Just an incredible performance from him under all sorts of adversity coming in.
Yeah, they were coming for his head when he put his hand up, the media, and it was all a bit of a frenzy. But one thing, you know, between him and Bez, that I really admired about them this last week was just they got to work. They didn't want a big fuss about it internally. Obviously, we knew the media was going to make a bit of hype about it and all that sort of thing, but we can control what we can control. And as players, they just got to work trying to put their hand up. They worked hard to improve their bodies. And, you know, when Fags sat down with both of them and it came to a decision on Thursday, they were, you know, both selfless in the way that they went about it. Bez has been a real heartbeat for us the last few years, and it's obviously devastating for him, but he's just so excited for the rest of the boys. They got an opportunity today. So, yeah, no, I'm excited.
Who's looking after Darcy Wilmot tonight?
I will not be putting my hand up in that space. He's awesome. He's the same, like, young guy, you know, he's someone that's probably a little bit of a budding superstar in the competition, but his first priority is just how can I improve on this team and make our team better. There's no ego there. He just wants the best for us as a group, and he plays some unbelievable football. He's a crazy old character, Motti. I'll absolutely love him to death, and it's very special.
Super season from you, super final series. Well done today. We'll let you enjoy it, Harris.
Thanks very much, guys.
Harris Andrews there with Sam Edmund. So he's part of the key matchups and the way that they played out for Seek for the best job matches. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, he was a pivotal player in the build-up term. Whether or not they should focus somebody, Blitzarves to go onto him, as some have suggested, or
I thought that was going to happen once they picked Stanley.
Yep.
Because Stanley came out and both shins were wrapped up, bandaged, which meant he was going to put shin guards in, which meant he was going to go into the first ruck. And I thought, this will be interesting where Blitzarve lands in the end. And I'm thinking it might be against, but he will, that boy Shannon Neal will have nightmares about this. Got outpointed time after time.
Couldn't work it out, could he?
No, he couldn't work out the depth of the ball. Then he started to try and think, well, I'll drag him away, and Harris wouldn't be dragged away, and then he would actually just get outplayed when he did get to the drop of the ball.
Let's head back to Semi.
Gerard, we're with, triple premiership player now, Josh Dunkley. Josh, is that sinking in yet? You're a 3-time premiership player.
No, definitely not. It's just an incredible footy club to be a part of, and just very grateful to be in this position, and love all these guys and love the football club.
Difficult for you to sum up, I'm sure, but the way the cards aligned for you this year was certainly not from the playbook. How have you pieced it together at the point here with everything that's gone against you?
I think that's it. It's about our inside the four walls and being able for everyone to contribute and grow, and we've had a lot of injury and the draw and everything that's been spoken about, but for our group to continue to rock up and play or put in good performances is the number one thing, and I feel like we peaked at the right time. Geelong really taught us a lesson in that qualifying final, and after that we went to work, moved on to the Gold Coast and then on to the Pies and got another crack at the Cats. So we felt like we owed them one from that game, and we learned a lot from it, so used that today and it worked.
You gave them a clearance hiding today.
We did a lot of work behind the scenes inside the midfield group and inside centre bounce, and they torched us in that qualifying final all over the ground. So it was a really important game for us to definitely go to work on, and now we're victors, so it's awesome.
It just dawned on me here that these 4X cans that are doing the rounds are actually specially themed. There you go.
They backed us in, didn't they, by printing these off, but it's a special one. Just mind blown. Just can't believe I'm in this situation, and very grateful.
Your week, the ankle, how sore are you? Really, now that we can tell in full, I hope.
Oh, mate, my ankle is a grade 3 syndesmosis, for those that don't know. So, or those that know out there would know what that is, but that's what I'm playing on. And I just didn't want it to be an issue. Felt like if I could play my role as best as I could for the team, wasn't about the kicks, marks, handballs, more the leadership and helping our young guys play the way that they did today. So I was just grateful to play a part. I never wanted to obviously miss, but it is a pretty serious injury, so I'll get that fixed up over the coming weeks, and we'll move on.
And was that from last week?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so I did in I think it was the third quarter, early third. Got a jab and went back out there, but then got scans on the Sunday, and that's what it revealed. So it's all part of it.
5 grand finals, 3 flags. Not a bad strike rate, mate. Enjoy the night, enjoy the weekend, enjoy the week, enjoy the month.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Josh Dunkley there, guys.
Oh, that's another part of folklore. So he's kept his cool for Pertec. Australian industry trusts Pertec, drama resistant since 1980. A grade 3 syndesmosis.
That's amazing. It's it's going to need an operation to fix it up. So he would have had a hell of a lot of tape holding that ankle mortise together, and you just have to admire the fact that he was even got out there, let alone played well.
Further proof of how banged up they were.
Yeah.
It's an extraordinary performance.
Can't wait to find out how bad McCluggage's knee was. We'll find that out at some stage.
He'd be going in within 10 days, wouldn't he?
I spoke to Fags last week and I said, how's McCluggage? He said, oh, no, he's fine. He's fine.
So I expect there's only a narrow window with Darcy Wilmot here. Sammy?
Yes, we have got Darcy Wilmot. I've been looking forward to talking to you, Darcy. Is it a double wet willy sort of an afternoon for the coach?
You might have to wait and see. I might have to just try and surprise him. He's probably expecting it, so we'll see what we got in store.
What does it feel like to be a premiership player again?
Yeah, unbelievable. I think the second time feels so much better than the first because you know how hard it is and how hard you got to work and what it means to actually win it, and then, to do it again is unbelievable.
How did you win this game? They gave you a lesson a couple of weeks ago. How did you turn it around?
Yeah, we just fixed up on a couple of things. That wasn't our true game style or who we are. So we came into some good form with Gold Coast and Collingwood. And then, we just pounded the rock until half-time. And then that third quarter, we got a bit of momentum going to the fourth. And I think that's, really bringing the group alive and energy. And that was the style that we played with throughout the whole season. So,
The missed chances, the behinds are a well-worn theme with your side. And Zach Bailey goes and kicks 3 goals, 6 and could have kicked 9. Did you ever think, oh, geez, it could be one of those days again?
No, we always have those days. We just stick through it, and it eventually will change for us, and it did. And then, we Charlie Cameron kicks a goal from the pocket, and Chock kicks one from 50 out, and everything comes back around. We just keep at it, and don't let that stuff upset us. So it's kind of good that we've learnt those lessons because it doesn't bother us anymore.
Play hard, party hard, then.
Oh, you buddy know it. Yeah, where's Snoop Dogg at? Come on.
Did you sneak out for a look pre-game by any chance?
No, we had down a meeting and stuff, but I'm sure I'll go back and watch it and see how sick it was.
So what's the go from here then? What's the plan?
We just party tonight, and that's what we do.
Congratulations, Darcy. Well done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Darcy Wilmot. Well done, Sammy. Just a narrow opportunity to get him before he's unbroadcastable. You've done well.
Takes all types, though, doesn't it, to make a footy club? And
Good reference to the dog.
Yeah. He'd be up for that, I reckon.
What's the old saying? You need ditch diggers as well, don't you?
So did we say on air that Jeremy Cameron's a suspected broken arm?
No,
or was that off air?
No, that was off air.
Right.
So that's been reported down in the Geelong rooms by several sources that they're being told that by Geelong that they do fear that there is a break in that arm. So you diagnosed that from 150 metres away 5 minutes after he did it, Gerard. So kudos to you.
Doc Larkins texted me and said, keep off the grass, that's his area. he can diagnose a bruised toe from 200 metres.
I mean, it is, to the victor goes the spoils and the stories he'd be told, but the chase down tackle, had they won it, had Geelong won it,
Historic.
can you imagine how
Could have
lauded
been the
Jeremy...
moment. Yeah, it could have been the moment where they turned it around.
Yep.
I mean, it wasn't his broken arm that he tackled him with, but he slung himself and just landed. He had to throw the arm out to brace himself, and that's when he smacked it.
The only reason he tackled him with that arm, because the broken arm was too sore to reach out. He actually had to reach further with the good arm, but what it did, the inertia of the tackle swung him around that he had to brace the fall with the broken arm on the ground.
Who did he tackle again?
Ryan Lister.
That's right.
Was it Fletcher?
Fletcher. I thought it was pretty sure it was Fletcher.
Let's head back to Sammy.
Thanks, Gerard. We're with Hugh McCluggage. Hugh, how satisfying was that this afternoon?
Yeah, it's special. You never know how you're going to go coming into these days, and we've been through so much this year. We just really wanted it so bad to top that year off, the adversity we've been through, the amount of players we've had, the young group. It's just as sweet as the first one, that's for sure.
I'm pretty keen to ask you about your journey at the pointy end of the season, because the Irishman got a hold of you a couple of weeks ago. What was your mindset going into today?
I was pretty nervous, to be honest. I knew that it would probably happen again and that a lot of people would be watching that match-up. Look, there was a lot of things I wanted to improve from the first time. I wanted to be a better team player first and foremost and open up space for other guys, and I thought I was able to do that in the first half. Will getting involved in these types, and also just bring that physicality a little bit more than I did the first final. And then luckily, late I was able to break it open. But I'm super proud of the way I was able to handle it, and full credit to Doyle and Mullen. He's a very tough player to break, that's for sure.
And how did you guys turn the game? Where did you see the game turning in the second half that allowed you to bust it open?
We probably were a little bit more composed with our ball use. We were winning territory, and we won territory in the qualifying final as well. We won clearance in the qualifying final, but we weren't getting it going forward, and we just decided at all costs get it going forward. And then once the game opened up, that composure was probably the difference. Lockie Neal was pretty special as well, coming in and being so clean. I never thought that the damn wall would break like that, but when we're in an arm wrestle, we're a really tough team to beat.
Now, Josh Dunkley just told us he's played with a grade 3 syndesmosis in his ankle. You've had this knee mummified for a period of time. What's the situation with your knee?
No. Mine's pretty good. It was just a low-grade MCL a while back. So the tape's really just precautionary at the minute. I'll have it scanned, but I'm no Josh Dunkley, that's for sure.
And this group you've got, I mean, it's not, as the coach said, not the typical profile for a team to feature at the pointy end of a season. There's so much youth in this room. The word dynasty gets thrown around a lot. Technically, or it is now that you're going back-to-back, but, gee, the future's bright.
It is. I think that's the most unbelievable thing about, the whole journey of this year, and what we've been able to do is our two key posts are 18 and 19, our key forwards. I think I'm really proud of those boys for being able to come in and do what they've done in the highest of pressure. I'm also really proud of everyone at the club, the group of boys, the group of older boys, the coaching staff, even our upstairs team, for making it a place where you can be yourself and you can fit in. And you see that with the way Darcy Wilbert plays, you see it with the way Logan plays. They're just themselves out there, and it's special to see them carry that from off-field, on-field, and take the game on.
What's the plan tonight, and does Fags really mix it with you guys? Does he go deep into the night?
He does. He'll be on the dance floor at some stage, I'd say. I think when we lost it, he actually turned one on, so it was a bit quieter last year, but who knows? I mean, we'll just enjoy it, and I think back to our hotel with family and friends, it makes the week a lot more special when you get
special time. Enjoy it.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Hugh McCluggage has kicked 4 goals in the grand final, and he becomes a dual premiership player. He's been trundling away with a low-grade MCL.
Yeah, no, it's I thought it might have been a bit worse than that, but he really did lift. Simo's just texted me through a few of his secret herbs and spices for as far as the stats are concerned. And the KPIs in the second half, it was minus 47 for the Cats in contested possession, in score, so that they got absolutely poleaxed, as we know. Inside 50s was 24 Geelong to 40 for Brisbane. And he wanted to highlight 2 things. Lachie Neale, his second half, 17 disposals, inside 50s 4, contested possession 6, clearances 7, metres gained 266, and score involvement 7. Not bad for a bloke who's come off a dicky leg.
Would you make him sub again?
Yeah, go the sub. It's going to catch on.
He would have won the Norm Smith that he started.
Zach Bailey got 3 goals too in the second half as well, so... It was an amazing story, Zach Bailey, wasn't it? All those shots he missed, and he was staring a horrible record in the face. And
I was waiting for Sammy to ask one of the last 2 interviewees, at what stage did you start forgiving Zach Bailey? Because there's nothing worse for a backman or a midfielder who goes, will you kick it through?
Any chance you might
will you kick it through? But they had no answer for him. No answer for the way he played. And that's, your selections at the selection table, the coaches pick them or don't pick them. The players prove them right or wrong. They proved them wrong today. They were one small backman short, if you know what I mean. Buse could have been done with. He could have been very, very handy down there today. And they almost fell into, by accident, the Blitzarves win in the ruck against Hawthorn. I was surprised that they just didn't go all, this is the way we're playing, let's keep going this way, and we need to contain some small forwards. So let's bring Buse in.
Yeah, I think that they'll look at that and they'll process whether they got that right or wrong. Stanley always worried me. I reckon he's a bloke that needs a good run-in to be playing at his very best, and his best is in their best 22, but he didn't have a run-in.
All right, we've heard from Darcy Wilmot. We better hear from Kyle Lohman as well, I reckon. Sammy?
We are with Kyle Lohman, who's double parked, I might add. This is just, what a game, what a season, what a life for this footy capers. Bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, so much fun, and how good's footy. 2 premierships in a row, and just couldn't be more proud, and so grateful for the opportunity to play at this special footy club, and it's an amazing feeling, and I think this year might be better than last year, just because worked harder and had a few setbacks through the year, so meant a lot more for me.
What's it like being written off time and time again as a group, and then you just keep proving everyone wrong?
No, I love it. We love it as a group. We were the hunted at the start of the year because we won the premiership, but we love being to Hunters and being the underdogs and playing with Fearless, playing our way, and I think it really suits us. So hopefully they can write us off again next year and we can just keep doing it. That would be nice, but I don't think they will. They shouldn't anyway, but they probably will find a way. But we love it. It's so good.
Now, the old saying is the ones above the head don't hurt too much. You got a nice little split open earlier in the game.
Yeah, I know. I think it was just a little wake-up call, get a kick. So, it got me going after that, and I was a bit scared that I was going to go off, but, it was fine.
What about this shiner you've got there? That's not from today, clearly.
Yeah, it was in there after that from Connor O'Sullivan. I was pretty flat with him, but, it was just after in the second quarter, I reckon. Yeah.
And Charlie Cameron, by his lofty standards, not the sort of season he would have been happy with, and then he just said, look out.
Yeah, he's a big-time player, Charlie, and he cops a lot of shit. And I work closely with Charlie. He's my favourite player, and he's my mentor at the club as well. And we do a lot of work together, and he's a really special guy and someone I love. And, it was just really great to see him play the way he did and wind back the clock and bring his prime back. But, he was awesome, and I gave him one in the third, I reckon. So he's going to have to get him on back next year. But, super pumped for him, and, he works hard, so I'm very pumped for him.
Looked like it was every man for himself in the last quarter there. Everyone was pretty happy to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I was a bit stiff a couple of times, but I couldn't really care as long as we got the win, and I'm standing here with the premiership medal, so it's fine.
And what's the plan for tonight and the weekend?
Probably not too many beers. Probably go home in a reasonable hour. Do some recovery in the morning and get the body right.
Can I just quickly ask before we let you go, what's the plan with the locks? Are they going to make a comeback for 2026, or are you going to keep this sort of nude look now?
I've copped a bit of feedback. I didn't expect to have so much feedback, but that's a bit of an awkward spot there, isn't it? I think I'll get the hair back. I reckon it suits me a bit more, flying through the air. But hopefully I can jump next year. My ankle's pretty cooked this year, so I don't know. I went off track there, but I'll get the locks back next year.
So any clean-up operation or not? You're good to go?
I think I'll have a meeting with the surgeon next week, but hopefully it's fucking been that annoying this year. Did it in round one and just been nursing it through the years. So, I'm grateful that it's done now and I can put the feet up for a couple of weeks. It'd be nice.
Enjoy it.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
You'd have been disappointed if he hadn't.
Just ask that one extra question.
Let's all be honest. We would have been disappointed.
I think you're right. Yep.
All right. The power play rankings, Gerard, for Green Power Solutions. Like any great team, power, lighting and fuel working together. Green Power Solutions, reliable, sustainable, unstoppable.
Well, he kicked 3 goals, 6, but he got 131 ranking points to be the number one ranked player on the ground, according to the Champion Data rankings, not the ratings, because in the ratings you lose big points for misses, which would have knocked him around. Humphries got 121 coming off the halfback. Fletcher, he was a good player, Derm. Fletcher and Ashcroft, 117 and 118 respectively.
Can I give you one strategy I saw which worked incredibly well for the Brisbane Lions? We know that Geelong love to make a +1 in their defensive end. So the Lions trusted their deep midfield, and Will Ashcroft would back away from boundary line stoppages in the middle of the ground and place himself forward of the stoppage but in the corridor. And he wouldn't do it too soon, otherwise he'd get rounded up by the Geelong +1.
Yep.
So he'd wait until they were just about set, then he'd go. The extra couldn't get to him, but if they won the ball got to him.
Yeah.
And then they were away running and he could choose his target going inside 50. So it negated the extra.
Yep.
And it was to their advantage.
So all of our interviews in the winning rooms have been for temper, sleep well. They're all players of the game today. A great night's sleep, night after night after night. That is the difference. The difference is temper. The highlight of it, I think, was the revelation from Josh Dunkley of the grade 3 syndesmosis. So I think we should give Josh the pillow for a good night's sleep, don't you?
Put his leg on it.
Yep.
A great night's sleep with temper. The difference is temper. Let's just drop into a couple of minutes of Chris Scott's press conference, which is underway.
I'll say one thing. I hope this doesn't sound like sour grapes. I think we all, and I'm at the head of the queue, will be rapt to see the back of the sub-rule. Because that was really, besides the seriousness of the injury, the challenges there, make planning difficult, and it feels like a bit of deja vu in a respect that, we were sort of waiting and didn't feel like we could make that sub until we had some clarity there. But obviously, yes, I'm Have we given any feedback yet, Mac, to that?
Yeah, potentially. Just because it's not Jeremy.
Yeah. But again, it's like in the heat of the moment, it's hard to work out. Is it a crack? Is it a decent break? Can he play? Can't he? And that took a long time to work out. But obviously, yeah, he was heavily limited from late in that second quarter.
So it could be fractured forearm.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. We don't know the full thing, but there's a good chance.
Yeah. But again, to emphasise, it's one of those things where I don't think you have any choice but to submit yourself to your medical team and just give them the space to do what they need to do.
The game was so tightly balanced late in the third quarter on the scoreboard. What do you feel changed in that period of time?
Canuni is with us. Oscar, a credit to you because I thought you celebrated last year just as hard as you did this year and you didn't even play. What does it mean to you, 12 months on, to get this medallion that you, I'm sure, so desperately craved?
Yeah, it feels so special. I probably celebrated harder last year because I have more energy. I'm absolutely gassed now. But yeah, just what a special footy club I'm lucky to be at. Every day is so good to come into work and just try and get better. And the boys just stuck at it again this year and just what a resilient group.
Dream come true?
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone dreams of getting to run out there and had the opportunity in 2023 and wasn't able to execute and was a bit disappointing. So to get another opportunity is something I'll cherish forever, and to be able to do it with the boys, do it with our squad of 46, 47 blokes that just come together and love spending time together and just love getting better. What a place to work.
Were there times this year with the back and the body that you thought you wouldn't be playing in the AFL team at this stage of the season?
Yeah, I guess so, but to be honest, I sound like a broken record, but we just love coming in every day and being in the VFL at times and travelling emergency. There was all different hurdles that were thrown up, but like the VFL, I got to see some young guys that show some really potential, and then you come out and see them execute on grand final day and you're like, wow, how good is this to be along and be a part of, just over the moon.
So where are you at physically, if you don't mind me asking? I'm conscious of you letting you enjoy this moment this weekend. Where are you at physically with your body?
I'm absolutely gassed at the minute, to be honest, and we'll soak up every minute to try and get right. We'll see how it goes.
And the partnership with Darcy Ford, what was that like?
Oh, so special. I think about those moments of how selfless he was to even include me in his celebrations last year, and then to be out there to share the field with him. And he's now a two-time premiership player, and that's the same. There's so many stories out there that I'll hopefully get told over the next few weeks, because his story is one of resilience, one of competitiveness, and he's become a really great ruckman of the competition. You look at his last 22, 23 weeks, he was a huge asset for us, competing against some of the competition's best and really winning it over.
Oscar, congratulations. If anyone deserves it, it's you. Enjoy it.
Everyone deserves it, so thank you very much.
Actually, give Oscar the pillow. The temper, sleep well player of the game, a great night's sleep, night after night after night. That is the difference. The difference
I'd already
is
told
temper.
Josh Dunkley that he was getting one.
Oh, we'll get a second one. It shouldn't be too much trouble, I don't think. The 3-2-1 from Adam Simpson for Aviso Group. Don't drop the ball on insurance. Contact Aviso Group. 3 to Will Ashcroft, 2 to Dane Zorko, and 1 to Zach Bailey. Aviso Group, trusted insurance brokers. Ride to win this September. Go to the DD app to enter. T's and C's apply. Dermot Burton, thank you.
Pleasure.
Give us a closing word, Gerard Healy.
I think we saw an incredible grand final today, and a guy called Fagan has become a great of the competition, and a guy called Lockie Neal, they'll be talking about that for 100 years.
Andy Maher, I've loved our Saturdays together.
I've looked forward to it. Same time next year, Gerard.
Good on you.
Believe for your Blues next year, Andrew.
Let's salute Joel Brooks and Ben Lyon, shall we? It's a big team at AFL Nation. They lead it throughout every weekend and do a masterful job. So if you've enjoyed our calls throughout the year, you too owe a vote of thanks to Joel and to Ben. The Lions by 47 points at the close of the 2025 season. Good night.